Hidden Sister is the fourth book in the Daughters of the Warlock series. Written by Maggie Shaw. AI narrated by Madison. Published by Google Play. Copyright owned by Harley Romance Publishing. Chapter 1. I stared at the hole I'd just created in the wooden floor beneath my feet. Damn it. That was sloppy. I glanced around, and after seeing no one, I flicked my wrist. The hole dissipated, fixed instantly thanks to the magic that burned through my veins. I tapped my foot. I wasn't the sort to mess up magic spells, especially with a book that told me exactly what to do. Then I remembered the walls I'd created around my bedroom were soundproof. My shoulders sagged with relief. My sister hadn't heard me. I grabbed the spellbook off the table and sat back in my chair with it in my lap once again. If there was such a thing as a black sheep in our family, it was me. The middle child. The ugly duckling. The one who didn't fit in with the others. My mother, may her soul rest, was the most beautiful, vivacious, strong-willed, talkative woman to ever walk this earth. Not that I had a huge spectrum of reference, having lived in a magical void for most of my life. But going on pure factual speculation, no one could out-talk my mother. Well, almost no one. My sister Ava came close, and there were times I thought she purposefully gave herself the task of doing just that. If only to finally best mother at something. Courtney, my younger sister, on the other hand, was less tolerant. Less talkative. Less blonde. But goodness me, she was a force to be reckoned with, a tornado in intensity. I flipped a page of the book, my fingers skimming the words as if they wanted to read them the way my eyes did. I wasn't like my sisters. I was a bookworm. I was happy at home, in this realm of solitude. If I didn't have to talk to another living soul for a week, or more, all the better. Talking was not my strong suit. Not like reading, understanding literature, and putting magic into practice. Those things were easy. I stood again, taking the book in my arms. Even though I was sure Courtney had soundproofed her walls as well, she preferred sleeping in to waking up. I didn't want her to get up before she was ready. A cranky Courtney was not a Courtney I enjoyed being around. So, I tiptoed down the hall and stepped into the bright living room we'd created in the house. Our house. The one Courtney and I had built after our mother died. After we'd learned that our mother had created everything we'd ever owned with her magic. Our clothes, our food, even my books. The life we'd known wasn't real, it was a figment of her design. As such, when she'd passed, we lost everything. It had been devastating to lose our whole lives' worth of possessions and memories, and heartbreaking to watch our mother disappear. We hadn't expected it. She had been young and the picture of health. But she had slipped away suddenly, without warning, and we were confronted with the notion that we really weren't prepared for her to be gone. Rebuilding was our only option. As I took a seat in the comfortable leather settee, I couldn't help but look around. I'd thought rebuilding was going to be difficult. But it wasn't. If anything, creating a new home, especially without Ava, our oldest sister, watching over us, had been liberating in lots of ways. I sighed and put my book on the table, then glanced outside. The sun was rising over the landscape, casting shadows as the sky lit up with oranges and purple. What a beautiful day it was shaping up to be. However, as I thought about Ava, I felt restless and alone in this world of ours. I missed my meddling older sister. I looked down the hallway, half expecting to hear the music that would normally come from Courtney's room, assaulting my ears and rocking me to my core. But there was nothing. Nothing but the sound of our small house in its silence. The house phone rang with a melodic shrill. My heart leapt as I raced for the phone. Only one person called that line, the person it had been created by. I picked up the old-fashioned red phone and put the receiver to my ear. "Ava!" I exclaimed, giddy with excitement. My sister laughed. "You knew it was me?" I chuckled and sat down at the kitchen counter, happiness skittling through me and making me grin. "You know you're the only one with this number," I reminded her. How have you been? It's been ages since you called. It hadn't been that long, of course, but with our self-imposed exile in the realm, having only my sister Courtney for company grew thin quickly. I'm sorry, Bella, she said. It's all been so crazy with the shifter war we've been fighting. It's ridiculous. These stupid laws, and the hypocrisy of it all. Once they settle down, we need to set up some better standards, or something. I frowned at her tone. She sounded frustrated, and that was putting it lightly, but as Courtney and I had been kept out of the loop quite on purpose, I really couldn't comment. There was part of me that wanted to, though. Well, I'm sorry to hear things are going badly, but are you coming to visit anytime soon? I asked. I tried to control my eagerness, but I liked seeing her and making sure she was all right. We miss you. I glanced around the empty kitchen, realizing the we was being generous. Ava cleared her throat. That's actually why I'm calling. There was hesitation in her tone. That and disappointment. I don't think I'll be able to visit for a while. Tavlor and I are going undercover in one of the 5 realms to unearth some bad happenings that have been reported. I won't be contactable for ages, so I wanted to let you know. I bit my lip. I hated it when I couldn't contact Ava. Well, at least you'll be with your husband, I said, trying to see the bright side. I could tell Ava felt guilty about what she was telling me, but I didn't want her to worry. She laughed. You know he would never let anything happen to me. I smiled to myself. I didn't have to vocalize my concern for her to be able to read it and know that I was upset. Yeah. I know. I'd met Tavlor 3 times. Twice when he'd come to see Ava here in our realm, and once at their wedding. Every time I'd met him, he'd been as impressive and ferocious as I'd expected him to be. Half warlock, half fae, he was a warrior of the highest kind. And there was no one I would trust with Ava more. But even so, I sighed. I couldn't tell her I was still concerned about her safety, and what the council would do to her tomorrow. To us. I didn't want her to feel even more guilty than she already did about the choices she'd made to enter the magic realm. Well, thanks for letting me know, Ava, I said. You know I worry. I do, and I'm really hoping that the next time I come home, we can bring you across to the council and finally introduce you to everyone, she said. I could tell by her inflection that she meant every word. The problem was, I didn't think that introduction would happen as easily as she made it sound. Even if it did, the thought of meeting the council made me shiver. I still had nightmares about what they'd done to Ava when they first found out who she was. Or more, what she was, the illegitimate daughter of the High Warlock. We were all threats to the council and the flimsy rules their world was built upon. Courtney and I were just as much a threat as Ava was to them. The difference was, the council didn't know about us yet. I cleared my throat. Well, I can't say I'm dying to join you, Ava, I admitted, but it would be nice to spend more time with you and our father. I'd met Matlock at the wedding too. But it had been a stilted moment, not at all what I'd expected it to be like the first time I saw my father. Ava had worked an enchantment to make us unrecognizable at the wedding. She didn't want anyone knowing who we were until the new laws about illegitimacy were finalized, not to mention succession agreed upon. High Warlock families generally only sired one child. A male. To say our mother had bucked tradition was an understatement. I didn't know if she purposefully chose our gender, if her magic could even do something as powerful as that. Knowing her, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Our mother had been as strong and stubborn as Ava and Courtney put together, and when the council demanded a male heir of the High Warlock, she would have taken pleasure in producing the opposite. Mother had birthed all 3 of us, all daughters, in secret. The mistress to the High Warlock. And no one had known about us, until Ava had taken it upon herself to meet our father. Lucky for Ava, the High Warlock had never had a child by his legal wife, and the council was finally coming around to the idea of naming her as the heir. even if she was illegitimate and a woman. I can't wait to show you all the beauty of the magic realm, Bella, she continued, breaking me out of my musings. You will love it, I promise. I just need to make sure it's safe for you. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to either of you. I raised my eyebrows and played with the ends of my hair. I know, Ava. It wasn't as though I didn't believe her. The problem I had was that she kept telling us the same thing over and over. I didn't necessarily want to go to the magic realm, not when I had my books and my solitude. But I did wish the danger gone. There was a pause, then she asked, "What's our little sister up to? Is she even awake?" I laughed despite myself. Ava knew the rebel sister too well. She's good, I replied. Not sure if she's awake or not, but she's good. Really? Ava asked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I chuckled again, standing up to grab a drink from the fridge. You know Courtney. She's been chomping at the bit to get out into the world since she turned 16. Courtney was a safe subject for us to discuss, and I was glad to be on it. Waiting here while you gallivant all over the universe is hard for her. Especially when she insists she's ready for the world. Ava sighed heavily. I felt her pain as though she'd sliced through my heart. Oh. I didn't mean to make you feel guilty, I said, shutting my eyes. I had been so careful when the conversation had involved me that I'd forgotten to do the same when discussing Courtney. I, for one, am happy to stay in my little library forever, but Court is, well, she's Courtney. What else could I say? Ava had to understand. Surely. Is she still going to the human village? Ava asked. The question made my stomach tighten. Yes, she is. She'd gone out last night, and as usual, I'd been worried for her safety until I'd heard the front door open and Court bumble her way to her bedroom to pass out. Only then had I managed to get a good night's sleep. Bella. Ava's warning tone was obvious. I rolled my eyes. As much as I understood and even agreed with my older sister, it wasn't exactly fair to assign me the role of Courtney's keeper. I can't keep her locked up forever, Ava, I said. She's 21 years old and bored out of her mind here with me. I wanted to stop her. I had tried to reason with her. But Courtney didn't reason. She just dove in, driven by her feelings and her passion. She didn't bother to think first. It isn't safe, Ava said, as though I didn't know that. Then you tell her. I didn't like that Courtney didn't listen to me, that she didn't respect me the same way she respected Ava. My cheeks burned with anger, and my nostrils flared as I took in a deep breath. There was silence on the end of the line, and I realized I'd probably been too harsh, or my tone had been anyway. But I was sick of feeling guilty, because I couldn't control my sister. Sorry, Bella, Ava finally said. I know this must be hard for you to just wait. Ava's apology had my anger deflating as fast as it had risen. I stopped fiddling with my hair and glanced back at Courtney's door. It isn't that hard, not for me, I said. But for Court, well, yeah? She would love to come to you this very minute and start helping out. Fight the bad guys, all that jazz. Me? Leave me in my library forever and I'll be happy. I'm not a fighter. Never have been. Never will be. I'm working on it, Ava said. She sounded frustrated again, and not because of me. I knew she was frustrated because she couldn't get us where she wanted us, and of course, she blamed herself for it. As soon as we're home, I'll approach the council. I have no idea how they're going to respond to 2 more heirs turning up, but hey, it can't be worse than how they dealt with me, right? Ava tried to laugh, but the sound was thin. The council had charged her with treason, sentenced her to death, then chased her all over the universe to neutralize her as the threat they perceived her to be. She'd won that fight, but it had taken everything she had to win. Quite frankly, I wasn't sure it was worth actually admitting there were more of us. I swallowed hard, deciding to keep my opinion to myself. I'd love to come see your new life, Ava, I said. That much was honest. I did want to visit her. Not because I was curious about the magic realm, though a part of me was, but because I wanted to see if this life suited her. If she was happy there. There was another awkward silence, and again I wished for the life we'd once had. A time when my sisters and I were so close it had been hard to ever think we would be apart. When I knew what Courtney was doing, even though I couldn't hear her, and I knew what Ava was thinking even when she was trying to shield me from something. We'd been a united front against our mother and each other's support teams. And although my love for my sisters had not diminished in the slightest, it seemed that life had changed us. "I'd better go, Bella," Ava said, her voice touching on regret. "It's getting a little crazy here, but please know that I love you and can't wait to see you again." "I love you too, Ava," I said. I wanted to tell her to stay, not to go, not to continue to put herself at risk, but I bit my tongue. "And I'll tell Courtney you called." I closed my eyes. I hoped she couldn't hear my voice crack. I was trying so hard not to make her feel bad. I didn't want her to worry. Not when she was in so much danger already. "Please do," Ava said after a moment's pause. "Send my love too." We hung up and I sighed. I hated not knowing what the future held, or where our lives were going. I thought she was going to call me out for holding back on her. I thought she was going to ask what was wrong. If she had done that, I wouldn't have been able to hold on to all the things that were troubling me. And Courtney's attitude was the most worrying thing of all. Chapter 2. I sighed as I hung up the phone, a wave of melancholy passing over me at having to sever the connection I had to my oldest sister. And according to her, it could be an age until we spoke again. Ava was fighting in a shifter war. I couldn't imagine that whatsoever. Ava. She was spunky and stubborn, sure, but a warrior? A leader? The future High Warlock of all the magical realms? Seemed impossible somehow. Of course, I believed in my sister. That much was true. Ava was so stubborn, she would do whatever she set her mind to, even if it was just to prove she could do it. But this? I never expected this from her, and it made me realize that I didn't know my sister the way I thought I did. I shook my head at my ridiculousness. I like to think I knew more than my sisters. My knowledge was something I prided myself on. But now, in this moment, I felt helpless. I felt like all my knowledge didn't amount to anything because I didn't know what was going on, and that was more important. I let out a shaky breath, tears rolling down my face at the emotions churning through me. I quickly wiped them away and shook my head. I had no control over what was going on. "Just focus on what you can do," I muttered, hoping to snap out of the downward spiral of thoughts going through my mind. I forced myself to head out into the garden. A nice walk would help me clear my head and get rid of the self-doubt that had so strongly taken hold. It was roughly 8 in the morning, the sunrise bleeding out into the bright blue sky. It was surprisingly cloudy for a summer day, but I welcomed the cooler weather. The crisp air pinched my cheeks, doing its best to reassure me, to calm me down. I walked through the garden, glad to have the opportunity to focus on something other than Ava, other than all she was doing for her realm, and how worried I was for her, and how it reminded me I was doing nothing but hiding away in a realm that belonged to just me and Courtney. Instead, I focused on the beauty that surrounded me, the bright, colorful flowers. I knelt in the dirt and began to pull up and snap off some herbs for Courtney. She would wake up with a headache, encased in her hungover body. Part of me considered letting her deal with the pain without the remedy. Punish her for putting herself at risk. I understood she was hurting. Between our mother's passing, then being left in this realm to rot, while our sister traipsed all over the known universe without us. I understood that this was her way to cope. She thought she was rebelling against Ava and her strict rules of staying in this secret realm until she was safe. But still, she was putting herself and me at risk. She was pushing things to a limit I wasn't comfortable with. I wanted to talk to her about it, I should talk to her about it, but not now. Courtney was hurting on the inside, and instead of communicating, she was poisoning her body with enough alcohol until she was hurting on the outside as well. Yes, I was upset with her. But I also felt bad for her. So when she got her hangovers, I would conjure something for her. At least I had a remedy for that. Granted, my sympathy extended only so far. I didn't feel bad for her, but I would help her recover. A cranky Courtney wasn't one I wanted to deal with, not with my emotions already in a tizzy. In a way, I was healing Courtney more for my peace of mind rather than for her. If I could keep the peace between us so there wasn't tension toward each other, I was doing my job. The problem was, if Courtney was upset about anything, she had a tendency to take it out on anyone in her vicinity. I wasn't immune to her outbursts, and they only increased when she was in pain. When I finished collecting what I needed, I stood up and brushed the dirt from my knees. I took the herbs and strolled back to the house, letting myself enjoy the sunlight as it fought to break through the clouds in the sky. Being outside quieted my sorrow, and I held onto that as much as I could. When I was inside, I took the herbs to the kitchen. I mixed and crushed the leaves and steeped them in hot water. I glanced at the clock. How was she not up by now? Had she partied too hard? Drank too much? There was no way she could have met someone and brought him back here, could she? We'd been told that it was almost impossible for a non-Melfi bloodline member to enter our realm. Though Tavlor had managed it, so I suppose it was possible. The problem with Courtney was, I never knew what she was capable of. There was so much trouble she could get into, that the possibilities were endless. Heck, Courtney could challenge herself to do something different each time she went out, just to keep things interesting. She did have a tendency to get bored easily. Stop, I said to myself as my heart rate began to increase. You're not helping things when you work yourself into a tizzy. At that moment my stomach rumbled. I made myself something to eat, and wandered back around our small garden, picking the coriander and basil leaves I liked in my salads. It got my feet moving, and kept me from lingering on thoughts I didn't want to have. Despite our endless supply of magic, there was something so earthy, so human about growing our own food. I loved it. And I would hate to create every single thing I ate from my own magic. It would seem strange. And hardly nutritious. A memory of my mother swam up inside my head. I pushed it down. My mother had died from overusing her magic. From sustaining a large house, servants, material possessions. It hadn't been necessary, and yet she'd done it. Why, I still wasn't sure. If I had to guess, I would say she did it to protect us, but surely she understood the consequences? She knew she couldn't sustain her magic. What would happen to us when she was gone? Ava left. Ava left to find out who our father was, all because Mother never prepared us for anything. She kept us sheltered our entire life. And Courtney was finding herself in trouble because of it. I would not make the same mistake. As soon as we knew it was 100% safe to move into the human village, I would. I would live in a real house, cook with real food. Conserve my magic as much as possible. It was the only logical choice I could come up with. I would miss my peace, but I hoped to purchase a cottage somewhere quiet that would help maintain a semblance of it. I walked inside. Courtney was clattering around inside her room. I refrained from rolling my eyes. I didn't want to turn petulant, even though I was annoyed by her immature, selfish behavior. Instead, I cleared my throat. "Brunch is ready," I called out, and was greeted by another crash bang. I narrowed my eyes as I looked toward her room. What was going on in there? She was clumsy, especially after a night of debauchery, but it sounded like she was running into the walls. Did she need help? Was she okay? I frowned. Strange. Is she still drunk? I stilled. That would make sense, to be honest. Maybe she drank so much, she hadn't gotten it out of her system yet. Part of me wanted to go check on her, but I knew better than to go charging into my sister's room without permission. She was the only one out of the three of us that cared about privacy. I didn't want to intrude on that. However, if she kept bumping into things up there, I would have no choice but to check on her and ensure that she wasn't hurt. Then there was glass shattering. I stilled. If she wasn't out in the next 10 seconds, I'd be forced to act. Her door crashed open. "Hey. Are you okay?" I called out, walking toward her room. The noises were louder this morning than normal. Something must have happened. But what? I took a step back, expecting Courtney to rush out as she always did and ask about food. But she didn't come. Finally, I picked up footsteps soft as her bare feet made their way out of her room. "Bella, I don't feel right," Courtney managed to say as she staggered toward me down the hallway. I narrowed my eyes, trying to gauge if there was something I needed to be worried about. It was obvious something wasn't quite right with her, but was she just hungover? I did a quick assessment. Her skin was pale, slightly gray actually, and she was still wearing the tight, barely there outfit she'd worn when she'd gone out last night. Hungover. Clearly. "Have a seat," I said crisply. "I made you the anti-alcohol remedy." I hurried back to the kitchen to stir the drink I'd made for her on the kitchen counter. The thump behind me was so loud I jumped. What had she knocked over now? "Courtney!" I exclaimed, getting annoyed as I turned to see what she'd done. My eyes widened. Oh my God. I raced over to where my sister lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolling back in her head. My annoyance disappeared as fear slipped into its place. I turned her to her side and made sure she wouldn't choke on her own vomit. "What's happened?" I demanded. "What did they give you?" A low gurgling was the only noise that came from her. My shoulders hunched up next to my ears, and I nearly threw up myself. I didn't like that noise, and I especially didn't like it coming out of my sister. She began to shudder and shake like she was having some sort of convulsion. I magicked up a pillow under her head and lay my hands on her face, feeling for a temperature. It was hard to get a steady grip on her due to her shaking, and I didn't want to hold her too tight. Finally, I managed to pick up something. Cold as ice to the touch, but there was something else beneath the sickness. Something I couldn't easily identify. I closed my eyes and began to chant, focusing on diagnosing what was going on inside my sister's body. She was burning up inside, and there was a poison in her bloodstream, one I'd never come across before. I conjured a blanket, threw it over her, and jumped to my feet. She needed a healing tonic made by a proper healer. Unfortunately, Mother hadn't taught us how to heal anything more than a broken nail. Which meant helping Courtney was near impossible, unless I figured out something now. Looks like she's gonna have to settle for the best remedy I can make. My heart hammered in my chest as I tore at my hair. What was I going to do? I couldn't go for help, there was no one to go to. Courtney continued to shudder and convulse, and I took a steadying breath. My sister was going to die if I didn't diagnose her properly and find a way to heal her. That much was clear, and the thought made my blood run cold. Focus, Bella, I told myself. Focus. She'd been poisoned, that was obvious. And what was also obvious was that it was intentional. You couldn't poison a witch as strong as Courtney unless you knew how to do it. And although I couldn't dwell on that now, it would be the focus of my future thoughts. I jumped up and grabbed for the book I'd been studying only this morning. I flicked over page after page, and not finding what I needed, I ran to my library and put out my hands, casting a spell for the remedy that would heal my poisoned sister. I hoped it would work. My fingers didn't want to slow down, and my eyes couldn't keep up. 2 books flew at me, landing heavily in my outstretched hands. Grateful for that trick my mother had taught me long ago, I raced back into the kitchen with the books. Why I didn't use that first, I don't know. I must be so scared with whatever else was going on, I didn't think to do it until now. I put them down in front of me and cast more spells. They flew open and the pages spun by, the books looking for the right spell for me. When the pages stopped flipping, I grabbed the book closest to me. It was a stabilizing spell. To stop her from getting any worse. This was what I needed right away. Good idea. I couldn't see the harm in casting that one. I turned to my sister, put my hand over her body, and began to speak the ancient words the book instructed me to do. I hoped I pronounced them correctly. I hoped it would work. It wasn't as though I had much time to practice. White light shimmered in my palm. I closed my eyes as I pushed out with my magic, wrapping the spell around my sister's body over and over again. I focused on the white light I saw in my mind, the silver threads encasing her in a protective cocoon of sorts. When I was done, I opened my eyes and assessed my patient. She didn't seem to have improved. She was still ashen gray and frothing from her mouth, the edges of her lips turning blood red. Her eyes were staring up at nothing, the color going from a vivid bright blue to milky. However, she didn't seem to be getting any worse. So that was good. She also wasn't shuddering as much. I put a hand to her forehead and found her burning with fever. Oh no, please, Courtney. Don't you leave me now. I grabbed for the second book, the other one who'd come to me when I'd asked for guidance. It was a book on magical remedies. Healer potions. I loved potion making, it was one of my fortes, but I'd never had any real experience in healing anyone. We rarely got sick, and if we did, our mother had sorted us out faster than you could say, "Help me." Now I realized that what she should have done was aid us while also teaching us how we could help ourselves. There were times I could swear my mother was too overprotective. It was as though she wanted us to learn, but she also wanted us to stay helpless, so we would always need her. I put my hand over the closed book and concentrated on Courtney's symptoms, asking the book for a shortcut. I didn't have time to do everything the long way today. When I opened my eyes, the pages were flipping slowly, back and forth to different sections, as though the book itself was thinking about which potion would be best. I glanced down at my sister who was still passed out, still pale but alive. When I looked back, the pages had settled. I picked up the book quickly. The spell was a cure-all for when a practitioner didn't know what the poison was. I frowned, my stomach twisting into knots. I had no way of diagnosing her properly, and from the look of this page, the book didn't either. I knew that giving her the wrong potion could be deadly, so I suppose the book was right. This was the next best thing, until I could get the help Courtney required. I sucked in a breath. Did I want to risk using a spell I'd never tried before at a time like this? My sisters trusted me when it came to the tattoos on their stomach, the ones that were for protection. I was sure that this was our only bet given our situation, but I didn't like how it was more of a band-aid rather than a specific cure. How was I to know how to prevent this from happening again, if I didn't know what had actually poisoned Courtney? I raced to the pantry and pulled out everything the spell needed. Thankfully, there was no day-long steeping. This potion was fast and dirty. No finesse required. Tears tingled in my eyes as I sent out a prayer of gratitude to the book that was helping me in my hour of need. I wiped the sweat off my brow with the back of my hand and put everything I'd gathered from the pantry down in front of me on the counter. I worked as fast as I could, crushing, weighing, blending, and mixing. I followed the instructions to the letter, then poured boiling water into the bowl. My fingers shook, and there were times I had to physically stop and stretch my fingers, hoping it would cause them to stop jerking around. Does she need to drink it, or? I said aloud, my body trembling. I quickly read further down the page. Some potions were ingested, and others were placed on the site of injury. But I didn't trust my usually logical brain to come up with the right answer at the moment. I was too hot, sweating like I'd run a marathon, and my heart hurt in my chest. Come on, I chanted, looking for better instructions. Ah! I pointed to the words on the page with a shaky finger. Potion should be drunk by the poisoned, and if unconscious, also spill potion over face and chest. Okay. That covered all the bases. I poured the hot mixture through a sieve and into a large glass. Then I forced a hint of cooling magic through it to make it drinkable. I tested the temperature with my finger to make sure I wasn't about to scald my sister's skin or throat. When I found the potion to be temperate, I knelt and pulled Courtney's head into my lap. "You need to drink this, sweetheart. Please." I used my free hand to open her lips and tip the potion into her mouth. It mostly ran out the sides of her lips, but I figured that was like dousing her face. Which was a good thing. Maybe it would bring her back from this. I would deal with her fury later, when she was better. I tried again, tipping her head up even more, and it looked like some of the potion went down her throat. I turned my attention to her chest and poured some of the murky green potion down her neck, over her sternum, watching the inky mix cover her pink top. I kept pouring, trickling it over her heart and then her stomach. I glanced at her face. Bad luck for her perfect red hair now. I poured some of the mixture on the crown of her head. She shivered. Hope filtered into my heart. That was a good sign. She could feel it. Was it making her cold? Was that good? I massaged the potion into her scalp and checked the volume in the potion glass. I still had about half left. I tipped some more onto her face, letting it run off her cheeks and into my skirt. "Come on. You need to drink some now." I knew the probability of her hearing me was low, but I couldn't stop myself from talking to her. I tried to make my unconscious sister drink some of the potion. When it didn't work, I rubbed more and more on her face and neck, just like the instructions stated. Surely getting it into her stomach was the most effective way of treating the poison. Assuming the poison had come through a food. Or a drink. Which was more likely than anything else, considering she'd spent last night drinking in the village with God knew who. Whoever had done this to her, I was determined to find out. Chapter 3. The potion and the binding spell weren't working. At least, it didn't seem like it was working. She wasn't responding the way I thought she might. She was still unconscious. I sighed in frustration as I administered the last of the potion to my unresponsive sister. Slowly her skin grew pink, and she felt less hot under the coolness of the water. That had to be a good sign. But I didn't know for sure. "God, Courtney, what did you get yourself into?" I muttered, shaking my head. Courtney had been rebelling for months now, ever since Ava had left us here to find our father and take her place in the magic realm. At first, I thought maybe letting her do what she wanted was a way for her to get it out of her system. A couple of drunken nights at a club couldn't be so fun that it had to happen every night, could it? I didn't think so. Then again, I wasn't the type of person who had much experience with rebelling. I kept my head down, I did what was expected of me, and I took the initiative and taught myself things I wanted to know. I didn't go out. I had no desire to know my father, or any of the rest of my family. I just wanted to learn. But Ava and Courtney were different. They couldn't be expected to simply do what was asked of them, even if it was my mother's last wish before she passed. Once Ava left, I knew it was only a matter of time before Courtney did the same thing. It had only been small things at first. She would step out of the house and go for long walks. I'd always assumed she stuck to our fields in our realm, because there had been no signs she'd left. Then, when Ava had been forced into hiding from the magic realm and came back to stay with us, Courtney had stopped going out again. Which was odd, because Courtney didn't see Ava as a parental figure either, though I knew there was a kinship between them I would never understand, only because I didn't feel the same intensity they felt to get up and leave this place. I couldn't be sure, but she seemed too scared to venture out once she learnt the truth about our enemies, and that had suited me fine. It relieved me, actually, knowing that Courtney was here and safe. I didn't have to worry about when she would be home, and how long she would be gone, or what she could possibly encounter out there. I knew she was home, even if she didn't want to be. But then things changed. Ava stepped up, fought the council, and married Tavlor. All things that required courage, intelligence, and true spirit. All the things Courtney probably wished she had the opportunity to participate in herself, if only to do something productive instead of waiting around. Well, that had lit Courtney's fire because soon she was going into the local human village and gallivanting around. It was as though she was rebelling against Ava's happy ending, as though she had grown bitter because Ava shirked the rules and nothing bad had happened to her. The problem was, Courtney didn't realize how at risk Ava was the entire time she did all of that. Ava would never tell us, of course. She was just as stubborn as all of us, in her own way, and I knew she didn't want to worry us. But that didn't take away the fact that she was in grave danger just being over there, being with Tavlor, wanting to be with our father, stepping into the position of heir. And somehow, by some miracle, it worked out for her. I swirled the glass around, making sure the potion was mixed properly. One thing I did know about potions was that if it wasn't stirred enough, it could cause the intended effect to do something entirely different, based on the molecules and properties of the magic and the composition of the ingredients. Magic was a science. I continued to stir just to make sure. To start with, despite my fears, Courtney's explorations through the village had seemed harmless enough. She'd brought back food and plants and things that were fun to have and not created with our magic. I'd even gone out once just to see the local market, and loved the seedlings I'd been able to buy for the house. But soon enough, Courtney had not been happy to simply visit during the day. She began going out at night. First for dinner, and then she started to go out. I sighed, setting down the empty container. I couldn't do anything right now, except wait for Courtney to respond to the potion. I flicked my gaze over at my sister. There was a run in her stockings, and her dress was wrinkled. Part of me wanted to reach for her, to pull her into my arms and rock her back and forth and tell her just how much I cared about her, and that she didn't have to keep running away. But I knew she wouldn't listen. I knew it wouldn't be enough for her. She needed to feel as though she was actively rebelling against something. It made her feel alive. It made her feel like she was in control. It didn't matter that she put herself, and me to a degree, in danger, not when she was getting what she wanted out of it. I knew what going out meant. I knew there was much more opportunity for her to get into trouble going out than there was if she just popped over to get lunch. She would eat dinner with me, then come out of her room again as I was going to bed, dressed in the shortest, tightest clothes I could imagine. I couldn't stop her from following through with her plan, no matter what I said or did. I didn't want to parent her. She'd had enough from our mother, and now Ava was adding to it. The last thing she needed was yet another voice telling her what to do. I glanced down at my sister, who was slack in my arms. Now this is the result. Bloody stubborn. This sick sister of mine had obviously met someone or something that had majorly disagreed with her. Had it been intentional? This poison that had obviously meant to kill my extremely powerful witch of a sister. Or was this the effect of some human date rape drug gone wrong? Or maybe Court wasn't the intended target, but got caught up in whatever was going on accidentally? No one knew that Courtney was a daughter of the High Warlock, and sister to his recently appointed heir. Ava had made sure we were kept out of the council drama. Unless someone had found out about Courtney, about us, and was now trying to retaliate. Then it hit me. The council. Could they have discovered us? Was this an intentional sabotage to us, the heirs of the High Warlock? I didn't want to think about that, it seemed too paranoid, too far-fetched, but the more I thought about it, the more I worried. Was it possible? Surely not. I didn't want to admit it, but right now, it was the only thing that made sense. Why else would someone go out of their way to hurt Courtney? Granted, that was assuming this toxic poison inside of her right now was intentional, and judging by its effects, I assumed it was. I pushed all thoughts aside as I focused on my sister, pouring the last trickles of the potion across her throat and lips. Was it enough, though? Had I done everything in my power to ensure she was okay? I placed a hand on her cheek, then checked her forehead as well. No, this wasn't enough. Not by a long shot. But at least her fever had subsided, and her shaking seemed to be completely gone. But this potion was only to stabilize her until the true cure could be found. Which meant we still weren't out of the woods yet. I managed to get Courtney up off the floor. I muttered a spell that helped me ease her body into my arms. She was slender, but she felt like a leaden boulder when completely unconscious, and as much as I prided myself on being fit, even confined to a house, I couldn't carry her with ease. With the aid of my magic, I tucked her beneath the blankets. Once she seemed stable, I walked back to the kitchen and got myself a fortifying drink, a wine that my mother had always liked. Then I sat by Courtney's bedside with a dozen healer books to read. I wasn't planning on leaving her side anytime soon. I didn't know how the poison was going to affect her, and I didn't know if this temporary cure was going to fail at some point. I needed to be here, in case something happened. Damn poison. If it had been a physical attack, the magical tattoo I'd branded on all three of us would have kicked in and protected her. But with this sort of attack, an internal poison, the tattoo and spell did not protect us. I spent all day researching poisons used on witches, hoping my sister would wake up, at least long enough to tell me what she'd drunk or eaten. I had nothing else to go on. It had to be in a drink. We'd eaten dinner together, then she'd said she was going out dancing. Humans drank alcohol at bars and clubs, right? She was barely 21, but I was sure that wouldn't have stopped her. And Lord knew, she wanted to numb the pain she was feeling at being told yet again what to do. I blinked back the sudden tears in my eyes. I didn't know the answer to any of the questions I was asking myself, and there was only one reason for that. Courtney never told me anything anymore. I wiped away the tears that fell and bent my head back to my task. I read the books in front of me and drank my tonics. I ate the food I prepared, though I didn't have the appetite for it, then read some more. I researched everything I could get my hands on, and yet when I found something that may help, I stopped. I didn't have the confidence to actually try something I wasn't trained in. Not when it could mean my sister's life. I needed a skilled, experienced healer. That wasn't me. I stared at my beloved rebel sister and let the tears fall. I felt defeated and helpless and lost. And most of all, I was scared. Scared to lose her. Scared of what I had to do next, because the only option was as clear as words on the page before me. I had to go to the human village and seek out Aunt Allison. Hopefully, she would be able to help me find the person I truly needed. A magical physician. And the only place I was going to find one was the magic realm. Like my sister before me, I was going to have to search out my father for help, and hope to the heavens that my journey was easier than Ava's. By morning, Courtney was no better. In fact, she was getting worse. Her skin was paler and clammy now too. I wouldn't say she had a fever anymore, but her skin was cool to touch, and not in a way that indicated health. She hadn't woken up at all, not through the day yesterday, nor through the long night I spent half sleeping in the chair next to her bed. She had to be getting dehydrated, as well as getting sicker from whatever that poison was doing to her. I barely got any sleep, but I didn't care. I magicked myself snacks throughout the day, forcing myself to eat and drink when I didn't feel like it to make sure my body had water and sustenance. The last thing I needed was something happening to me when Courtney needed me to stay healthy. I'd done a test on her last night, hoping it was a simple case of human date rape drug poisoning, but unfortunately it wasn't. That would have been much easier to cure. Charcoal to cleanse her stomach, perhaps a quick visit into the human village for some advice, but no. It was as I'd feared from the moment I'd seen Courtney crumple to the floor. This poison had come from a magical source of some sort, which told me that this had to be on purpose. Courtney was a target, but who would want to cause her harm? A witch or a warlock was most likely the culprit, although there were other paranormals, 5 for example, like Tavlor, that had incredible powers and abilities to hurt us. They weren't exactly fans of those who were magical, either. But why my sister? Why now? I shook myself. That wasn't important. Not today. Today was the day I took my sister to the human village to ask for help. To Aunt Allison, our mother's best friend. She'd helped Ava get to our father when she needed the guidance, so hopefully Allison would help me too. I stood next to the bed and gazed down at my sister's unconscious form. I was suddenly hit with the reality of the situation. I had to get my sister to Aunt Allison, but how? I couldn't carry her, not as she was. Unconscious. A dead weight. So what was I to do? I paced around Courtney's bedroom, listening to the steady rise and fall of her breathing. It was the only thing that kept me hopeful. If she was breathing, she was alive. If she was alive, I could do something to make her better. I just needed to figure out what. Going to visit Aunt Allison seemed like the only logical explanation. She would know what to do. I stood over Courtney, chewing my bottom lip. How could I get her to the human village safely? Inconspicuously? My brain, which I often likened to a filing cabinet, pulled up a file for me to look at and I gasped. Yes, of course. I hurried from Courtney's room and went straight to my bookshelf. I knew the perfect spell for this situation, and the rather funny thing was, I'd wanted to try this spell from the moment I'd seen it. I just hadn't had an excuse to use it up until this point. I grabbed for the Transportation and Transfiguration spellbook and took it back to Courtney's room. I flicked through the pages, looking for the genie in a bottle spell that had so transfixed me the first time I'd seen it. Aha! I tapped my finger on the picture of a glass box. I glanced up at Courtney and couldn't help the smile that lifted my lips. If you were in your right mind at the moment, sister dear, you would love what I am about to do. The spell involved shrinking my sister to the size of my palm and putting her inside a transportation device, like a lamp, a box, or a jar. Something where she would be safe, but not easily seen. But what to put her in? I began looking around Courtney's room. Did she have a bottle I could use? Then my eye caught on her jewelry case. It was velvet-lined, a pretty silver box with a latch. I opened it and took out the few necklaces my sister liked to wear, and inspected the inside. It had a great amount of padding for her safety, and was a good size. Perfect. I smiled to myself. Courtney would be safe inside this box because it was inconspicuous to anyone who saw it, and easy to carry for me. I ran my hand over the box and chanted out a basic spell for cleanliness and protection. Then, just because I could, I created a greater amount of padding on the inside of the lid. Did she need air holes? I wasn't sure. I checked the spell and realized that her breathing would be slowed to the point that she would be okay in an airtight box for a full day. And the jewelry box was certainly not airtight. Hopefully, she'll be out of there and in a healer's clinic before nightfall anyway, I muttered to myself. No days on end in a genie box for my sister. Please. I picked up my book and read over the spell that would turn my sister into the size of a tiny doll. It wasn't long or particularly difficult, but the words were unusual. I'd have to pronounce everything perfectly. I mouthed the words to myself, practicing. I couldn't risk getting anything wrong, and yet time was of the essence. I needed to make sure she wasn't trapped too long as a doll, or she could suffocate, or worse. No pressure, Bella. I inhaled a shuddering breath. I can't believe I'm doing this. I extended both of my arms, facing my palms toward my beautiful sister. I put the book close by on the bedside table and read from the pages, as sparkly silver magic wove around Courtney. I continued the chant, though I could feel the strain on my magic and the sickness of my sister's body flowing through the bonds that tied us. God, it hurts. I kept going, though my body began to shake and tears leaked from my eyes as the pain that coursed through Courtney's body leached into mine. Until finally, the entire spell was done. I let my arms drop and my eyes close as I took slow, deep breaths. My whole body felt depleted of energy. I could only imagine how bad Courtney felt inside her body. When my eyes opened, I gasped, clasping a hand over my mouth. Courtney was nowhere to be seen. Which I knew was the purpose of the spell, but I couldn't stop the panic that flooded my bloodstream. I raced forward and threw back her blankets, and there she was. My perfect sister. No bigger than a mouse. A tiny doll. What had I done? And how did I turn her back? I closed my eyes. I hadn't even thought of that before conducting the spell. Shit, we're in trouble now. Chapter 4. I crouched beside the bed and held my breath as I stared at my sister. I tried to listen, to see whether I could still hear the sound of her breathing. I needed some kind of indicator that she was alive, that I hadn't killed her with my magic. But either she was too tiny, or my heart was pounding too fast for me to hear anything but the racing of my own blood in my ears. I closed my eyes. I needed to move forward regardless. I needed to act as though she was alive and everything was fine. And hopefully Aunt Allison would know what to do to reverse the spell. I sucked in a breath. Now for the next step. I had to get her into the box safely. Oh, God. I closed my eyes and shook my head, trying not to think about the actual act of moving her. Instead, I stood up and grabbed the jewelry box, opening it and putting it on the mattress beside my sister. The spell said that she would be put into a dreamlike sleep, although as someone who was already unconscious, I did wonder about her current state. I hoped she was okay. Quite honestly, I didn't want to think about everything I might have done wrong, so I didn't. At least I tried not to. I took a deep breath and gently scooped Courtney's tiny body up into the palms of my hands and laid her into the carved silver box. I pressed my lips together, afraid that even the barest of movements would injure her. I didn't even want to breathe the wrong way, afraid a hint of air might be a gust for her. Saliva might feel like a storm. I just had to be careful. As I stared at her, I was struck with how perfect she looked, even in her ridiculous outfit drenched in olive green potion. She looked like the perfect doll, and I couldn't stop a swell of pride from entering my chest. I didn't like to get cocky about my abilities, afraid it might make me comfortable and therefore reckless. But I had to admit that Courtney looked pretty good for the time constraints and the pressure I was under. My eyes flickered to her outfit and I winced. It was covered in green guck. Damn, should have thought about changing her clothes before I did that. Then I shrugged. Bigger fish to fry now. I closed the lid with a sense of guilt. I hated the idea of locking her in, but she had to be safe. Someone had tried to kill her already. I made sure she had little air holes so she wouldn't suffocate, though, truth be told, I wasn't exactly sure how the magic itself worked, if it kept her breathing no matter what, or if I had to consider everything when I acted due to the strength discrepancy. I walked into my room and threw together a bag. A few changes of clothes, a book or two that I couldn't live without, and I was ready. I liked packing light, so I didn't have to worry about anything. Not when I already had enough on my plate. Food would be available anywhere I went, and I had my powers and magic for anything essential, anything I needed straight away. I glanced down at my clothes, realizing my long skirts and colorful tops were probably not going to look normal in the human world. Granted, I didn't get out much, but based on the attire I had seen Courtney shimmy into and Ava wear the few times she had come home, I knew I would probably look more flowy than was typical, at least for humans. I clicked my fingers and magicked up something more appropriate. Less conspicuous. My clothes changed to darker, shorter, tighter fabrics, until I was soon wearing a black tunic and leggings with a spangly belt. I rubbed my lips together. I wasn't exactly used to form-fitting clothes, and wasn't sure how I felt about them. I glanced in the mirror on the wall. Okay, not too bad. I still looked like me. Just a blander version. I should fit in no problem in the human world. I exhaled sharply. Time to go. I wasn't exactly talking to anyone, but it helped me break out of my critical study of what I looked like. I slung the bag onto my back and picked up the box holding my sister. "Let's go, Courtney. Time to get you a doctor, or something like it." I walked out of the house we'd built and flicked my hand over the front door, closing it and locking it with a magical spell that should dispel any would-be visitors from entering. Our house was alone in a single small realm, and although I didn't expect anyone to find us, I had to be careful. I hurried down the hill and over to where the portal to the village was at the other end of the field. I had done this so many times before, following Courtney without her knowledge to make sure she was going where I expected her to go, following Ava to make sure she was all right. This time I was leaving. This time, there would be no one following me to make sure I got there safely. I put my hand out and opened the passageway. The doorway opened in a whirlwind of light and swirling power. I squinted as I looked through, seeing concrete streets and a brick wall. I shivered all over. I really didn't want to do this. I looked back, trying to think of a way to talk myself out of it. If it hadn't been Courtney, or if it had been anything more trivial, I would have turned back. But it wasn't trivial. It was Courtney. I squared my shoulders and looked ahead of me once more. "You've got to." There was no choice. I clung to Courtney's jewelry box and stepped into the void. Cold air pushed against me and I felt literally nothing. It was a strange feeling, nothingness. Emptiness was in the void, filling my heart, but it wasn't a bad feeling. Just an empty one. I shook my head. This was getting ridiculous. I took another step, my heart banging against my ribcage. Then another, and I was suddenly propelled into the human world. There was no going back now. No turning around. No second guessing. Noises buffeted my system, and I gasped against the onslaught. The buzzing of electricity, the vroom of the cars. The people chattering nearby. I was in some sort of alleyway, I think they were called. I took a deep, steady breath, trying to calm myself. I was alone, my sister tucked tightly away in a jewelry box, in a world that terrified me. I took a step toward the opening to the alleyway, then another. There was no one around at the moment, but there would be soon. People, on the other side of the walls that surrounded me. I took a moment to appreciate the stillness, to gather my bearings. I hadn't visited Aunt Allison since I was a child, but thanks to Ava, we had her address and contact details just in case we needed to go to someone. I conjured the magical compass I'd left in my room, and held it out in front of me. I spoke the address Ava had given me, and the compass began to flicker and move. I was so glad to have this. I wasn't sure I would be able to find Allison without my magic. I glanced down at the arrow. Forward. Okay. With my heart in my throat, I followed the compass's directions down one street and up another. Every new thing made me jump. A cat. A woman with a baby. A man with a beard walking his dog. I didn't know anyone, and everything around me was new. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and my chest hurt from breathing too rapidly. Calm down. I took in a deep breath, then another. I wasn't doing myself any favors if I freaked out over every little thing. I forced myself to breathe and reached for a technique my mother had used when I was younger to calm my nerves. Look for the familiarity. There is always something. My gaze darted around. Please let there be something that makes me feel like I'm at home. Something. Then there it was. An herb garden in simple pots sitting on someone's front porch. My breathing began to even out, and a calm stole over me. Yes. How beautiful. I opened my eyes wider and began to take in the beauty and simplicity of the town around me. The humans driving past in their loud cars, the flowers that had been planted in people's front yards. The smell of cooking, of dirt, of cars and pollution. My nostrils flared, but not in a sharp way. I wanted to take time to appreciate my surroundings more. Instead of looking at this place as a stranger to me, I began to appreciate it like I did with each book I hadn't read yet. There was a whole world here that needed exploration and appreciation. This place was so very similar to where I'd grown up. There was nothing to be afraid of here. I had to just stay calm. I walked along a main street, trying not to jump every time a car drove past. Then the compass suddenly pointed directly right again, and I stopped walking. There were only houses on my right, which meant I was here. I let the arrow guide me across the street and stopped. I stood in front of a lovely little house with a red door. Sage hung in a pot on the porch, and I could smell lavender oil burning. A smile kicked up my lips. Lavender was such a gentle and lovely reminder that witchcraft was always around us, even in a human community. I put the compass away in my bag and walked up to the red door. The color was both bright and almost off-putting. But perhaps that was the point. My pulse beat too fast in my neck. With my breath catching in my throat, I lifted my hand and knocked on the front door. My mouth went dry. What if I was doing the wrong thing? What if I was putting Courtney and me in danger? I dropped my hand and then jumped back, the feeling of needing to run away shooting down my legs. My muscles shivered, and adrenaline coursed through my veins. Oh my God. This could be bad. No. Stay. I took several deep breaths, waiting for the panic to subside and noticing, not for the first time, that beneath the panic there was something else. An excitement, almost. It was like my body was warring with my head, and I wanted so badly to listen to my body, but my head did not want to let go. The door swung open and a face appeared, as though from a dream of mine. She was older, grayer, but definitely the same woman I remembered from my childhood. Aunt Allison. The woman's face lit up and her eyebrows rose on her forehead. Bella the bookworm, she asked. Is that you? My cheeks heated with her use of my family nickname. No one except a close personal friend of my mother's would know it, let alone recognize me. I felt myself smile despite myself. The usage made me feel safe. Hi, Aunt Allison. Her hand fluttered at me as she pushed the door back further. Come in. Come in. I inched forward and just into the house before I hesitated. Which way should I go? And was this really the right thing to do? Aunt Allison must have read my trepidation correctly because she shut the front door and said, Straight through that door on your right to the lounge. Have a seat on the couch or wherever you'd like. Tell me what brings you here. I shuffled in the direction she had indicated, and found myself surrounded by sunshine and crystals in a comfortable lounge room. Lovely. I chose a purple couch to sit down on, and grabbed a ruby-colored pillow to pull into my lap on the sofa. There was a beautiful feeling in this room, as though every bit of bad energy had been cleansed from the furniture, the air, and the walls. What brings you here, Bella? Allison asked, as she came into the room and sat down opposite the couch I sat upon. Not that I'm not happy to see you, but from past experience, you girls only seek me out when you need help. She smiled kindly and a twinge of guilt hit me. I was here for help. Maybe I should have taken the time over the past few months to simply come here to visit and have a piece of cake. It was just, Mother had constantly reminded us how dangerous the world was and how unprepared we were for it. Even if I wanted to leave, which I didn't think I would be able to survive. Would you like a drink? Something to eat? Allison asked, filling in the silence. Then, without waiting for my response, she waved her hand over the table. Beautiful food appeared, tiny cakes, finger sandwiches, and biscuits. My stomach rumbled without warning. Lemonade? She asked, then 2 glasses appeared in front of me, one of water, the other lemonade. I picked up a sandwich and took a bite, my hungry stomach growling and twisting. Thank you, I haven't eaten much the last day or so, I said. I finished the sandwich in a few bites, then pulled my bag around to the side and opened it up. I'm sorry to admit that I've come here for help, Aunt Allison. Allison nodded fiercely. Anything I can do to help, I will. You know that, Bella? I did, which was why I was there. I opened the flap on the bag and took out the jewelry box. I held the heavy weight of the box in my hands, gripping it tightly. Part of me simply couldn't believe I was here to ask for help in healing my poisoned sister. What had happened to my simple life? I took a deep breath, and instead of working out how to say what needed to be told, I just said it. My sister Courtney was poisoned 2 nights ago. Allison's gasp was loud, as was the horror on her face. But how? I sighed, placing the box down onto my lap and picking up another sandwich. I hadn't eaten much since Courtney had become sick, and I needed my strength. I could already tell this wasn't going to be an easy journey. Well, I bit into the sandwich and finished the cold chicken and avocado in a few bites. I'm not sure exactly. Ever since Ava left my mother's realm and set herself up with our father, Courtney has been coming into the village. Meeting people, going out at night. Drinking, dancing. God knows what. She didn't tell me. I shook my head. I didn't ask. I figured if there was a problem, she'd tell me. Except, I let my voice trail off. Allison picked up a cookie from the trays of food and bit into it, patiently waiting for me to get to the important part of the story. I sighed, placing my hand back into my lap. Guilt gnawed at my insides, but I ignored it. What I do know is, yesterday morning she staggered out of her room after a night out and collapsed. She was foaming at the mouth, had a temperature, and was convulsing. Allison gasped, dropping the remainder of her cookie on the coffee table. And what did you do to counteract it? I explained everything I had done, from checking its origin, to the potion, to wrapping her in white light and magical healing. At the end of my story, Aunt Allison leaned over and squeezed my hand. You did everything you could do. I don't think I would have done any better, Bella. Tears pricked my eyes at her understanding and kindness. I opened my mouth to talk, but found my throat clogged with emotions. I swallowed, picked up my glass of homemade lemonade and drank, enjoying the tartness as it slid down my tongue. That's really good, I said, putting down the glass. Thanks. I blew out a long breath. So I've come to ask for help. Courtney is still unconscious, and I don't think she's getting any better. Where is she? Allison asked, looking around the room. I swallowed hard. I barely knew this woman, and Courtney's safety, especially when she was in such a vulnerable state, was the most important thing. But Ava had told us how trustworthy Allison was, and how much she'd helped Ava at the beginning of her journey. I picked up the jewelry box from my lap and placed it on the table in front of me, carefully opening the lid. I put a spell on her to shrink her and hopefully contain the poison. Aunt Allison's eyes went wide and her hand went to her mouth. My heart sunk. Was this all a terrible idea? Had I done something to my sister that was worse than what she had already endured? Chapter 5. Allison's hand dropped down from over her mouth and she stared at the box. Then she raised her gaze to me. It bothered me that I couldn't read her. Granted, I was not as skilled at reading people the way I was at reading books. My stomach tightened, and I had a sudden and violent urge to vomit. A chill gripped my body and I began to sweat, but my body temperature dropped rather than increased. I shoved my shaking hands between my thighs, trying to get them to stop shaking by squeezing my thighs together. It didn't work. Had I helped the poison? Had I killed my sister? Then out of nowhere, a huge smile stretched across Aunt Allison's lips. What a fantastic idea. I would never have thought of that. Oh, thank God. I almost collapsed in my seat as my body let go of all the tension it had been carrying. I whipped up a hand and covered my mouth with it, trying to bite back a sob. Her enthusiastic approval made my heart lighter, and the weight of my panic less tormenting. My heart squeezed with tension, but I took a deep breath and eased it out of me. Thank you, I said with a smile. But what else can I do? Should I be searching out a healer for help? Allison nodded. Definitely. I wish I could help you, but my skills are very limited. I'd say you've already done better than I could have in your circumstances. I sighed. Damn it. Part of me had been hoping, who was I kidding? All of me had been hoping that I wouldn't have to go into the magic realm for help. So, you think I should? Allison nodded. You need to go to your father. He will have access to the best healers in all the realms. If there's anyone who can help Courtney, it's him. My stomach tightened and my breath caught in my throat again. Shit. I really don't want to do that. It wasn't because I didn't appreciate everything my father had done. He accepted Ava. He ensured she got to inherit his coveted position of High Warlock of the Magic Realm, which meant he viewed her as his daughter. Me, on the other hand, he barely knew. He'd only met me at Ava's wedding. I didn't feel comfortable going to him and asking for help. Aunt Allison took a sip of her drink. Have you met Matlock yet? Her gaze was intensely searching as she looked at me. I glanced down, heat flooding my cheeks. Ah, yes, sort of. He was at Ava's wedding, but she put a disguising spell on us to protect us from being discovered by the council until it is safe to come out of hiding. Allison cocked her head. So, although you've met him, he hasn't really met you yet? She set down her cup of tea. I nodded. That about summed it up. Something like that, yes. It wasn't like I didn't want my father to know who I really was. I did. I just didn't think we had the time. Everything had to be in secret, and I couldn't afford to put the pressure on myself or on Courtney to hide something else in order to make life easier for others. We had been doing that our whole lives, and I was sick of the pressure. Well, although I can see how reticent you are, it is the best way, Bella. I can't say for sure, but if you're right about the poison, Courtney may not get better at all, without his help. I understood what she was saying. Without magical intervention, my sister could very well die. And I couldn't have that. If it meant seeing my father in order to save her, how could I say no? I picked up another sandwich and ate it, then another. I was beginning to become full, and it was a nice feeling. Comforting. May I pick her up? Allison asked. I glanced down at the box that held my sleeping, unconscious Thumbelina of a sister. Okay. I hesitated. I didn't trust myself to handle her with care, and I was responsible for the situation she found herself in the first place. As much as Mother had trusted Aunt Allison, she was still a stranger to me. Also, I wasn't quite sure why Allison would want to do that, but as she gently picked up the silver box and examined it, I could see it was from curiosity. She probably had never seen anything like this before, which I couldn't blame her for. I let the minutes tick by, drank more lemonade, then the water. I needed to be fully hydrated, especially if I was going to have to see my father about this. Once I finished, my stomach rumbled. I glanced over the spread Allison put out and narrowed my eyes on the slices of cake. Finally, I stopped warring with myself and tried a piece of cake or two. Once my stomach and my nerves had settled a little, I asked the question I'd been afraid of speaking aloud. Will you help me get to the magic realm, Aunt Allison? I held my breath. I wasn't exactly sure what to expect from her. The last thing I wanted was to put her out, but I didn't think I could get there without her help. For one thing, I had no idea how to even enter the realm where my father ruled. Allison looked up and smiled at me. Of course I will. I can't go with you, I'm sorry. It's not my home anymore. But I could keep Courtney safe for you here, if you'd prefer to leave her behind. I cocked my head, surprised by the offer. I appreciate that, but I think it's best that I take my sister to the healers. If it takes me a long time to find them, it may be too late by the time I get back here. Allison sighed. That is true. I just get so lonely here by myself. I'm thinking I may need to do something, change something. I completely understood how she felt, and yet my books had always been the key to my happiness. Then a thought occurred to me. If Allison needed someone to take care of. Have you got a pet, Aunt Allison? She shook her head. Oh no. I've never been any good with animal transfiguration spells, and I was never sure how to approach one of those human shelters. I grinned and for the first time in days, felt a spark of happiness shoot through me. Well, lucky for you, it is one of my fortes. Mother had never been one for pets, but we had been surrounded by chickens, cows, and horses my whole life. I considered them my pets because it gave me a sense of purpose. And quite honestly, after Ava left and Courtney started doing her own thing, I had also felt alone. I understood what she was going through, and if she could go out of her way to help me, I could offer to do the same for her. I put my hand out, focusing on the most gorgeous little soul I could think of. I spoke the words I'd spoken so many times with a twist. The twist being to create an animal perfect for the kind-hearted woman in front of me. White light sparkled from my fingertips, and before our eyes a tiny black kitten appeared, with the most beautiful violet-colored eyes. I wasn't sure if she wanted a cat, but I thought I did a pretty good job. Aunt Allison shrieked with delight as the kitten shook itself and walked toward her, the small black paws oversized for the tiny body. I grinned. Allison put out her hands, reaching for the pet I'd made for her. The kitten stepped into her palms and nestled in, as though it was meant to only be hers. I can't even thank you, Allison managed to say, though her eyes filled with tears and her choked words cut off. It's been so long. I haven't done that sort of magic in a long while, not since being here. You can never be too careful. Even the minimal I do is a risk. It's nice. Thank you. She brought the kitten to her face and pressed her cheek to the dark fur. The kitten began to purr loudly, and her eyes closed in a bliss I imagined they both shared. She'll live for at least 20 years, and I believe she likes milk and fish, I told her. The kitten purred happily, and Allison's sigh filled the room. You have a truly kind heart, Bella, she said, setting the kitten in her lap and petting her. The cat leaned into Allison's touch, demanding more. I don't know how to thank you. My eyes filled with tears. This is my thank you gift to you for what you are about to do for me, and for everything you've done for Ava, I told her, the words pouring out as honestly as I wanted them to. My heart squeezed in happiness and I smiled, folding my hands in my lap. My stomach was full of cake and the drinks, but even though it wasn't exactly the healthiest of snacks, I was content. I didn't regret my indulgence. But you are also very welcome. I put the lid on the silver box and carefully clicked the latch back in place. Courtney was safe again. It was time to go. I busied myself by picking crumbs off my clothes. Strange, I didn't want to leave quite yet. Whether that was because I wanted to spend more time with my aunt, or because I wanted to avoid my father, I didn't know. I supposed it didn't matter either. I put the box carefully into my backpack and put the bag over my shoulders. I stood up, stretching my legs. I wasn't sure how long I had been here, but it felt too soon to be leaving. Would you mind showing me the way to my father's realm now? I asked. Oh, of course I don't mind. She brought the kitten up to her face and tickled her cheek with it. As long as I can take my new little darling. I laughed as Allison stood up, holding her kitten close to her chest. I think she's going to want to come everywhere with you, I said. The kitten appeared to be smiling as Allison doted upon her. What are you going to call her? I think Genevieve is a good name. Don't you? Allison asked as she looked up at me. I nodded, unable to speak again. Yes, my mother's name was indeed lovely. Especially for a cat with her uniquely violet-colored eyes. I cleared my throat. I hadn't thought about my mother recently, unless one called trying to do better than what my mother expected from me as thoughts. I missed her, and yet I didn't. It was such a strange feeling, and one only my mother could inspire. This way, Bella, Allison said as she walked to the front door and opened it. Is the portal far? I asked, having absolutely no idea how we were going to get there. Would we walk? Magic ourselves there? No. She grinned. Not far at all. We walked out the front door and soon turned off the main road and strolled a few blocks back until we found an alleyway that boasted nothing but a few smelly garbage bins and a dead end. Is this it? I asked, tentatively stepping onto the rough cobblestone path. As I scanned what was in front of me, my lips curled into a frown. This wasn't that big of a deal. I expected much more grandeur, especially since Ava talked all about how the council was full of arrogance. Aunt Allison nodded. Yes. Can't you feel it? She glanced over at me. Even after all this time, I feel a strange pull toward the magic realm. She clung to her kitten and together, we walked deeper into the shadowed alleyway. Why did you leave, Aunt Allison? The magic realm, I mean. For this human village. It was a question I wasn't sure she wanted to answer, but it was one that was on my mind ever since Ava mentioned coming here. I just never thought I'd get the opportunity to ask it. Aunt Allison held the kitten higher on her chest. I didn't fit in there. I didn't like the way the warlocks and witches looked down upon anyone different. My magic scores were extremely low coming out of school, and I couldn't get a job anywhere. When I found out your mother was in trouble and was going to run away, I took the opportunity to get away with her. I smiled. I'm glad she was there to help, and you were there for her. Allison nodded. I know I missed out on a lot in my life. No husband or kids. But a normal life just wasn't for me. Sometimes I wondered if that was going to be my path. The unbeaten one. I think I'm the same. There won't be a husband or kids for me. I'm happy with my books and my sisters, I said. They're family enough. Allison stared at me long and hard. You know, Bella, your mother didn't tell me about her pregnancy or Matlock, but I knew she was leaving before she did. What do you mean? I asked. I mean? Allison glanced away and smiled secretly to herself. I tested badly for the magic the council tests for, but I have a strong sense of precognition. My brain raced over my dictionary and struggled to come up with the exact turn of phrase. So you know things before they happen? I asked, wanting to make sure I understood her correctly. Yes. She nodded once, her eyes on her kitten as she scratched the animal between her shoulder blades. I can see into the future, to a certain degree. I saw mine in the magic realm, and it was abysmal. I looked at your mother, and saw her daughter in her arms, and a death sentence if she stayed within reach of the council. I saw what the council would do to her if, and when they found out about Ava. I hissed in a gasp. So you're the reason she left? Allison nodded. Partly. She frowned. I couldn't tell if she felt guilty, or if she was content with how things had turned out. I approached her about my premonition, and she revealed all to me. Then we made a plan to hide somewhere in the human world where we would both be safe. But the town wasn't good enough for Mother? I asked, gesturing to the walls behind me. It made no sense. If Allison and my mother were going to come here together, how did Mother wind up in her own realm, created using her magic to sustain us? Why not stay close to Allison? Allison smiled sadly. At first she was happy to stay here with me, but when she gave birth to Ava, the love she felt, the fear she experienced thinking of losing her. Genevieve couldn't cope. She had a friend of ours, an old warlock who lives in another realm, create the magical void for her. It is tethered to this town. Goosebumps prickled my skin and I shook myself. There was no point in wallowing in the past. Why are you telling me all this, Allison? I asked. Allison grinned. Because you have an incredible life ahead of you, Bella. You won't be alone with your books for long. I stared at her, not wanting to believe the words that fell from her lips. You can't possibly know that. Allison chuckled. I kind of can, but I won't spoil it for you. Don't be sad, don't be afraid. Just leap into this new world and follow your heart. You won't go wrong. But how do I do that? I asked. I couldn't believe I was indulging this fantasy Allison believed to be true, but I couldn't help it. She seemed so certain. But instead of answering my question, Allison walked over to a brick wall with a faint imprint of a witch travel symbol on it. She waved her hand over the motif, and a silver ripple of movement caught my eye. I inhaled sharply as Aunt Allison stepped back, revealing the portal. "Go, Bella," Aunt Allison said. "Your sister's life and your future are awaiting you." I didn't ask her what she meant. I didn't really want to know. Instead, I held tight to my big girl panties and plunged into the cold void that would take me to my father's realm. Chapter 6. The same strange coldness that always filled me when passing through a portal pushed into my skin and settled into my bones. My heart slowed down as I forced myself through. I didn't stop. I couldn't. Not when I was so close. Not when I was doing this for Courtney. I couldn't breathe, couldn't see. So I walked on. 1 step, 2 steps. My chest aching with the need for air. I sucked in a breath as much as I could, feeling the oxygen fill my body. I did it again and again, but the gesture was only superficial. Then I propelled forward, into a realm of bright light and sound and people. I gasped, my stomach threatening to upchuck the contents of my belly as it rolled around. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten all that cake with Aunt Allison. I released a shaky breath. The last thing I needed was to vomit. It would draw too much attention to myself for one thing. It would reveal my inexperience. I forced myself to calm down, to still the racing of my thundering heart. I glanced at the grass, the people, the cute little shops I could see in the distance. Calm down. Just calm down. Courtney needs you. That somehow bolstered my spirits, and I staggered forward until I was close enough to a park bench that I could fall upon it. My knees gave way and I sat down, breathing heavily. I let out a grunt, hoping it wasn't as loud as it sounded. I leaned my head back and looked up into the sky. Strange. The sky looked exactly the same. There was nothing different about a magical realm sky or a human sky, or the sky where Courtney and I lived. Somehow that comforted me. I'd made it. I was here. In my father's realm. Where the council resided, overall. Oh my God. Holy shit. I breathed out, then a rather strange and hysterical laugh emerged from me. I was here. I hadn't died. Quite the opposite, in fact. I felt magic pulsing in my veins, a weird vibration in my skin. I was surrounded by witches and warlocks, it seemed. I'd never felt quite so powerful before. How odd. Ava had never mentioned that she felt like this when she was in the magic realm. I looked down at my hands, expecting to be able to see the magic on my skin. But besides the mole on my forearm and cake frosting on my fingertips, there was nothing that gave my magic away. I closed my eyes and let my fears flow over me. I accepted them as much as I could, then let them go. I needed a clear head for what I was about to do, and fear was not going to help me accomplish anything. I blew out a long breath and took my magical compass out of my bag once again. I glanced around, wanting to make sure no one was looking at me. Despite the fact that I didn't look out of the ordinary, I couldn't help but feel as though it was obvious I didn't belong here. My gaze went straight to the small jewelry box in my bag, and the urge to check on my sister tugged at me like a hand around my throat. But I stopped myself. I didn't want anyone seeing, however unintentionally, who was in the box. Not that they would recognize her. They probably had no idea who I was either, at least I hoped they didn't. However, I couldn't be too careful. And there was a possibility that they would recognize the spell and understand Courtney was no mere doll. I instructed my compass that I wanted to go to my father, and it spun around, pointing behind me. "Looks like we have liftoff," I muttered before wincing. Despite the fact that I whispered, it still felt like I'd screamed. I got to my feet and held the compass in front of me, adjusting my glasses on my nose. I wasn't going to dilly-dally, not with my sister's life hanging in the balance. I was going straight to my father and the council buildings. Although Courtney said we looked similar, we didn't. I had long straight dark hair, while Ava was blonde and Courtney was a redhead. We had similar blue eyes, but different heights and body shapes. So unless someone really knew to look hard for the similarities we shared with our mother, they weren't going to think I was Ava's sister. Not with my dark clothes and glasses, while she was statuesque and bright-eyed. Which was a good thing. I didn't even want people to think there was a possibility we could be related. There was too much danger in that, and I didn't want to risk her or us. I followed the compass along the paths it told me to, and glanced about as I walked. There were people everywhere in bright clothes, smiling and going about their daily business. Buying food. Chatting on phones. It was just like the human village, except for the fact that I knew these people had magical abilities. I could simply feel their magic rolling off them in waves. It made me wonder if they felt the same way about my magic. Could they feel me? And if so, how did I feel to them? I kept walking, ignoring the fragrant smell of baking as I moved past the shops and the interested looks of the locals. My stomach rumbled, but not because I was hungry. It was triggered by the delicious scent of pastries and cake, two things I listed as my guilty pleasures. I didn't want to stop and indulge myself, not when I had a mission to accomplish. Also, I didn't want to draw attention to myself. The locals would surely notice a stranger in a place like this. I didn't stop to speak to anyone, not even to ask for directions. I just kept walking, following the compass until it brought me to a huge building with 1,000 steps leading up to the huge white doors. When I glanced up at the monstrosity before me, I shivered. I frowned, trying to get the unsettling feeling off my back, but it clung to me like a child wanting me to carry him on my back, holding me down and stifling my breath. Yep. I'm here. There was something about this place that instilled fear into my very heart, with a single glance. I pulled my backpack around and slid the compass inside, once again glancing at the closed jewelry box and hoping my sister was safe in there. I blew out a heavy breath, my stomach flipping and flapping with imaginary butterflies. This was it. I'd made it. To the council building. To my father. Now to see him. I hadn't thought about that. I rolled my eyes at my lack of preparedness. Rarely was I spontaneous or ill-equipped. And yet, now I had gotten caught up in helping Courtney and in figuring out what to do with her. I hadn't even thought about the most important part of this whole mess. I could do nothing if I couldn't get to my father. I shook myself. No matter. I would work out a way. I charged up the stairs, holding my head high. By the time I made it to the top, my thighs were burning, and I was panting for breath. Why they didn't have some sort of magical highway up those stairs, I had no idea. I took a minute to gather my wits, then charged into the huge building. What I found inside wasn't what I expected. The room was huge and daunting, but so plain. There was only one woman in the whole place. She stood by herself with a smile on her face. I wondered if she was required to stand this way during her entire time here, waiting for someone to walk in at any given moment. I cocked my head, assessing her. Was she a real person, or was she some sort of magical recording? Hello. Please come forward. How can I assist you? Her words seemed casual enough, but magic could do extraordinary things. I frowned at her. I still wasn't sure if she was real. Not from those tones nor what she said. Ah, yes. I walked forward, my hand going toward my thigh, where my wand was hidden. Just in case I needed it. Our mother had taught us to use magic without our wands, but all three of us had them on us at all times. Magically hidden in a pocket-like pouch strapped over our thigh. There in times of emergency or need. The blonde woman continued to smile mechanically as I approached. She didn't seem to change the look on her face or the smile on her mouth. Now what to tell her, so that I could see my father as quickly as possible. Hi, my name's Bella. Melfi. No. I can't say that. Hello, Bella, the woman returned. How can I help you today? I need to see the High Warlock, I said, deciding it would probably be easier and quicker if I were honest from the get-go. Or as honest as I could safely be. I've traveled a long way to see him, but I'm unsure of your policies and want to be as respectful as possible. The blonde woman frowned, whether it was because she got a similar request too regularly, or because I wasn't meant to ask for such a thing, I didn't know. The High Warlock doesn't see anyone without an appointment, she said. We appreciate your concern for our policies, but you need an appointment to do so. He'll see me. All right. When is the next appointment? I asked her, shifting my weight. The woman practically rolled her eyes as she conjured a screen in front of her and began flipping through the pages. She was beginning to grow more and more real with each passing second. I bit back a smile, pleased that I had unnerved her in a way. I took a step forward, my gaze traveling over her, trying to figure out what she was and what she was doing. It always fascinated me to watch others use magic. I felt it only helped me learn better. This woman continued to type furiously, her mouth curved into a tiny frown. No program could show such a large amount of annoyance over such a small thing. And what is it regarding? She asked, tossing her blonde hair over her shoulder. She didn't even bother to look up at me, instead, she continued to type. That's really none of your business. It's personal, I said, and she huffed out a sigh. She was kind of getting on my nerves, but at the same time, she was making me want to laugh. What was the big deal? It wasn't like she was overrun with people to serve. She couldn't be nice for 2 minutes? He has an appointment available for something personal, in about 7 weeks. I laughed in her face, then put a hand over my mouth, realizing that probably looked rude. Listen. I'm a friend of Ava's, the High Warlock's daughter and heir. I'm sure you've heard of her. I smiled and fluttered my lashes. Matlock will see me. Can you call him or whatever you do, and let him know that Bella's here? The receptionist's lips twisted up, so I just continued to stare at her, daring her to contradict me. I even lifted my brow, hoping it would only emphasize my point. I wasn't very good at demanding things, but this came easier than I expected it to. Did Ava have this much trouble getting in to see our father the first time she came here? He doesn't like to be disturbed, the woman said. I let out a sigh. She was being difficult. Fine. I could deal with that. I crossed my arms over my chest. Listen, I know Tavlor and Ava are traveling, otherwise I'd be asking to speak to them, I said. Just go ask him, or when I find a way to see him myself, I'll make sure you lose this job for wasting so much of my time. I don't think you appreciate the gravity of the situation, but you will. And the last thing I want for you is to lose your job over someone as trivial as me. I wasn't sure where the haughtiness in my voice had come from. Mother, perhaps? I literally had a family emergency, life or death, and this woman couldn't even pick up the phone? The woman's face went strangely blank, and the screen before her disappeared. I'll just be a moment, she said. She walked backwards, conjuring up some sort of headset and speaking into it. I couldn't hear what was being discussed, and even though I wanted to, I didn't want her to think I was being too eager either. I finally got to a place where she might believe me, and I wanted to keep her there as long as I could. As such, I wandered away. I didn't like threatening the woman's livelihood, but I didn't have time for this shit. Not with Courtney the way she was. Bella, the woman called out to me, her tone sunnier. Wonder why? I walked back to her, raising my eyebrows in silent question. She smiled. He said you can come up immediately. Oh, thank you, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. How do I get to his rooms? This way. She hurried me over to a wall. She swiped her hand against an invisible panel, and a door appeared. You need to go through this portal and then one more door and you'll be there. She was being nice as pie now. Do I need to tell anyone on the other side of this door where I'm going? I asked. I didn't want another version of this blonde telling me I couldn't get through. My patience could only handle so much, and I was already exhausted after a long day of travel. She shook her head. No. They all know you're coming. Good. I nodded and reached for the door. I could feel the woman's curiosity, but I didn't look back. Despite the fact that I was annoyed with her early dismissal of me, I did make sure to thank her. Then I pushed through the cold void into another room. This one was much smaller and had multiple doors with bodyguards at each entrance. I swallowed, my mouth going dry. Why were there this many guards? It felt unnerving, especially since everyone here had their eye on me. Bella. A woman greeted me from her place, standing beside a golden door. Her hair was as red as Courtney's but not as curly. Yes. That's me, I said, waiting for the same icy reception I'd received from the other receptionist. But this one was all smiles. Just this way. The High Warlock is expecting you. She indicated the door she seemed to be guarding, and I managed to thank her, even though my throat didn't seem to be working all of a sudden. I expected there would be pushback. But now that things were sorted, it was strange how easy everything was. The courage I'd shown only moments ago when I'd walked into the council building disappeared. I was meeting my father, the High Warlock, only to tell him that someone had tried to kill his youngest child. Oh crap. I nodded, and the woman opened the door for me. Beyond the doorframe was a darkened room. A couch. A large bookcase. A seemingly normal and calm place. On any other day, I would have found the room inviting. The perfect place to read a book without being disturbed. But today, staring into that room made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I took a deep breath, steeled my resolve, and stepped into the unknown. Chapter 7. Stepping into the room, I expected to be wrapped in icy tendrils, causing my body to stiffen and tense, leaving me unsettled and uncertain. However, the room was more inviting than I'd foreseen. There was a warmth here I didn't think I would find, especially after my encounter with the woman outside. The room was painted in ruby reds and emerald greens with rich dark wooden furniture. Matlock wasn't yet in the room, so I took a moment to glance around, admiring the huge bookcase against the wall filled to the brim with books just begging to be read. It was exactly the type of piece I would have in my own library or office space, filled with knowledge and intrigue and adventure for the mind. I inhaled deeply and smiled. The room had a lovely scent, one that was familiar somehow. Whether that was from the wooden furniture or something my father created, it was lovely. Then a door to my left opened. My father, the High Warlock of all the realms, strolled into the room. I froze, holding my breath. This was it. He was finally here. He stopped and stared at me, as though he couldn't believe it was really me. Bella. It wasn't a question, but more like a statement. I wasn't sure what he meant by it either, if there was some other meaning behind it. His jaw slacked, but then his lips tilted up into a small smile. A crease formed in his forehead. I wasn't sure what it all meant. Was he happy to see me, or not? What are you doing here? He asked, walking over to the door that I'd entered through and closing it. There was the click of a lock, as he waved a hand over the entrance. Do you have wards over the room to stop people listening to our conversation? I asked, getting to the point quickly. He didn't ask how I was, so I wouldn't ask him questions that indicated small talk over business. The last thing I wanted was to waste his time, or Courtney's. I assumed he had wards up, or would have similar security measures, or Ava would have been discovered a lot earlier than she had been. My father nodded, frowning. Yes, of course, he said, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Tavlor has reinforced them several times as well to ensure privacy with any of my guests. I couldn't help the smile that reached my lips. My brother-in-law was a force to behold, from what I'd been told. I hadn't realized I missed the half-Fae, half-Warlock hybrid up until now, and I frowned. I wasn't doing that great of a job concerning myself with others, if I couldn't even be bothered to miss them. Are people still trying to take you down? I asked before I could stop myself. It wasn't my business to ask it at all, but I couldn't help it. He grinned, an expression that made him look a decade younger. Always. I wasn't sure why he seemed to be proud of that, but it must have something to do with his position being so highly coveted. Of course, it went to Ava when he chose to step down, something the council wasn't pleased with. Perhaps they were trying to figure out a way to prevent that from happening. He indicated the lounges that faced each other, with a coffee table between. Sit down and tell me what brings you here. I sat and pulled off the bag I had slung over my back, placing it down next to me. I carefully took out the jewelry box, feeling my father's curious eyes on me. He tilted his head to the side and folded his hands in his lap. Then his gaze went to the box, but he didn't say anything. Instead, his hand moved to his chest as though checking his heart, though I wasn't sure why. No point beating around the proverbial bush. I wasn't here for a social call, even if part of me wanted to know my father and wanted to spend some time with him. This wasn't about me, anyway. This was about Courtney. I'll get straight to the point, Matlock. My sister Courtney is in trouble, and I came to ask for help. He leaned forward, his eyebrows furrowing. What is it? He asked, his voice filled with concern. Is she all right? He looked truly genuine in his worry for her, which impressed me considering he barely knew either of us. No, she isn't all right. I don't know for sure as I'm no healer, but I'm pretty sure she's been poisoned. His gasp seemed authentic. I wasn't going out of my way to prove he didn't care, of course, but I needed to know I could trust him in the same way Ava did. And as much as I trusted her judgment, I couldn't forgive so quickly. I needed time and evidence that he was worth forgiving, that he was worth attempting to have a relationship with. But at this point, we didn't really have that time. Tell me exactly what happened, he said. His eyes were firmly locked on me, which made me slightly uncomfortable. I didn't like attention, especially from strangers. I shifted my weight under his gaze and cleared my throat. My hands gripped the box in my hands. After taking a deep breath, I told him everything. From Courtney's village hopping and drinking behavior, down to her frothing from the mouth and shuddering. I didn't mean to paint her in an unflattering light, but Matlock needed to know everything if he was going to make an informed decision on how to help her. He swallowed hard. What did you do? How did you treat her? I launched into an explanation of what I did to stabilize her. When I'd finished, my father's eyes were wide and his smile was proud. Considering your lack of training, Bella, that was great thinking. He paused, as though he wanted to get a better handle on his voice. It shook as he spoke, filled with both fear and relief. So where is she now? What condition is she in? My fingers tightened around the metal jewelry box. Well, I cast a spell to shrink her so I could bring her to you and find a proper healer. As I said, I have very little training in that regard. Mother always did any healing spells we needed, and she didn't really teach us anything. I opened the lid on the jewelry box and placed my tiny sister on the table between my father and me. I held my breath and sat back waiting. Matlock frowned as though he didn't understand, then his gaze flicked to the box with my sleeping sister inside. His mouth dropped open, then he reached for her, picking up the box gently and staring. Bella, that was genius. I couldn't stop the heat that rose into my face. Mother had never been one for exaggerated praise, even when we were children. No. I shook my head, feeling the need to clear my throat. I just tried something that I thought would help transport her safely. It wasn't a big deal. At least, I didn't think it was. Oh, you did a lot more than that, he said. By putting her in this state, you will have nearly nullified the poison's operations. Her heart would barely be beating, thus slowing the spread, but at the same time, she will still be alive, and that's the important thing. You did the best thing possible, not just for transporting Courtney, but for saving her life. There's a good chance she'd be dead if you hadn't done this, if you hadn't acted so quickly. I looked down at my sister, then back up at my father, smiling at him and not sure what to say. It felt weird to be complimented for doing the right thing, especially since I was rarely complimented at all. But I liked it. What did you say when someone praised you? It was a concept I was unfamiliar with. So what do we do next? I asked, changing the subject from my genius, a topic I was most certainly not comfortable with. I leaned forward, tugging at my fingers. Matlock placed Courtney back on the table. We need a healer, that's clear, he said, loosing a breath through his nostrils. One well versed in poisons. I think I know one, but I must make some inquiries. We also need to make sure we can trust them, as this is clearly something I don't want people finding out about. I have no doubt, if information regarding you and Courtney got into the wrong hands, they would use it to their advantage. He tapped his finger against his chin. But what to do about you, that is what concerns me most. We cannot disguise you in this realm. Most businesses, and most definitely any area around the council buildings, have wards up to wash away any enchantment designed to hide the true person beneath. I pushed my glasses up my nose and stared at him. It's fine. No one's gonna realize who I am. I'm sure of it. I look nothing like Ava. My father swallowed hard, then looked at me with the softest expression I'd ever seen. You look just like my mother. Oh. My chest squeezed tight against the wave of emotions pushing into me. I'd never looked anything like my gorgeous sisters, or blonde mother. I shifted again. Did people here know who Matlock's mother was? Would they recognize her in me? But it wasn't just that. To know that I had a link to the other side of my genetic family that I never even knew existed was overwhelming. For the first time in a long time, I had a piece of information I didn't know what to do with. Is she? I cleared my throat against the lump that had settled firmly against my vocal cords. Is your mother still alive? I wasn't sure it was the most appropriate question to ask. The only death I'd experienced was my mother's. My curiosity, however, got the better of me, and I couldn't help but be left wondering about Matlock and his side of the family. He nodded. Yes. Both my parents are still alive, but they live in another realm. Not one that is easy to get to, so we would need to send word and organize a trip. He paused, staring at me as though an idea had just come over him. If that's what you'd like to do? I nodded, a deep yearning in my gut amplifying as I imagined finally finding the people who I would have something in common with. Yes. I would. Thank you, I said, but we had other things to concentrate on. So, can we take Courtney to a healer now, or do you need to make a call or something first? I needed to stay focused on the task at hand, and not be distracted by all the ways that my father in this life could appeal to me. I hadn't actually thought about the possibility of finding new family. Yes, I'll make a quick inquiry, then we'll be on our way. Hopefully, no one that knows my mother will see us on our trip. I bit my lip, not wanting to offer what I was about to, but pushing forward regardless. I could go by myself, if you can give me directions. I'm sure you have lots to do today. He thankfully shook his head. No. Definitely not. Apart from the fact I want to come and make sure Courtney is okay. After everything Ava went through, I can't let another Melfi daughter out in the council realms alone. Gratitude settled into my heart, wiping away the anxiety that naturally came with this adventure. Relief filled my senses and I let out a sigh. Well, I appreciate that. I'd never left my mother's realm for anything other than a quick trip to the village, or Ava's wedding. This was more than enough for me. Everything that had happened in the past 24 hours was a whirlwind. Give me 1 minute, Matlock said and zipped out of the room. I assumed he'd left to contact the person we were going to see. I fell back against the couch and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Courtney was going to be okay. Matlock was helping me. Even though he had helped Ava, I wasn't sure he would do the same for me. I hadn't had enough evidence showing me he would. But he had. More than that, I'd made it. To the realm where the council of witches and warlocks who had almost killed my sister reigned. To my father, who was the high warlock of all the realms. And now we were going to get Courtney the help she needed, and I could go home. To my library, to my little house, to the realm that had kept me safe my whole life. The door to my right opened and my father walked back in, a huge smile on his face. I've found someone to help, but it requires a little travel. Is that all right? I shrugged and got to my feet. I've come this far, I suppose. I tucked Courtney into my bag and slung it onto my back. Ready? Matlock walked over to a third door I hadn't seen open yet, and proceeded to cast a quiet spell over it. Then he turned and smiled at me. This way. I followed him through the door into a cold void, then into a strange village, not that different to the one I'd entered from. I blinked at the streets, the people, the shops. Is this the same village I walked through before finding the council building? I asked, glancing around for a sign of the same huge building whose stairs I'd scaled. But behind us there was only a small shop, whose front door we seemed to have entered through. No, it's not. Matlock shook his head once, keeping his eyes in front of him. Most of the 5 witch and warlock realms look the same though. It is only in the small differences, the colors used on the shops, the accents of the people, will you learn to distinguish the difference. I nodded. That made sense. So where are we now, exactly? I asked, curling dark hair behind my ear. Warlock Realm 4, he answered. I couldn't help but laugh. Seriously? How unoriginal. Not that I had any reason to say such a thing. I wasn't exactly the most creative being myself, but I could most certainly name a realm better than numbering it. He quirked his head to the side, and I couldn't help but smile at his thoughtful face. He'd never considered the naming of the realms, obviously. So which way? I asked. My father pointed down the street, and I grinned. After you. Stepping out onto the street wasn't something I expected Matlock would do. Being in a position of power, I assumed he would do things to protect himself, maybe take a car with tinted windows so no one would know it was him. Instead, he wanted to walk. I didn't mind it, I loved taking walks, but it was nice to see my father enjoyed walking as well. Of course, we were on a mission. This wasn't just a daughter enjoying her time with her father. A life was at stake. He put his hands behind his back as he strode. You maternal grandparents live in this realm. My mouth dropped open. They do? We had grandparents? On my mother's side? Well, of course we did. Ava had mentioned it offhand, but I'd never thought about actually being able to meet them. But they didn't come to Ava's wedding or anything. Matlock nodded. Yes, they weren't able to attend. Your grandmother is quite unwell and cannot portal travel. But I'm sure they wanted to be there. But I can go to her? I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. I could meet her, meet them? What would they be like? Loud and proud and intelligent like my mother? He nodded slowly, his face taking on a rather pinched look. We can certainly try. I'm not sure if it's a good idea for me to go. It would raise a lot of suspicions, but you certainly could. That would be fantastic. I let a smile break onto my face at the thought. And for the first time in a long time, my entire heart filled up with joy. Despite how this adventure had begun in dire straits, it might still turn out to be one of the best days of my life. If only we could find someone to cure Courtney. Chapter 8. We found the small apothecary 3 blocks down. By that time, I'd already had a dozen conversations with my grandparents inside my own head. Surely they wouldn't blame me for my mother keeping us away? Surely they would want to meet me and get to know me? I wanted to know them. I had to know them. To know one's roots was the way to know oneself. Or so I'd read. And I wanted to know who I was better than I already did. Perhaps my father would set up a meeting for me with his parents. Then I could see where I came from. Why I was the black sheep within the beauty circle of my sisters and mother. I had always felt like an outcast. Maybe with them, things would be different. I had to come from somewhere. Here's the shop, Matlock said, and smiled at a local woman walking past, gaping at him. I chuckled as she practically bowed herself in half as she moved past him. Don't get out much, do you? I said. He shrugged as he pushed open the shop door and held it open for me to enter. Not really. No. I marched past him and into the apothecary, the scent of burning candles, sage, and lavender hitting me the strongest. There were many other underlying smells, and I found myself yearning for my home. For my small flower beds and library, where I could wallow away the day. Matlock. Old friend, it's good to see you. A man rushed out of the shadows, arms extended for an embrace. He seemed friendly enough, his lips curved into a smile, his eyes softening when he came in contact with my father. I stepped back, not wanting to get in the way. Oliver, my father said, allowing the other man to grab him up in a hug. It's good to see you. It's been too long. I pressed my lips together so that I didn't laugh, seeing my father's embarrassment and discomfort with the situation. But he didn't try to stop the man, which was interesting, and rather reassuring about my father's nature. The other man obviously loved men rather than women. His presence was hard to miss, with his strange purple hair, his leather pants, and his high-pitched voice. But if this was who Matlock thought to be the best in the business, I was glad we'd come. I didn't particularly care who he was, personally. I cared about his ability to heal, and his ability to help us. When Oliver finally pulled back and turned to me, I saw the gold rings adorning every finger on his hands and gaped at them. My eyebrows shot up my forehead. I knew I was staring, but I couldn't help myself. What an incredible collection, I said, unable to help myself from stepping forward and examining them. I was careful not to touch him, but I couldn't help but want to look closer, to see them reflecting in the dim lighting. Oliver held one hand out to me with approval and a grin on his face. I like to think so. May I? I asked tentatively. Of course. I held his fingers in mine gingerly, never having done this before, and examined the rings. There was more to them than I'd realized. Some had stones, other jewels. One had an incredibly elaborate design I recognized from my reading. I traced the curves and indents on it, amazed. This one is for protection against identity spells, is it not? I asked. Oliver removed his hand from mine and narrowed his gaze at me. There was suspicion in his eyes. I shifted my weight and ducked my head. Had I done something wrong, said something I shouldn't have? How did you? He cleared his throat and glanced at my father, as though remembering he was in the room. Who have you brought to me, Matlock? She is a very unusual witch. I swallowed hard against the need to bite my tongue. I did not like to be judged, especially by someone who did not even know me. Oliver must have seen the look I gave him, and read it correctly. Go on, Missy, he said. I tilted my head at him. Go on what? Say what you want to say. I glanced at my father, whose wariness caught me off guard. He didn't want me saying what I thought. I frowned. I couldn't help but wonder why. I knew Ava, and there was no way Ava would have even looked at my father for approval if she was in my position. Nothing. I cleared my throat, toying with an errant strand of hair over my shoulder. I suppose, I am unusual. The black sheep of the family? Oliver said, a rather large grin surfacing on his face. He turned to my father and clapped him on the shoulder. My eyes went wide. Was it normal for people to treat the High Warlock so casually. As though he was a chum, rather than a powerful, encompassing figure? You should have said you had another daughter. I gaped at him. My father sighed, reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. I knew bringing her here was risky, he muttered, more to himself than to me or Oliver. Oliver laughed, flung open his arms and hugged me as he had my father. I hadn't braced myself for it, so I wasn't prepared for how tightly he held me to his body. It was a strange moment for me, having never been touched really by anyone except family. And even then, it wasn't much. But Oliver's aura was warm and harmless, if I was reading him correctly, so I allowed him to hold me for as long as he wanted, and was actually kind of disappointed when he let go. I straightened the wrinkles of my clothes, flattening them. He held me by the arms and stared at me the way a surveyor looked at the land. You look just like your grandmother, he said, eyeing me up and down. My head snapped in my father's direction. Oliver had met my grandmother? I wasn't sure if I was excited at this news, or if I was maybe a tad bit jealous. I glanced from my father to Oliver. You mean? Your father's mother, yes? I grew up with your dad and know his family well. It is very nice to meet you. He let his voice trail off, lifting his brows. He waited, and I realized we hadn't really been introduced. Bella, I said. He grinned. Bella. He said it like he was testing it out, then nodded once to offer his approval. Finally, he let go of my arms and walked over to his counter, pulling on the persona of shopkeeper the way one would pull on a jacket. So, how can I help you today? He asked, looking between the two of us. My father moved forward, concern pouring out of him. Oliver, you can't tell anyone, he began, holding his hands up. Who am I going to tell, Matlock? Oliver returned flatly, shooting my father a dry look. My father lifted his eyebrows in question. Oliver sighed, then made a cross over his chest. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Now tell me why you've risked bringing Bella out into the wild, and what you need from me. It's me, I managed to say, though my heart pounded harder. Why would my father bring me here anyway, especially if he didn't trust him? My friend. Courtney has been poisoned, and I need help healing her. Oliver frowned, furrowing his brow. You should have gone to a proper healer then. You're the best with diagnosing and treating poisons, Oliver, so don't give me that feigned modesty, Matlock said with a roll of his eyes. Oliver's gaze gleamed, and finally he nodded. All right, I will help you. He spread out his arms. Where is she? I pulled my bag from my back and carefully took out my genie-style sister. I shrunk her for easy transportation, I said, placing the jewelry box on the glass cabinet that served as a reception desk in front of me. It felt as though I had just given up an arm. I didn't feel comfortable letting Courtney out of my grasp, especially with someone even my father was wary of, but I couldn't take it back now. If he was our only hope when it came to Courtney, we had no choice but to trust him. Oliver narrowed his eyes. Ava. Bella. Courtney. Is this your friend, Bella? Or is there a third sister? Holy crap. How did he pick that? What did he know? How did he know it? Here I was, assuming I was so careful, but clearly I wasn't. Was I just this transparent? This sheltered, that I gave away too much in my body language and facial expressions? I twisted to look at my father. What guidance did he have for me? Did he have any advice I should adhere to? Matlock crossed his arms over his chest. It seems Genevieve had a strange liking for alphabetical order, he said, an obvious fondness for my mother clear in his tone, even if there was a hint of self-deprecation. Oliver grinned a Cheshire-style smile. Oh my heavens, Matlock. How did you manage to sire 3 daughters and not even know it? He asked. The all-knowing Matlock brought to his knees by 3 beautiful women and their mother. I bit my lip to keep from smiling. My mother was very secretive. And strategic by the sounds of it, Oliver said, reaching for the jewelry box and flicking open the lid. You've done a good job in helping her, Bella, but I'll need you to undo the spell and make her full size if I'm going to diagnose her. I swallowed hard, thrusting my hands behind my back and playing with my fingers. How do I do that? He stared at me with a confused look, then tilted his head. Come this way. I have a consulting room out the back. I picked up the box containing Courtney and followed him to the back of the shop and through the curtains that led to his consulting room. My heart pounded as we moved through a darkened corridor and into a room lit with candles. Place your sister on the table, he instructed. I lifted my sister out of the box and carefully transferred her to the examination table. I really should have changed her clothes before I shrunk her, I said out loud, even though the words were more for me than anyone else. Oliver smiled. It's fine. He waved nonchalantly. We can fix those sorts of things up once she's healed. Courtney still looked like a perfect doll. Her face, framed by curly red hair, was relaxed in sleep. Even covered in a green potion and in a trance, she was beautiful. I stepped back, internally shaking my head. I needed to focus on helping my sister. How do I undo the spell? Your mother homeschooled you, didn't she? Oliver asked, quirking a brow. I nodded. Yes, I've never had any teachings other than the books from our library, I admitted, shuffling. I didn't know why I cared about his opinion of me, but I did, more than I wanted to admit. So you worked this spell without any healer knowledge, he continued. I frowned, trying to decipher his tone. Had I done something wrong? Both Aunt Allison and Father seemed impressed, but maybe that was because they weren't familiar with the magic that went into the spell. Maybe I had done something wrong. That's crazy, he said, shaking his head. He sounded surprised. I blinked once, waiting. When he didn't offer a criticism, I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and nodded. Pretty much. I'm a bookworm. I enjoy reading and learning, and when Courtney got sick, I did what I could, based on the knowledge I had. Which was? He certainly asked a lot of questions. I detailed the binding spell I did with silver thread and white light, the green neutralizing potion and the shrinking magic. Oliver waved his hands in a dramatic fashion. Magnificent. You are not only beautiful but wise, it seems. I indicated to her. Can you put her back to normal size? It is easier if you do it. There is a simple incantation that will undo the transformation magic you worked on your sister. He waved his hand and conjured a book, flicking the pages until finding what he wanted and pointing to it. Here. I took the spell book from him, and a wave of gratitude washed over me. He was teaching me in the same sort of way that I learned well from. He'd actually listened. The spell seemed simple enough, so I lifted my hand and spoke the words on the page. A tingle worked its way through my fingers. Courtney began to grow bigger and bigger, until finally she was laying on the table, full-sized and reeking of the green swamp smell. I wrinkled my nose and looked away, taking a moment to settle my queasy stomach. I think I may fix her clothing now, Oliver said, and with a wave of his hands Courtney was suddenly clean. Her hair was untangled, her skin gleamed with good health, and her vixen type of clothing was free of the green potion I'd tipped all over her. I shook my head. Those clothes need to go. She doesn't usually look like that. Not that it mattered, but I felt compelled to say it nonetheless. I waved my hands, imagining a normal day at home with my sister. I conjured her a black tank top and denim jeans, covering most of her body, unlike the outfit she'd chosen to wear out the night she'd gotten poisoned. I hoped my father didn't judge her based on that. Now that she looked like Courtney, just the Sleeping Beauty version of herself, I turned to Oliver. What's next? I asked. Oliver was already ahead of me, taking crystals from the shelves and placing them around Courtney. Then he picked up a strange black and red candle and started moving it over her, encouraging the smoke down onto her with a wave of his hands. She's very lucky she has you, Bella. Why? I asked, though I agreed with him. He looked up at me, and there in his gaze was a strange sort of yellow flash through his eyes. I inhaled sharply. Oliver wasn't pure Warlock. He was something else, something mixed. Because if it wasn't for you, she'd be dead, he said, as though he was telling me the sky was blue, factual and while not cold, slightly indifferent. This poison is potent, it is strong, and it is designed to do one thing. I swallowed the lump in my throat, partly afraid to ask, but I already knew the answer. Kill a witch, you mean? He nodded as he continued to circle Courtney. He leaned forward over her face, then inhaled deeply through his nose. Then grimaced. Yes, a powerful witch. He wrinkled his brow and narrowed his eyes as he continued to look at her. In fact, I believe this has been tailored to your line. Your father's bloodline. You and Ava must be careful. I nodded and crossed my arms over my chest. Great. More people who wanted us dead. I should be used to it by now, and yet I wasn't. Or was it the same people who had never truly ceased to be a threat? Do you think it's the council? I asked before I could stop myself. Oliver shrugged. I can't be sure. But you can work out what needs to be done to help her? To heal her? He nodded, though his face was grave. Her journey back to us will not be easy nor quick, but I believe you stilled the poison in time. There was a loud ruckus in the front room, and I looked toward the door. What's that? Oliver grimaced, but didn't look away from my sister. I believe your father has been spotted coming into my shop. I narrowed my eyes at him. Was it you who told them he was here? He shook his head, blowing smoke from the candle over Courtney and watching as it turned purple, then green over her chest. No, but you might want to go and see what has happened, in case you can help. But Courtney. I didn't want to leave her, especially with a man who was practically a stranger to me. I'll look after her. Go. And I did. I ran for the front room, and the father I'd only just met. Something was terribly wrong. I could feel it. Chapter 9. As I hurried through the dim corridor, magic coursed through me, pushing at my fingertips, ready to filter out of me should I need it. Up ahead, angry voices grew louder and more aggressive. I didn't understand how anyone could speak to the High Warlock with such disrespect, knowing who he was and how important his role was in the community. Was the council here? If so, why? I burst into the front room and faltered. 5 people who I didn't recognize surrounded my father, but they didn't seem to be hurting him. Not yet, anyway. However, they each had snarls and sneers on their faces, as though they were ready to do something to him, should they find it necessary to do so. What I didn't understand was why they were so angry with him. What could he have possibly done to inspire such wrath? Ava had warned us how many people wanted to unseat our father, especially after finding out he had an illegitimate heir they didn't approve of. Matlock, is everything okay? I asked, not liking the feel of the room. I also made sure not to even hint that he was my father. If these were the same people who loathed him for Ava, I didn't want to think what they would do to him if they found out he had more than one child. Bella Melfi. You are under arrest, a large man with a bushy black mustache roared, charging toward me. I froze. How did he know my name? No. My father yelled, magic blowing through the room. Matlock was suddenly in front of me, holding out his hands, a powerful shield conjured before him. I hadn't even had the chance to react. All I could think about was how scared I was, and how much I wished to grab Courtney and sprint home. What are the charges? My father asked, clenching his teeth. I assumed it took a lot of concentration to hold up that much power against a force like the council. Assuming these people were the council. They certainly looked like the upper class, with gold-threaded clothes, coiffed hair, and their wands out ready to be used. Then again, I knew that not everyone in the upper class were also the council. Some of the wealthy had no ties whatsoever to that sort of authority, and as such, I shouldn't make assumptions. These definitely could be members of the council, but they could also be extremists who had used power and influence to find out about me. I narrowed my eyes, my body tense. I was prepared to attack if need be, but I didn't want to do something without provocation. They kind of reminded me of what the human police looked like sometimes, if I was being honest. Angry and power-driven. Trespassing. Conspiracy. Treason, the man with the bushy mustache spat out, his eye roaming up and down my body as though looking for a reason to hate me. When he didn't find what he wanted on me, he sneered. Knowing I was Matlock's child, if he did know, was enough to loathe me, it would seem. The other four all had their wands out, but from what I could gather, no magic had been used. These men looked like they wanted any excuse to use their magic in the first place, and I didn't want to give them that. I hoped my father felt the same way. He was the High Warlock, though. Did they dare use magic against him? I glanced at my father and the extremes he was going to in protecting not only me but himself, and I suddenly believed it to be possible. There was no way Matlock would be so concerned, unless he thought there was a chance something bad could happen. Trespassing? I repeated, trying to keep their focus on me. Maybe if they were distracted, Matlock could do something that might help us get out of this mess. Conspiracy to commit what? None of this was making any sense, but then again, according to Ava, nothing the council said or did made any logical sense. In their narcissistic conquer-the-world sort of crazy mind it probably did, but still. We don't know, a dark-haired woman said as she stepped up next to the man. Her face was pinched and her nose was pointed. She looked just like witches did in old cartoons. She didn't sound perturbed in the slightest, that she had no information to back up her claims. Could they really arrest me without knowing why? Then why are you here? I continued slowly. Despite the fact that they were being ridiculously unfair, I could not help but try to remain polite and patient. Maybe if I wasn't rude, they'd be nicer to me and Matlock. She glared at me. Maybe not. Because we have gotten word that a suspected second sister has stepped into our realm. Is that true, Matlock? She looked toward my father with accusation on her face. There seemed to be no hint of forgiveness in her eyes. She didn't even know me, and yet she wanted nothing more than to end me all because I was one of Matlock's daughters. What I wanted to know was how they found out about a second daughter in the first place. He skipped her question and went to his own. Who is reporting on my whereabouts? I know that's why you're here. To see what I'm doing in Oliver's shop. You watch him and the comings and goings here. I stared at my father, surprised. If he knew that, why had we come here? And if they did watch him, why? Was it the crossbreeding with shifters thing that I knew warlocks frowned on? Or something else? I thought my father was known for his brilliance. Unless he had some sort of elaborate plan to go with this, it didn't make any sense for him to bring us here when it clearly wasn't safe for him or for me. Or Courtney, for that matter. The witch of the group said, Matlock. Stand aside. We are taking Bella in for questioning, whether you like it or not. He grinned at the woman telling him what to do, like everything that was going on amused him. Like he was not worried in the slightest about the outcome. You're no match for me, Michaela, and you know this. A tremor of fear moved over her face, then I saw her pull herself together. You're making this look worse than it already did, Matlock, she said. It's obvious this girl is Ava's sister, and you'll have your own questions and trial to deal with. For what? I demanded. To find out if he knew about you or not. A second heir was never communicated at the trials. For a moment I paused. I needed to think quickly. Did I admit that I was his daughter, or would it be better to still be in denial? I wished I knew how to read a situation like Courtney did. Ava didn't particularly care about reading the room, so to speak, and I didn't know how to. Courtney always seemed to figure out what was appropriate and what wasn't, and I wish she was here, conscious, to guide me. He didn't know about me, I lied. My mother never told him anything about us. And I'm not an heir. I don't want anything to do with your world. I only came here for help, then I'll be leaving again. Michaela inclined her head. I appreciate your perspective, Bella, but you must come with us. Her tone wasn't gentle by any means, but the rigidity of her body softened slightly while she addressed me. The council has questions, and if you don't come willingly, then you won't get out of this realm without a confrontation. Is that what you want? Your father fighting for his life to get you away from us? My father growled in warning. I put a hand on his arm. I'll go with them. It's okay. I've got nothing to hide. I want nothing to do with this world. I just want to go home. My father lowered one of his arms, but I could tell he still held the council police at bay. I'll come with you, he said. You'll need my guidance. I shook my head. No. Someone has to stay here with Courtney. She's too vulnerable right now. Courtney? Michaela piped up. Who's Courtney? I grimaced. I shouldn't have mentioned Courtney, but there was nothing I could do about that now. My father stared at me long and hard, then eventually nodded once. He wanted me to tell the truth. I suppose there's no hiding any more secrets now. I turned to the guard dogs. My younger sister. She's been poisoned. They almost killed her. There was a hiss of surprise from all members. A third daughter? Michaela practically shrieked. I glared at her. And what's your problem now? I turned to Matlock. Please. You need to keep Courtney safe. She's the only reason I'm here, and the only person I care about. I'll go with them and answer their questions. I'd gone incredibly calm somehow, despite the fear that skittered along my spine and the cold dread filling my belly. Bella. He let his voice trail off. I wasn't sure what he meant by the way he said my name, but I knew he meant something by it. You'll come for me, won't you? I asked him. He wouldn't just leave me to their mercy, would he? He nodded fiercely. Yes. And you're right. You have nothing to be fearful of. Tell them the truth and I'll be right behind you. As soon as I know how to cure Courtney. The front door tinkled as a man walked in. He stopped, his mouth dropping open. Clearly, he had stumbled upon something he was not expecting to see. He cleared his throat. I'm looking for Oliver. I stared at him, entranced by the beauty in his face. In the leanness of his body. The darkness of his eyes. Was this what it felt like to be attracted to someone? Then it struck me. This man was no warlock. He was a shifter, though what sort I couldn't say. I didn't even know how I knew it, other than the fact that I had read about them in books and Ava had talked about seeing some in person. What would these council cops do to him if they worked out what he was? Were there rules about shifters being in this realm? Was he in danger just being here? He's out the back, I forced myself to say, wanting to get him away from me and the trouble I'd obviously caused by simply being here. You can go through and wait if you want. The man stared at me, his intense gaze flickering with yellow, the same way Oliver's had. Panic quickened my throat and made it hard to breathe. I waved my hand at him and he walked closer, around the police and past me. A low growl escaped him. I inhaled sharply, catching his scent. I almost moaned, it was so intoxicating. I'd been expecting some sort of strange dog-like smell or something unpleasant. But instead, the scent was clean and fresh like pine trees, and it had me weakening at the knees. Whoa. I tried to ignore the way simply being close to him was enough to affect my body. I couldn't afford the distraction right now, even one as lovely as he was. Bella, my father said. You don't need to go with them. They have absolutely no right to detain you like this. I could see my father fighting to keep me safe, but there was only one person I was concerned about today, and that was Courtney. Just stay with Courtney and come find me, I told him. I didn't want to rehash what had already been said. I wanted to figure this problem out, and the only way I was going to do that was if I went with them now. I'll deal with the council. However the hell one did that. Matlock pierced the group of council cronies with an intense stare. Give me your word Bella won't be harmed, he demanded, his eyes narrowing into a threatening glare. She's never even left her private realm before today, and has no way of knowing our laws. There was a strange look that went around the group. Did they think me odd? Strange? Probably. And my belly tightened in annoyance and regret that my father was explaining so much to them. My father barked at the woman. I'm serious, Michaela. You know I have the power to blow this place up to protect her, but I won't if you promise to make sure she isn't harmed. Keep her safe until I can get there to help her. Michaela stared at me strangely. Is that true? She asked in a low voice. Which part? That you've never left your realm? She seemed surprised just by the thought. Accepting Ava's wedding. Yes. My mother kept us locked up in a private realm. It was only when she died that Ava decided to leave. I was quite happy to stay at home and keep to my own business. Michaela's face shifted, as though some sort of common sense and empathy had registered with her. I'll keep her safe, Matlock, she agreed, turning back to look at my father. As long as she doesn't do anything stupid, it'll be fine. I frowned at her. Define something stupid, because I have no idea what you find offensive. And honestly, me and stupid do not fit in the same sentence together. I may be new regarding certain things, especially things outside my realm, but I am not stupid. Attacking a guard, creating an offensive spell. Blowing something up. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Me? Yeah. No. My father shifted backwards and forwards, as though undecided in his plan of attack. He seemed to want to trust me to my own devices, but he also wanted to protect me. If I find she's been put in a jail cell or charged with something before I get there. Michaela reached out a hand to me, careful not to touch Matlock's shield. She'll be fine. If you're telling the truth about her innocence, nothing bad will happen to her. You have my word, Matlock. I went to walk forward, and my father grabbed my arm. I won't be far behind you. I promise. I nodded at his intensity, then watched as he lowered his casting arm and the room became warmer. Louder. The outside world could penetrate us once again. The men reached for me, and my father made a noise behind me. A low, strange warning sound. They stopped their arms mid-air. Or my father did. Don't touch her, he said. There's 5 of you and 1 of her, and if I see even a red mark on her arm when I get there, I'll hunt down whoever's responsible and make them pay. Michaela stepped into the circle and moved next to me as though she would be the one to escort me. Let's go, Bella, she said. I nodded and inhaled a quick, frightened breath. Ava said the council had threatened her in every way possible, before she'd finally won the right to be Dad's heir, in a battle of wills more than anything else. I should be terrified to go with them, and a part of me was. But my sister's life was at stake, and I wasn't doing anything else to put that in jeopardy. Okay, I said. Lead the way. I stepped out into the street with what looked like a military escort. There was nothing I could do but follow. I just hoped I had left Courtney in capable hands. Chapter 10. People stared at me as I walked along the street, heading back toward the council buildings. I didn't understand why. Did I have some kind of target on my back? My insides crawled with unease. Did they know something I didn't? No one spoke to me, nor to any of my escorts, which didn't really surprise me. They were intimidating. And if people knew they were from the council, I highly doubted they wanted to draw attention to themselves in any way, even if they weren't doing anything wrong. I had to force myself to breathe with every step I took, as vampire-style butterflies took over my belly, biting and twisting as they moved. Part of me wanted to stop walking, to clutch my stomach and keel over due to the pain, but I pushed through it. From my peripheral, I could not help but glance at the members of the council who surrounded me, ensuring there was no way I would be able to escape. What were they going to say? What were they going to ask me? I'd already told one lie about having never left my mother's realm. Would they uncover that and punish me? Or my father? Or Ava? Damn it. I shouldn't have told Matlock to stay with Courtney. I could get us all in so much trouble if I said the wrong thing. I had no idea what I was doing, so the fact that somehow I was listened to made no sense. We turned a corner and I kept walking, my mind casting back to the young man I'd met in Oliver's shop, despite my best efforts to free myself from any form of distraction. He's been a shifter, I was sure of it. Was he a mixed blood like Tavlor? Like Oliver? Or was he a pure breed? I'd only ever read about shifters, so my knowledge was purely academic. And amazingly, for the first time ever, I was disappointed by that fact. It seemed being a bookworm could only take me so far. Some real-life experience was actually a rather steep learning curve. Go. One of the men pushed me through a portal. I shuddered as I moved through the cold void and back into the council realm. I recognized it from the scent of the bakeries around the town and the almost artificially perfect blue sky above. We walked a little further, then we were back at the council's large, imposing building. Up the stairs, Michaela said. Bushy eyebrows went to poke me with his wand. Move. I jumped, fear leaping into my throat. Michaela stepped in front of Bushy Eyebrow Man and smiled at me. Go on, she said, her voice more friendly than I expected from her. We're right behind you. I heard her quietly admonishing the man behind me, and his angry response. I wanted to pick up more of what was said, but I couldn't hear. Obviously, there was some dissension between the ranks, but I didn't really care about that. Their hierarchy was something I was still confused about, and under normal circumstances, I would have been all about distinguishing who was in charge and why, simply so I could understand what was going on. But right now, I wanted to get this over with so I could protect Courtney and make sure she survived what happened to her. As long as someone was going to protect me from the stupid, ignorant, violent people Ava had told me about, I would be fine. I climbed to the top of the stairs. My heart raced too fast and I was struggling to breathe. It was like trying to scale a mountain. Why they had that many stairs, I had no idea. It almost felt as though they wanted to deter visitors from coming in. The police came up behind me, Michaela at the head of the charge. Come this way. We have a separate entrance. She directed me to a door to the right, and I followed. It felt as though I was some kind of criminal, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. Once we entered, true fear settled in me. They could kill me and dump my body, and no one would know. Not even my father. What would they do when they found Courtney? My hand strayed to my stomach, where my secret weapon, my protection tattoo, lay. I had little to no defensive skills, but I had found a spell that would save a witch from a physical attack. I'd conducted that spell on Courtney and Ava, and then Ava had returned the favor and done it to me. It had been incredibly painful but well worth it for peace of mind. It had already saved Ava from a council attack. I wasn't there, but from what she'd said, she would have died if it wasn't for that tattoo. I kept walking until finally we stepped into a huge room with desks and multiple chairs. Come and sit down, Bella. Michaela gestured to one of the chairs. I need to fill out your paperwork. Might as well get off your feet while I do. I'll have questions. She sat behind one of the desks, and I chose the seat in front of her, trying to get comfortable. The stiff cushions pressed in the wrong places on my back. Name? Age? Birth date? I answered all her questions quickly, but I saw her hands pause over the keyboard, as though she wasn't actually going to take down my answers. I frowned. What's wrong? I asked, tilting my head to the side. She stared at me. Had I said something wrong? Implicated myself or my father in some way? Abruptly she stood up, shaking her head to herself. Perhaps we'll go straight to the council rooms. No need to do all that now. She waved her hand, as though dismissing the paperwork she originally wanted to do. Oh, I definitely stepped on someone's toes, but hopefully Michaela was on my side and was doing the right thing at this point. She seemed to be reasonable, at least. She hadn't immediately written me off just because of who I was. She seemed to actually consider the fact that I was just a witch in a place I'd never been to before. I needed answers, and from where I sat, there was only one way to find out. Well, two. I could cast a spell on her, of course, but at this point the safest thing to do was probably wait and see. Come this way, she said as she opened an internal door. We walked through to a chamber with a panel of 3 people and multiple chairs before them. 2 women and an older man made up the panel. Ah, Michaela, a warlock sitting in the middle of the panel said, nodding his head in her direction. You came quickly. Good. The man flicked his hand, and I was propelled forward by forces I couldn't see. I tried not to fight it, but it was hard. I planted my feet on the ground to try and slow my approach, but it was no use. I was sitting in the chair before this small council before I could even say a word to protest my manhandling. Or magic handling would probably be more appropriate. State your name for the record, the man in the center of the trio said. He was flanked by 2 women, both in their 40s or 50s, if their faces were an indication of age. All of them frowned at me, their eyes ripping into me and my appearance, as though they could gauge my innocence simply based on what I looked like. Bella, I said, though my throat ached as though I'd talked it raw. I shifted in my seat, clutching my hands together. I hoped they didn't notice that, but I was sure they did. Judging by the way they stared at me, I didn't think anything escaped their notice. The blonde woman on the left looked over her glasses at me. Full name, she said, her voice pinched and annoyed. Bella Melfi. There was a gasp of surprise from the red-haired woman on the right, and the 3 of them exchanged glances. They knew my mother's last name. That, or they remembered it was also Ava's. So it's true, the man said. I stared at him. Was I supposed to answer that? Speak up, he commanded, waving his fingers at me. I tilted my head to the side. That wasn't really the way to talk to someone, if you wanted them to answer. You didn't ask me a question, I pointed out. It sounded petty, but I wasn't trying to be. How was I supposed to know he wanted more from me if he didn't actually ask a question? That earned me a deep frown from all 3 people. The blonde woman pushed her glasses up her nose. Who are your parents, Bella? She asked, though I could tell she already knew the answer. She just wanted me to say it. There was a silence in the air, pregnant with tension, ready to burst. They leaned forward on their desks, their eyes hungry for an answer they already knew. I wanted to roll my eyes at their desperation. It was almost pathetic. But I wanted to get this over with as quickly as I could. My mother was Genevieve Melfi. She raised me. And died recently. And your father, the blonde pushed, staring at me as though she was bored and annoyed at the very presence of me. Trust me, the feeling was mutual. If that was how they felt, they really shouldn't have bothered hauling me all this way. I tried to keep my impatience to myself. Perhaps if I was willing to do as they asked, within reason of course, it would hurry things up, and I could leave and get back to Courtney. My father, I was told, is Matlock Cremantee. There was a general gasp. You were told, the blonde asked. She sounded confused, like she didn't know what to make of that statement. I couldn't blame her. I purposefully chose my words carefully. The last thing I wanted them to do was try and manipulate them, so they could use them against me or accuse me of lying. Yes? I nodded once. I never met my father before today. A shocked silence filled the room. The 2 women leaned back in their chairs so they could share a look while the man furrowed his brow so hard, his bushy eyebrows nearly blocked out his eyes. Not even at Ava's wedding last month? The blonde asked, arching a skeptical brow. I didn't want to lie, so I went with a half-truth. We didn't think it was the best time to meet our father, I said, hoping my voice sounded neutral. I didn't want to make it obvious that I was holding something back, especially when I had the feeling that they knew that already. We, the blonde repeated. There's more than just you? Damn. This woman was too quick by half. I tried to suck in a breath without making it obvious that they had picked up on something I was trying to conceal. I shifted my weight in my seat. I might as well get it all out on the table while I could. Yes. I am the middle child, and if it wasn't for my youngest sister, I would never have ventured to your realm today. The man in the middle tapped a pen against the desk. What do you mean by that? I lifted my chin. Courtney, I said. My youngest sister. She was poisoned 2 nights ago. I managed to save her from dying, but I have very little healing skills and knew the only way to save her was to bring her here. So I did, despite the risk I knew I was bringing down upon myself because of who I am. The room had gone eerily quiet. There were no shocked expressions at my confession, at the fact that Courtney had been poisoned, which meant they weren't surprised by this statement. Why was that? I frowned at them, trying to read their faces. Could the council be behind the attack on Courtney? It was something I'd already thought about, but had never reached a definitive conclusion. Did they know of Courtney and myself before today, and had they tried to wipe out the existing heirs of the High Warlock? But if so, why? Ava was his heir, and would inherit the title. Why get rid of Courtney? Then the red-haired woman burst out with, There's 3 of them. 3? I can't believe it. I leaned back in the chair, relieved that at least these people hadn't been behind the attack. They seemed too surprised that we existed in the first place. If the situation had been different, I probably would have laughed at their surprise. The man slid forward. So, you're saying that your father didn't know of your existence before today? I shrugged. You'll have to ask him about that one. Ava may have told him, but he certainly didn't know of our existence growing up. Mother never said a word to him. She'd simply get pregnant, then disappear again. Or that's what I read in her journal. The 3 of them put their heads together and whispered fiercely to each other. I heard words like ridiculous, unreasonable, treason, and matlock. But none of them were spoken toward me. Was my father in trouble for having more than one child out of wedlock? Had I just dropped him in it? Finally, they stopped whispering and turned to me. The man in the center spoke, frowning as he did. This is most unusual, Miss Melfi. We have only just met Ava and accepted her as your father's heir, so to find out he sired more than one child with your mother is unexpected. Not really my issue. I waited, since again he didn't ask me any questions. What are your skill sets like? The blonde woman asked, as though she was actually interested in me all of a sudden. I faltered, not sure how to answer that. I don't know. Our mother wasn't a big one for compliments. The women on the panel frowned. The man said, What do you mean? I shrugged. I mean, I literally don't know. I like books. I like to study. I'm good at research, and my memory is pretty good, so I remember most of what I read. But physically, I'm not so good at spells or anything. Not like Ava or Courtney. It took a lot for me to even admit this. I wish they would stop staring at me and continue on with whatever else they wanted to know. The man frowned at me. You sound like you're lying. I huffed out a laugh. Why would I lie? I asked. I'm okay at potions. I think. But we never went to school. How can I tell you what I'm good at? The blonde woman pulled her glasses right off her face and put them down on the desk before her. Ava didn't know her own strength either, and yet she practically blasted the roof off the training facility. Another laugh bubbled up inside me. Well, I'm sorry if you were expecting another Ava, but that's just not me, I said, lifting my shoulder in a shrug. I've never gone up against Ava in any sort of competition. Ever. I wouldn't dare. The three of them looked amongst themselves as though surprised. I'm telling the truth, I said. The red-haired woman smiled at me. We will find out. As soon as we can arrange it, we will get you and your sister tested, and we will find out where to best place you. I'm sorry, what? What had they just said? The testing, I kind of understood. They had to be curious about my abilities, but what was this about a placement? You will need to join our community, she continued, as though it was obvious. Take up your rightful place beside your sister and your father. I stared at all three of them long and hard, then said the only thing my heart was screaming. No. Chapter 11. The instant chill in the room made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. No? Came the confused reply from the Warlock, as though that wasn't a word he'd ever heard before. I nodded, swallowing down the anxiety that rose in my throat. That's right, I said, hoping that my voice came out stronger than I felt. I cleared my throat, but I wasn't sure if it would help. You heard me correctly. I'll do your silly tests, for whatever reason you need me to. Personally, I wouldn't mind finding out more about my skill set. We'd never had any direction in that way with our mother. I honestly didn't know my strengths or weaknesses, and I had always been curious about discovering them for myself. To me, knowing what I could do and what was more difficult for me would only help me learn better, at least in my mind. I wasn't sure that was actually true, though. But if you expect me to just slide into your community and live here, I continued. Work here, no. Just no. I don't want to. Where I got the strength to say such a thing, I honestly didn't know. But this was my chance to stand up for myself, for what I wanted. I hadn't ever done that before. Not with my sisters or my mother. But I wanted to change that. I wanted to consider my own feelings more. If they'd known me at all, they wouldn't ask me to stay. The man in the middle of the panel smiled at me, and I could practically see the condescension pouring off him. Then he confirmed the fact that he thought I had no brain, no free will by saying, "You won't have a choice, my dear." I gaped at him. No choice? Are you serious? The blonde woman took over, this time her tone cajoling. Why wouldn't you want to take up the opportunity to study and work and be part of a community you have been deprived of your whole life? You must realize that such an opportunity isn't just handed out to anyone. You have to earn it. You have to be worthy of it. I forced out a laugh. I'm sorry, but you don't know me at all, I said. I like my own company. I never even wanted to leave my mother's realm. And wouldn't have if Courtney hadn't been stupid enough to get herself poisoned. I scoffed, shaking my head. And as for earning my place here, I have no intention of proving anything to you. My worthiness is not something you can measure. I know what sort of cruelties you can do, and I don't care for it at all. I shook my head, dropping my gaze so that I was practically talking to myself now. I just want to go home. Back to my house. My books. With my sister fully healed. Nothing more, nothing less. That shouldn't be too difficult. Bella. The blonde's voice permeated my thoughts, and I glanced up at her. I don't think you've thought this through. I can imagine, considering your upbringing, that our world would seem daunting to you. I don't know what you've heard, if your older sister has told you anything, but you must take her words with a grain of salt. Remember, you are one of the High Warlock's daughters. Ava has taken her place as his heir, and I am sure that you will find in time your place amongst us also. You can have your books and your space and your family here. You can have it all here. I bit my tongue. At this point in time, especially without my father around to guide me, I didn't really have a leg to stand on. Nor a way to fight for what I wanted. I could appreciate that they were trying to do what they thought was right. But I didn't want to stay here. I had to try one more time to make them see that. I looked at the blonde and said with all the honesty in my soul, I'm not Ava. I wasn't even offended by the assumption that I was. A lot of people mistook me as a version of her, and I understood why. But that didn't mean I planned to conform anytime soon. You need to know that, I said. Courtney is your girl if you want another Melfi witch. She'll love being a part of your world. She's even feistier than Ava, but me, you may as well just let me go. Seriously. I'm no use to you. The man on the panel opened his mouth to grunt something at me, but the red-haired witch put a hand on his arm to still him. Then she looked at me. Bella, she said, her tone placating. She spread her arms out, careful not to come across as demanding or intimidating. Considering the power the council had, I appreciated what she was trying to do for me. Let's take this one step at a time. You need to be tested. And Courtney also. Regardless of what you want afterward, we need to know your skill set. We need to know your sisters. Assuming she lives, you mean? I asked flippantly. I was surprised by my tone because rarely did I ever engage in such smartass retorts. That was Ava's department really, but as I used them, I found I liked them probably more than I should, and definitely more than I expected. The red-haired witch's eyebrows flew up. Was it that bad? I nodded. Matlock said that if I hadn't done the binding spell and soaked her in a neutralizing potion when I did, she'd be dead. The blonde woman's hand covered her mouth as though she were shocked by the news, but she didn't say anything more. The red-haired woman nodded. All right. Then please go to your father's chambers and wait there for him. Michaela will show you the way. I stood up on legs that were not in any way stable. But Michaela grabbed my elbow and shook her head ever so slightly. Just come with me. For some reason, I did as she asked. She'd protected me a little thus far, and had promised my father she would see me safe. I had to assume she was doing the right thing at this point. I wasn't sure why I trusted her, besides the fact that from our little interaction, she seemed to be following through with her word. Other than that, I wasn't sure, and that bothered me to a degree. I liked to understand what was going on. I liked to know why someone acted a certain way, especially someone I thought maybe shouldn't. The council was filled with people I shouldn't trust. Ava had made that clear. And yet, this woman didn't seem as bad as the rest had been. Was she an outlier? Or had they changed? We didn't speak as Michaela waved her hand over panel after panel, and we walked through door after door. My feet were starting to ache from all the walking, but I didn't say anything. She was probably already used to the trek. Did we just pass through a portal? I asked, when the last jump included that dreaded cold feeling of a realm jump. Michaela opened another door and led me into my father's office. His inner sanctum. Yes, she said, keeping her eyes focused ahead of her. This part of the council buildings, mostly the part that your father occupies, is protected by extra magic. It is in its own realm of sorts. I shivered as I sensed even more layers of protection than I had last time I'd entered. Part of me was relieved about the extra protection, while the other part wondered what could have inspired it. Why does it feel like someone has increased the security in here? I asked. Michaela cocked her head to the side. I don't know, possibly because the door we came through is the most public, she said, lifting a shoulder in a shrug. The door most likely to be attacked would be that one for that reason. I have heard that Tavlor has laid down Phi magic to protect these rooms, so perhaps that is what you feel. I nodded. Yes, that could be it. It certainly felt foreign and strong. I wouldn't want to try to pass through it with malicious intent in mind. I glanced at the doors on either side of the room. Where do they lead? I asked, nodding in their direction. Michaela shrugged. I'm not really sure, she admitted. There didn't seem to be any sort of curiosity on her end to figure it out, either. You'd have to see for yourself. I think I will. I went first to the door my father had come out of that morning, and found a dark bedroom. Does my father sleep here? I asked, a little confused. I lifted my voice so she would be able to hear me, despite the distance between us. Doesn't he have a house somewhere? It only made sense for him to have a place where he could live, not a place where he worked and slept. Didn't he have a family life, something that didn't revolve around work? Red embarrassment flushed her cheeks. I wouldn't know, she said. I raised an eyebrow at her. You'd know more than me, I pointed out. Also, judging by the pink flush that coated her cheeks, I could tell she was keeping something from me. So spill. Michaela glanced at the floor. There are rumors that the High Warlock's marriage is not as stable as people would like to think, she said, before clearing her throat. Not that this is any of my business, or that I would actually believe in such a rumor. I nodded. Yes, that made sense considering what Ava had told me. So, Matlock didn't go home to his big house in the council-only realm? He slept in a double bed, in a room off his office. Not exactly glamorous. I almost felt sorry for my father. I turned around and pointed at the other door. And that one? Again, Michaela shrugged. She obviously wasn't comfortable investigating, and usually neither would I be. But today, well, the rules had changed. I wanted to know more about this place, and about my father. Plus, I had time on my hands. Why not explore a little bit? It would certainly help me understand him better. I walked through the office area, and opened the door on the other side of the room. This room was much nicer, with a large bed, a living area, and an office. I wasn't sure if I was expecting that. There was a feminine quality to it, and if I wasn't mistaken, a rose scent that always made me think of Ava. I think this may have been where my sister slept, I said offhandedly. I didn't think I meant to say it out loud. Michaela nodded. Ava was asked to stay here during one of the trials. I turned to look at her. Asked? Really? Michaela looked down at the ground. I knew I shouldn't blame her for anything that had happened to Ava, so I tried to quickly let my anger go. Michaela was a small fish in a large pool. I closed the door, though I was tempted to explore Ava's bedroom. Instead, I moved back to my father's main office area. I sunk down into one of the comfortable couches and sighed. Now to wait. Michaela hadn't left, though I expected her to be needed somewhere else. Before I go, Bella, can I ask you something? I turned to look at her. Yeah, sure. What did the council cop witch wish to know? Michaela stopped and looked down at the ground. Now I was interested, so I waited. Then she met my gaze, her eyes looking uncertain. I don't understand why you wouldn't want the benefits and luxuries that come with being part of the council inner circle, she said, her words slow and careful. I could tell she wanted to be respectful, but she was also trying to make sense of everything from her end. I couldn't fault her for that. Then she said, the High Warlock and his family have the best of everything. I laughed at her. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't help myself. She couldn't actually believe that, could she? I'm sorry, but did you hear what you just said? I asked. My father lives in his office. My sister had to fend off multiple attempts on her life by the council. She was thrown in jail. Had a bounty put on her head. An actual murder spell blasted at her. All because she was the first daughter of Matlock. All because she wanted to change up things, because she was practically forced into a decision regarding her duty of taking up the position of High Warlock when our father steps down. Which part of joining this supposed inner circle do I want to be a part of? Michaela looked away. I suppose. She let her voice trail off and dropped her gaze to the floor. I just grew up thinking that being the daughter of a council member would be... What? Blessed? I shook my head. I didn't want to come across as callous, but she also needed to understand that things weren't as rosy as they seemed. No. I was blessed, being raised in a private realm with only my sisters and my mother as company. Without any governing bodies dictating our moves, or a tradition that seemed doomed to fail at some point. My nose tingled and my throat clogged up with emotion. I tried hard not to mourn my mother too hard, nor for too long. But I missed her calm presence. Her effervescent nature. I swallowed hard and forced myself to finish. Especially for a person like me. What do you mean? Michaela asked. She knitted her brows together. I shrugged and pushed my glasses up my nose. I'm a bookworm, I said, proud. An introvert. Growing up without the influence of the outside world meant I always felt safe. Not pressured to constantly deal with people. I shuddered. I really don't want to be here. If it wasn't for Courtney, I'd try to leave right away. Hell, I wouldn't have even come here in the first place. Michaela took a step forward and shook her head in warning. Don't say that. I smiled sadly at her. Why? Because the supposedly lovely, welcoming council that I should feel blessed to be a part of will hunt me down? I added as much sarcasm into my tone as possible, though it wasn't natural for me. Michaela went strangely still, her intelligent eyes hiding the thoughts running through her head. I leaned back against the couch cushions and sighed. Don't worry, Michaela. I'm not going anywhere. My sister's life is far too important to me, and I wouldn't mind getting to know my father. After all, he is half of me. Even if I've never known him. We might have something in common. I was actually pretty sure we would. I had so little in common with my gorgeous mother and sisters, after all. Michaela backed away, toward the door. I should go. I nodded, a strong wave of tiredness passing over me. Okay. I think I might have a nap while I wait for Matlock. Today has been amazingly stressful. I conjured up a hot chocolate in front of me, one of the most filling and soul-nourishing drinks I could think of. I raised my gaze to my jailer. Would you like one? No, but thank you, Michaela said, and with a brief wave she left the room. I picked up my drink and filled my belly, letting the few tears that had gathered in my eyes fall down my cheeks. I didn't want to cry, but I was finally alone and could indulge myself just this once. It had been a day for the ages. And I knew that the stress of today, and the ramifications of what I had to do for Courtney, would echo for decades to come. Chapter 12. My sleep was dreamless, and when it was time for me to wake up, I was woken by a gentle hand on my shoulder shaking me. When I opened my eyes, my father's worried face was hovering over me. Relief flooded through me when I saw him, and I offered him what I hoped was a small smile. Oh. Hi, I managed, though my throat was tight and sore. I swallowed and licked my dry lips. I must have dozed off. I glanced around, trying to find my bearings. I was in my father's office still, lying on the sofa. My mug of half-drunk hot chocolate sat in front of me on the coffee table, and my head rested on a pillow I'd magicked up to make myself more comfortable. I'd told myself I wasn't going to fall asleep, but clearly that hadn't happened. I was out like a light. I didn't remember anything else after that. I pushed myself up into a seated position, sleep keeping my arms and legs leaden and heavy. How long have I been sleeping for? I don't know, but I'd guess a few hours, Matlock said, sitting on the sofa opposite me. Is Courtney okay? What did Oliver say is wrong with her? Matlock ran a hand through his hair. He looked pale and drawn. She's stable. Oliver said he needs more time with her to diagnose her correctly. How about you? Are you okay? I asked, frowning at him. Did you get into trouble? I pushed my glasses up my nose and peered at him. He loosened the tight cravat-style tie around his neck and sighed. Yes. I did. Rather big trouble once I admitted that I knew about you and Courtney. That Ava had told me she had sisters. I frowned at him. Why would you get into trouble for that? I wasn't trying to be a pain with my questions. I genuinely wanted to know, because I didn't understand what the true problem was. It seemed insignificant to me, so it made no sense that a punishment would be tied to such an action. They consider it a lie by omission, and I'm sure Ava will be in trouble for it too, he said with a grimace. I bit my lip. Ava had known this was going to happen. That was why she'd been so reticent to introduce us to the magic realm, even though Courtney had so desperately wanted to be a part of it. And now, because of Courtney and me, Ava and my father were going to be penalized. I closed my eyes, wishing I could have made some different choices. Then again, I wasn't exactly sure what I could have done. I still had to save Courtney. So what's the punishment? I asked, opening my eyes. Should I be running for the hills with Courtney? I glanced around the room looking for signs of life. You said she's still with Oliver? Matlock waved his hand. She was when I left. But I told him to move her as soon as he worked out what was wrong, precisely. She'll be safely transported to a cousin of mine, he said nonchalantly. I didn't like that he seemed to be so dismissive of her, but I hoped that meant he wasn't worried. She's an incredible healer. I trust her with my life. Once Oliver diagnosed her, I knew I could get her the help she needed. A wave of gratitude passed over me. Thank you so much. Then the question he hadn't answered came back to haunt me. So, what will the punishment be? For you? For Ava? How bad could the existence of 2 new heirs be to the council? And did I really want to know? Matlock smiled. Not as bad as you think. Luckily for me, part of the contract I signed and the council signed, after our trial, was never to reopen the case against me for having an illegitimate heir. I showed them that exact contract today, so they have nothing to go on. The fact that you and Courtney were conceived inside my marriage to Charity, well, that's a gray area but not one I think they want to rehash again. Relief made me sink into the couch. I leaned my head back on the pillow, staring up at the ceiling. Because they lost so spectacularly last time? I asked finally, arching my brow as I looked at him. He chuckled. Well, yes and no. We definitely won, but it was by the skin of our teeth, he said. If it wasn't for Ava's protection spell, she'd be dead from the attack they fired on her that last day. I had heard that she had been fired on, and that the tattoo spell had saved her, but hearing it from my father was enough to make me realize that she could have been seriously hurt. But she wasn't. I grinned, though he hadn't directly praised me. His eyebrows rose high on his forehead. That was your idea, wasn't it? He asked, though judging by his tone, he seemed to know the answer. I nodded. Yes, I said, twisting my fingers. I didn't know why I was uncomfortable talking about this when just before, part of me craved his praise. It was almost like there was a contradiction inside of me, and it made no sense. I found the spell in one of Mother's old books. He slid across the couch to sit on the edge. And you and Courtney both have a protection tattoo, also? I nodded again. Yes, but they don't protect from internal attacks, like poison. I snorted with frustration. That was one of my major regrets now. Not finding something that could have better protected Courtney. Matlock looked at me with a soft, almost pensive look. So, you're the reason Ava is still alive? And you were the one to find both books for Ava to use in her trial. Your mother's journal, and the ancient book describing the original council? I stared at him. What was he getting at? Yeah, so? I asked, trying to keep the attitude from my voice. So? He laughed. You have your grandmother's sense of integrity and humbleness as well. He shook his head. I frowned at him. It sounded like he was praising me, but I couldn't be sure. It was times like these ones, I wished I had been around people more so I could study them and understand their body language, their tone, things I didn't really know much about. I don't get what you mean. He chuckled again. Bella, how do you see yourself? He asked. There was a good-natured sparkle in his eye, and it made me want to talk to him more. He was being kind, but I still felt slightly uncomfortable about the whole thing. His question was a bit personal. I cleared my throat, trying to find the right words to explain. I'm the black sheep in my family. The bookworm. He smiled. And the girl who saved me and her oldest sister from a fate worse than death, he pointed out, his tone soft. He patted my knee. I don't think you give yourself enough credit, my dear. I shrugged. He was overstating my value. Anyone in my position would have done the same thing if given the opportunity. What I did was not special. I just helped how I could, I murmured, looking down at my hands. I wish I could have done more. Of course you do. Because you're a good person, Bella. Probably better than all of us. He sat back against the couch, shaking his head, as though he didn't believe it. What he didn't believe, I didn't know, and at this point in time, I wasn't asking. I wasn't sure I wanted to know. So, I began. What's next? I rubbed my palms on my thighs, trying not to sound too eager. Quite honestly, I wanted Courtney to get healed so the two of us could go home, and I wouldn't have to be here any longer. He lifted his gaze to mine, and I was blown away with the intensity of his stare. What did the council say to you? He asked. I could see how he got to be High Warlock. Though I knew he wasn't ordering me to tell him anything, there was an authoritative tone in his voice I was compelled to answer regardless. I frowned and crossed my arms over my chest. I still wasn't happy about my experience with them today. That I need to undergo testing and be placed in an appropriate job. Here. I added, gesturing with my hand. I shuddered for effect. My father nodded solemnly. The council did tell me that was what they had recommended. Recommended. I almost exploded. It wasn't recommended. It was a summons, a dictation. They said I had no choice. I slammed shut my mouth on the last word as emotions rose and clogged up my throat. Matlock frowned. Bella, if you don't want to go through the testing, I will fight to get you back to your mother's realm safely. I sighed. I would love that, of course. But I knew it wasn't the right path for anyone at the moment. Thank you for offering, but I don't want to get you into any more trouble than you already are. I knew he was probably understating how the council had treated him when he went in today. And the last thing I wanted to do was endanger him, or Courtney, or Ava. I know Courtney will want to stay, and it's probably better for her and for you that I stick around for a little while, I admitted. But you don't want to? He asked, obviously for clarification because I was pretty sure I'd already made that clear. At least he was asking me rather than making an assumption. No. I tried to make sure my voice wasn't ungrateful, but at the same time, I wanted him to know I was serious about my answer. I don't. I want to go home. I blinked. Despite what I had thought I wanted, even I could hear the hesitation in my tone. I wasn't expecting that. I rubbed my hands on my thighs. Did I want to stay here? Do you think a small part of you might be tempted to stay? Matlock asked, as though he could read my mind. If for nothing more than to connect with my side of the family? I glanced down at the skirt part of my dark dress, picking at the material. Well, I was slightly interested in that, I have to admit. I rubbed my lips together, my face turning red. I had no idea why it was so difficult for me to say what I wanted to say. Just because I look nothing like, nor do I act anything like, my sisters or my mother. It'll be nice to see who I do take after. I was the cuckoo in the family I'd grown up in. But was it possible that I would find a place amongst my father's relatives? Matlock grinned. I think you'll like my parents, and there's a lot to learn in this realm. If you and Courtney stayed, even for a little while, I'm sure things would settle down quickly. Then you'll be able to go home. If you choose to. Why wouldn't I choose to? I fired back. He was acting like I might actually like it here after a while. Matlock looked down. I didn't mean it like that. I was just hoping. He glanced up. I don't want to lose you so quickly. I just really met you today. I stared at him and watched as he swallowed hard. I'd relish the opportunity to get to know you properly, so if you would stay, at least until Courtney is better and settled in, that would be great. His tone seemed to mirror mine when I was hesitating about going. The similarity made me smile, and I looked down at my skirts, flattening any wrinkles that had occurred in my shifting and rubbing. His request surprised me. It sounded heartfelt, and that made it hard to refuse. My father, a man I thought I would never meet, wanted to get to know me better. My heart clenched with possibilities. I couldn't let this slip away. I could do that, said. How could I say no? And the fact of the matter was, I wanted to get to know him just the same. You're right. Courtney will need me when she starts to recover. Do you know how long that will be? He shook his head. No, unfortunately. We can go visit her tomorrow, if you'd like. My cousin was hopeful she'd be awake by then. Wonderful. My father stood up and I joined him, not wanting to be sitting down while he towered over me. I'm going to head to bed shortly. Would you like to stay in the room I created for Ava while you're here? I nodded. Yes, please. I had a little look at it when I got here. He smiled. Great. I can conjure up some food if you're hungry. He seemed tired, and I didn't want to keep him up any longer than necessary. I got the feeling that my father needed time to himself, like me. I'm fine, thanks, I said. I can magic up some food if I need to. I might just have a shower and go to bed too. Matlock smiled, touching his chest in that odd way, as though checking on something beneath his shirt. Good night then, Bella. He headed toward the door on the other side of the room and went into his bedroom. I turned and went in the opposite direction. I happily sat on Ava's bed and conjured myself a soup to eat. The taste filled my mouth with sensation, and as I ate, I found myself smiling at my predicament, something I never thought I would do. Strange to be in this place and want to stay. I went to sleep that night praying that both my sisters were okay. One in another realm, off fighting a shifter war. The other, in a poisonous coma. For the first time in a long time, I considered myself the luckiest of the three of us. The next morning, I woke feeling well rested and strangely at peace. Strangely because I knew the day would face many challenges, and yet I felt great. It had to be the surroundings. This room had a fantastic vibe about it. It was probably all the magic laid upon the security. Both Phi and Warlock. I got up and had a quick shower, as I'd forgotten to last night, and dressed myself using magic. I hadn't brought any clothes with me, and those I had nowadays were ones I'd magicked for myself anyway. My stomach grumbled from hunger as I positioned my glasses on my face, the world coming into focus as I walked out the door and into my father's inner sanctum. Smells great in here, I told him as I watched him create the last of a buffet of eggs, bacon, pastries, and fruit. Help yourself, he said with a big smile. And I did. I picked up a plate and served myself some fresh strawberries and orange slices, fruit-filled pastries, and a piece of crunchy bacon. So, what am I up for today, Matlock? I asked, sitting down on the couch opposite him. His eyebrows flew up, and I realized he probably wasn't used to me saying his name. I rubbed my lips together, hoping I hadn't offended him. I wasn't used to saying his name either, but I also wasn't comfortable calling him anything more personal. Not yet, anyway. I was open to the fact that maybe that could change in the future, but not right now. I believe the council will want to get straight into your testing, he said. Which means? I led him to explain more as I bit into a piece of juicy orange, the tangy citrus flavor exploding across my tongue. Yum. Why didn't my magic food ever taste this good? Oh, you mean the testing? It's a basic set of 3 things. You'll have an instructor like Abigail who will ask you a few simple questions about your powers, then she will test your abilities. He made it sound so easy. I can only imagine how Ava did in those tests. She would have blown people away. And the purpose of this? I asked. To place you in a job that will suit your abilities, he said. I smiled at him. So, this is a common thing to do in this realm? Matlock took a sip of his coffee and nodded. Very much so. Every warlock and witch who graduates from our schools are tested and then placed in a job. If you'd grown up here, I wouldn't be the person I am, I finished for him. I was under no illusion that the witches and warlocks in this realm would have forced me into being a totally different person, a different shape than what I currently was. Very true, Matlock said, and we went back to being quiet. Everything about this realm was surreal to me, and the next step was one of my worst fears, to be put on a pedestal and judged for magic I had, magic I couldn't exactly prepare for. What had I gotten myself into? Chapter 13. Breakfast was long and filled with silence. I wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but I didn't want to force conversation if none wanted to commence. I ate as much as I could without stuffing myself, since I wasn't quite sure what to expect when it came to my day. The worst thing I could do was allow myself to go hungry. After we concluded breakfast, Matlock took me through the portals and out into the town where I'd first arrived. I wasn't as filled with awe as I had been before. Perhaps because I was still trying to figure out what this day would hold, and coming up empty-handed. Where is the testing done? I asked, looking around. It was almost eerie in these streets, as though the silence was trying to tell me the secrets Matlock wouldn't. He pointed up ahead, and as I glanced where he was indicating, I saw an old, beautiful building. Similar to how I pictured my fantasy library. I let out a breath. All of the awe I should have felt built back up again, as I carved out the stones and the hard corners of the building. The college where most of our students attend. They have rooms specifically set up for this sort of thing. I nodded. Great. I could only imagine what sort of security measures were needed when there were inexperienced witches and warlocks fighting each other and blowing up potions. Those walls must be reinforced with the strongest protective spells around. Matlock led me past the large gates and up to the huge double front doors. Wow, I said, though the place literally took my breath away. I'm not sure if I should be impressed or terrified. The doors were engraved and massive. They made the whole building look scary, but spectacular. I reached out to touch, but hesitated. Should I? It almost felt like touching a piece of history, and I did not find myself worthy of such a thing. Matlock laughed as he opened one of the doors for me. Neither, he said. His eyes lingered on my hand, his face warm and welcoming. I sucked in a breath and placed my hand on the cool concrete. Your mother went here, and so did I. It's just a school. Nothing to be worried about. I swallowed hard and walked through the front door. I don't think he realized just how important it was to me to live up to not only my mother, but now my father. My magic buzzed around inside of me, anticipating being amongst other magic the way I might have reacted to a library. I kinda liked the idea of being somewhere Mother once was. I glanced around the large halls, decorated with marble floors and awards and cabinets. Makes me feel closer to her, I continued. Somehow. Matlock touched his chest, and I swallowed the urge to ask him about that. It seemed he did that whenever I brought up Mother. Perhaps it was just a nervous tic, and nothing more. Perhaps there was a piece of jewelry he wore beneath his clothes? Or a tattoo that marked a reminder of my mother? Still, it would be nice to get some insight into my father, into the sort of man he was. Either way, it was something I needed to ask him about when I had the time for a full answer. I had the feeling it was going to be intense. Can we go and visit Courtney after this? I asked, anxious to check on my sister. Matlock nodded. Yes, definitely. I would like to see how she is doing also. She was going to be so excited when she realized where we were. She was also going to be pissed off to learn someone had deliberately tried to kill her. Matlock pushed open a door to his left and I walked inside, then stopped. Whoa. I didn't mean to utter the word out loud, but I couldn't quite help it. It was a training room of some sort, with weapons on every wall, and a springy wooden floor that flexed as I walked on it. Perhaps to cushion the blow when people were thrown across the room? I imagined this was for physical combat. I didn't exactly see a need for it, considering magic was prevalent, but I didn't know much about this world. Then the wall in front of me disappeared. Behind that wall sat a large group of people. Some I knew from yesterday's interrogation with the council, and others I'd never seen before. I closed my mouth. I hadn't realized it was hanging open. I tried to play cool and calm, but my heart raced against my chest like a mouse running from a cat. The large man from my hearing yesterday walked forward, and beside him was a small girl with slightly pointed ears. A fae. My eyes widened. I had only seen a fae when Ava brought Tavlor around, and even then Tavlor was a hybrid. Not a full fae. Not like this girl. My father indicated the man. Bella, I believe you met Elliot yesterday? Elliot nodded. Bella. Thank you for coming. Not like I had a choice. I made sure not to say that out loud. I didn't want to be rude. I inclined my head, as though accepting his welcome. The people behind him were all looking at me, inspecting me. They were probably disappointed with what they saw, after knowing Ava. She was blonde, statuesque, and feisty. I pushed my glasses up my nose and lifted my head. I had to stop comparing myself to my beautiful sisters. I looked like my dad's side of the family, or so I'd been told now. No shame in that. No shame at all. Elliot indicated the fae. Bella, this is Micah. She is one of our instructors, and does most of the testing for our students. I looked straight at the tiny girl with bright green eyes. There was something alluring about her, not in a way I related to sexual attraction, but more in an aesthetically appreciative way. You're a fae, I said stupidly. She nodded her dainty head, graceful in everything she did. Yes. It is very nice to meet you. She seemed to genuinely mean her words, which I appreciated. My muscles relaxed but only slightly. I still had questions. I glanced at my father. Why do you use a fae for the testing? I asked. I didn't think it was rude to ask in front of everyone. It was merely a fact about what was happening. I thought warlocks believed fae to be beneath them. There was a strange, nasty titter from the group that had been behind the wall, and I ignored them. My cheeks turned red, but I didn't care. I wasn't wrong about any of it. They did believe that. I knew they did, from both my readings and the way poor Tavlor had been treated his whole life, being half fae. And yet, here was a full-blooded fae as an instructor. Did she want to teach? Was she being forced to? Or were there certain exceptions to certain rules? Or maybe it was only the crossing of the bloodlines that was frowned upon. My father stepped closer, and I read the move for what it was. His need to protect me against those in the room I may have offended. I inhaled sharply. Had he just put up some invisible barrier? Or was it my imagination? I swallowed, trying to keep my cool. I waited for a response, but Elliot seemed to be weighing his options. We do not believe the fae to be beneath us, he said, his voice booming as he puffed up his chest. Oh, touched a nerve there, did I? I shrugged. Okay. Liar. However much I wanted to, I was not going to point out his falsehoods, at least not in front of these people. I was new here, and I wanted to ensure I could at least act appropriately, regardless whether or not I knew they were wrong about something. So, what would you like me to do? He gestured to the fae beside him. Micah will ask you some questions, do a few physical tests, and then we will discuss the results afterwards. He made it sound so simple, as though this wasn't a big deal. Nothing too heinous, says a man who obviously loves the limelight. All right, I said, although my palms sweated and my stomach tightened with nerves. Despite the confidence I had in my abilities, I had never actually been judged for my magic before. Granted, Mother had always been critical and did not mince words, but it was different. She was my mother. These were strangers. Elliot walked away, and Matlock stepped in front of me. I have to go back behind the wall and observe with the other members of the council, but I won't be far if you need me. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands, focusing on the twinge of pain, rather than the panic that was rising inside me. I nodded and he walked away. I didn't know where to look or what to do, so I wrapped my arms around my chest and waited to be told what they wanted. Micah got my attention by tapping me on the arm, then smiled brightly. It's okay. This won't hurt. I laughed through my nerves. Maybe not you, I said, and she smiled even bigger. How much do you know about the Fae? She asked, seeming to be genuinely interested. I let my arms drop and relax at my sides. Not much really, I admitted. Only what I've read. And you've met some of us before? I could not tell what she was getting at. Part of me was concerned I had done something wrong to inspire these questions, but the other part of me knew that she was being compassionate in her own way. There was a genuine hint to her tone, so I didn't think there was any hidden agenda. Then again, I had never been good at reading people even though I wanted to be. I shook my head. Only really Tavlor. I didn't want to admit to being at Ava's wedding, but meeting Tavlor wasn't a lie. Even though he had stayed at my house, I never had the courage to ask everything I had wanted to, about him, about his life. About the Fae. I had more questions than answers, and a lot of the questions I had couldn't exactly be found in books. He grew up here, she said, the light going out of her eyes. She seemed saddened, but I wasn't sure why. I wished I had one of my sisters with me, to explain what was going on. For a full Fae, I imagined, Tavlor wasn't much of a Fae at all. Half Warlock raised by a witch in a non-Fae realm. I cocked my head at her. The Fae are more powerful than witches and warlocks, so I'm assuming you're here to make sure I don't blow the place up? Or hurt anyone. Oh. She glanced down. We aren't? Yes. You are. I interrupted her. It's a simple fact. She glanced toward the wall that was now back up, or so I assumed, as I could no longer see the people behind it. Including my father. I stared at it, amazed at how quickly that had happened. They can see us and hear us, can't they? I asked, though I dropped my volume. She nodded. Yes. So. Bella. She cleared her throat. Tell me about yourself. Strengths in magic. Weaknesses you perceive within yourself. Anything you feel comfortable sharing, I would like to learn it all. I almost laughed as she stared at me, awaiting, I assumed, a programmed response. I have no idea. Not knowing wasn't something I readily admitted, but I wasn't quite sure what else to say. I told them that yesterday. She smiled. What do you enjoy then? Oh. Well, that was a better question. Easy enough. I enjoy reading more than anything. Which books in particular? She didn't even wait a beat before asking, which was fine with me. Oh, anything. I started gesturing with my hands, excitement bubbling up inside of me as I listed everything off the top of my head. Spellbooks, potions, history. Micah smiled again, but this time it looked strained. I felt my cheeks go red. I was overdoing it. Again. I gave her an apologetic grimace of a smile in return. I'm sorry. I know I'm not making this easy, but I really don't know. Our mother didn't teach us in a normal way. It was more organic. She let us follow our own passions. So how are you at physical magic? Offensive and defensive spells? Terrible, I answered flatly. She laughed, then smothered it as though it were an inappropriate reaction. It's true, I said. Compared to Ava and Courtney, I'm terrible. I'm better at brewing potions and following spells out of books than they are. But I always thought of that as more of a weakness. I'm not a natural witch like they are. They find magic easy. Micah looked at me intently. I think you're too hard on yourself, Bella. Maybe, I said with a shrug, but I doubted it. I was just honest. What had you planned to do occupation-wise before today? She asked. I laughed. What a question indeed. I wasn't even sure how I was supposed to answer it. Occupation-wise? Nothing. I wasn't going to leave my mother's realm. I was going to read and learn and enjoy the quiet life. Micah's surprise was a palpable thing. Her eyebrows lifted, wrinkling her brow. You never wanted to leave your realm? Not to meet other witches, or travel, or get married? I shrugged. I'm 22. And I don't feel like that life, a traditional life, is for me. But even as I said it, Aunt Allison's words came back to haunt me. She'd said that I was destined for more. But how true could that be? I hadn't done anything before this, and that was because my sister needed assistance. Micah smiled and began to back away. Well, since you don't actually know what sort of jobs people do in this realm, you won't know what to request, so let's just get to the testing. She stood about 10 feet away from me. Sure, I said. What do you want me to do? I had no idea what she was going to ask, but I also knew that this Phi was far more powerful than me, despite the fact she was acting like she wasn't. Attack me, she said, lifting her hands and indicating I should do something to her. I laughed. Are you serious? She nodded. Yes. Magically. Not physically. Conjure up a ball of magic and throw it at me. I'll defend myself, don't worry. She grinned at me as though to say, you'll never hurt me. I wanted to tell her that she had nothing to worry about, but some small part of me, a competitive part, was annoyed she thought I was so weak. I don't know how to, I said, simply shrugging. Her eyebrows flicked up as though she didn't believe me. I think you can, she said. Simply conjure a hot ball of magic and toss it at me. Okay. What else could I say? She made it sound so simple. It should be, shouldn't it? I had Matlock's magic inside of me. At the very least, I was willing to try it. If you say so. I pulled my wand from that invisible pocket my mother made us create in all of our clothes and pointed it at my hand. I spoke a few words to create what she told me to, the red fiery light buzzing in my hand with the crackle of electric energy. Once it felt heavy enough to do some damage, I sculpted my fingers around it, then lifted my arm and threw it at her. She flicked her hand in the air, and the ball of red energy I'd sent at her disappeared. Pathetic. I could practically hear the word being spoken around the room. I sighed. I told you this wasn't my forte. How about defensive spells, she said. My back prickled. She wanted me to defend myself against an attack from her? I can defend myself, I said slowly. I could, at least against my sisters in practice, but against a Phi? Probably not. Hopefully, she'd go easy on me. Okay. I'm going to throw this at you, Micah said, lifting her hand and cupping a yellow flame. It is a level 3, and most second years can stop it from hitting them. I nodded and drew up a shield around myself. I didn't need my arms for a small shield. Micah raised an eyebrow. Ready? I nodded. Yes. Micah threw the yellow ball at me. I let it hit the shield I'd created in front of me. Then I absorbed the energy. A cool shiver passed over my back. Goodness, that was some strange magic. I wasn't sure if it was good magic or bad magic, but it was strange to me. Micah frowned at me. What did you do? She asked, her words short. What do you mean? I asked. You told me to protect myself. Yes, but... Micah moved her feet, creating a more offensive fighting stance. I'm going to ramp up the energy to a 6. Can you defend yourself against that? I bit my lip. I don't know what a 6 is. She shrugged. Most college-age witches can defend against a 6. That didn't sound too hard. Okay. Just for safety, this time I put my hands up and my foot back, strengthening my outer shield and preparing myself for the impact. Ready. Let's see what a normal college-age witch can do. Chapter 14. I knew I couldn't make a mistake or I'd be toast. I knew that. Even if Micah liked to pretend she could save me if I faltered. Micah threw a ball at me this time that was the color of a ripe orange, dark and strong. It hit the wall I'd created in front of me harder than I'd anticipated, but nowhere near what Courtney would chuck at me on occasion. Especially if she was mad. If anything, I was slightly relieved. I clenched my teeth against the tension in my arms that came with holding the shield in place, and drew the magic in. I needed more of it if I was going to keep this up. I appreciated a test as much as the next person, and I could understand wanting to see what I could do, but I wished I knew what they were looking for and, more importantly, why they were looking for it. The shield flexed back with an incredible vibrancy that made me smile. Phi magic was so much nicer to absorb than another witch's magic. It worked so well with my own, almost as though I was meant to bond with it. I dropped my arms and grinned, happy that I'd at least proven I was as strong as one of their witches of my own age. In one element, anyway. Micah called out across the room again. What did you do with my magic? I didn't really want to tell her. The spell I used to create my shield was an ancient one, and not one that many people knew about. I was sure, because it came from one of my mother's books. Nothing, I said, feigning ignorance. Just blocked it, why? She raised one eyebrow and I swallowed hard. She knew that my deflection techniques were different. Obviously. Then she turned toward the wall the council hid behind and nodded, as though receiving a message. They'd like me to try one higher on you, she said. Would you mind doing one more defensive test? A shiver of unease wove through me. I appreciated the fact that she asked me first. She could have hurled one at me without giving me a chance to defend myself, and there would have been nothing I could do about it. At the same time, I wasn't sure how much more of this I could sustain. How much higher? She shrugged as though it were nothing to her. Considering I was the target, it was nothing to her. I'll go to a 10, she said. It's what most adult witches can defend against. I tried to ignore the clear bait. She was trying to get me to compete, to want to prove myself. However, I also knew that I would be measured against Ava, and I felt as though I needed to at least do her and our family justice. And Ava could do it? I asked, unsure. I wished Ava had spoken to me more about her abilities. I wanted to know what I was capable of when properly pushed. Micah glanced toward the council wall, then nodded as she turned back around. I wasn't the one to test her, but yes, she did. I sighed. I suppose I can try. But what happens if it gets through my shield? I'll call it back. Instantly, Micah said, her voice strong with certainty. I won't allow you to get hurt. For some reason, I believed her. Okay. I'll try. I was actually better at defensive magic than Ava, so I knew I could probably handle this. It was the fighting magic, the offensive spells, where I lacked knack and courage. You ready? Micah asked as she moved her hands through the air and created a burning ball of white light. It was magnificent. For a moment, I forgot to be afraid of it, and stared. Then, I remembered I needed to protect myself. I braced myself, using a counterspell to weave into the shield some of the magic I'd taken from Micah's first 2 balls of light. It didn't take much time. In fact, I didn't have to think about it. Regardless, something told me I was going to need it. Yes. Ready. I nodded once for emphasis, my eyes narrowing on her hands. I wasn't quite sure what to expect, but I needed to be ready for anything. Micah threw the ball at me. It splattered on the shield with a wave of heat that made my head spin and my arms shake. Smoke slowly rose from the shield, and I could distinctly hear the hissing sound of where the ball hit, like magic fusing together. "Whoa," I said, clenching my teeth together. I didn't want to fail here. I wasn't done. Not yet. I closed my eyes and wrapped my magic around the ball of light, changing it, absorbing it. The other 5 magic welcomed the new white energy, and they melded together. It was a strange mix of pain and pleasure, but I pushed hard. I didn't want to give up yet. I couldn't. My legs burned and my arms shook with the stress of keeping the shield up, but after a few moments I was able to lower down my defenses and take a large, deep breath. Beads of sweat dotted my forehead, but I couldn't risk wiping them away. "That one was really intense," I said, when I could find the strength to form words. Not sure I could go any higher. I grinned at her as my heart pounded so loudly, I could hear the echoes in my ears. Micah walked over to me, as the wall that had been created by the council disappeared, and my father marched over to us, accompanied by Elliot. "Is that it?" I asked. My father's eyebrows furrowed in a deep cleft. "Bella, you did very well." Elliot beamed. I glanced from my father to Elliot, surprised. Relief bubbled up inside of me, but I refused to let it out. I wasn't sure if I was misinterpreting things, and wanted to make sure before I let myself relax. "Oh, did I? I thought I totally sucked, especially with the first test," I admitted. Elliot chuckled, which I found rather odd. As though he was leading me into a trap. Part of me felt guilty for being so suspicious. He didn't seem like a bad guy. And yet, it was difficult for me to trust him at all. It was difficult for me to trust anyone, but with Elliot it was different. I couldn't quite put it into words. The fact that he was laughing made me wonder what was going on now. What was going to happen next? "Yes, it seems your offensive magic needs some fine-tuning, but your defensive magic is incredibly strong," Elliot said, rubbing his chin. "Probably stronger than Ava's tested at." I shrugged. That was information I already knew. Yeah. I've always been better at shields than her. It wasn't a big deal. I didn't like being hurt. I also didn't like doing the hurting, so I didn't work on that as much as I should have, if I was being honest. My father cleared his throat. "You tested higher than most witches and warlocks in the realm." "You mean for my age?" I asked. Matlock shook his head. "No. Everyone." My mouth dropped open. How was that possible? But "You are an incredibly powerful witch, that is obvious." Elliot beamed, as though I was his daughter. My father looked more worried than proud. I shrugged, not sure what to do with that sort of compliment. I wanted to say, not compared to my sisters, but that boat seemed to have sailed. I also struggled with the fact that I liked being grouped with my sisters, but at the same time, I wanted to stand out on my own just a little bit. "Okay. So what's next?" I asked, distracting myself from my thoughts. Surely there was a reason for all of this. It made no sense to test me, unless they were just collecting data. "Well, obviously you will need to stay in this realm and work with us," Elliot said. "You need training and more skill assessment. Your defenses are astounding, but your offense needs work. Regardless of that, you are a perfect addition to the Cremonti bloodline, and I'm sure your father is as impressed as we are." I glanced across at my father, whose lips were twisted and his eyes were dark. He didn't look impressed, not at all. My stomach dropped. I must have failed him. I should have been better. I must be a disappointment after meeting Ava. "Thank you," I managed to say. "So, Bella, what sort of work would you like to go into?" With your defensive skills, we could have you training with the guard. Or teaching at the school, perhaps in the high school years? I shook my head. Oh no. I'm not great around people. And I wanted to go home. But I knew that while Courtney was unwell, I needed to stay. Until everyone found their feet. Then perhaps I could slip off into the night one day, and no one would remember the weird middle sister. Elliot frowned. Then what sort of job would you like? He asked. He didn't sound annoyed, but there was curiosity in his tone. I know that you don't know a lot about our world, so perhaps your father could assist you in choosing. He glanced between me and my father, waiting. I sucked in a breath. I wasn't sure discussing it with Matlock was a good idea. I felt as though my father might be disappointed wherever I could be stationed. I glanced toward Matlock, whose dark eyes flashed with anger. I swallowed, unsure where that dark emotion was coming from. Bella needs time to acclimatize to our world before you throw her into a job, Elliot, he said, not even looking at me. He spoke as though I wasn't there at all. She can assist me if she'd like to. I glanced from my father to Elliot and back again. I didn't understand what was going on. Was my father asking for me to be an assistant within the council? Was something like that even allowed? I'm not sure what use I can be to anyone in this realm. I don't understand anything about your laws, your culture. It would be silly of me, too. But you have so much potential. Elliot burst in with, and this time I heard the creepiness in his tone. The evil intent behind the words, and a shiver coursed through me. Shit, Matlock had been trying to get me out of this. Think, Bella, think. What do you like doing more than anything else? I could run the library. Both men turned to me with their eyebrows raised and their eyes widened. Happiness filled me up at the very idea. Yes. It's the only thing I enjoy doing, and I'd be good at it, I exclaimed with as much enthusiasm as I could muster. Well, Bella, that's not really a job for a daughter of the High Warlock, Elliot said, rocking on his heels and sticking his nose in the air, looking the pompous fool he was. I grinned at him. I've told you. I'm not like my sisters, I said. I wanted to stress this point, because I did not want to be held to the same standards. So, if you want me to stick around and be a part of your world, I suggest sticking me somewhere I am happy and feel of use. If you have a public library or one at your college. I let my voice trail off, counting the different suggestions on my fingers. I didn't want to tell them how to do their job, but I wasn't going to be placed somewhere I would not do well. Perhaps that's not such a bad idea, Matlock said. He still didn't look at me, but at least he was acknowledging one of my suggestions. He turned toward Elliot. Ease her into the college, Elliot, he said. After all, she's never even been to a single class, nor had a single day of schooling. Putting her in a classroom with a group of rowdy teenagers would be far too intimidating. This way she can learn what the college is like, slowly. In her own way. Using her strengths to help her. I nodded vigorously. And I can learn and read within the library setting, I said. I didn't bother to try and hide my enthusiasm at the idea of all that knowledge. All those books. After all, I have so much to catch up on. Elliot's lips twisted, and I could hear the cogs in his brain whirring. Elliot didn't want to give me this. He wanted to stick me in some realm, where he could obviously use my shield abilities for his own benefit. I didn't want to be some weapon. I wanted to read. After all, you want Bella to stay with us for the long term, don't you, Elliot? Matlock asked, and that was the final push he needed. Elliot nodded. Yes. We do. I clapped my hands together, truly excited about what would happen next. Thank you so much. This is exactly the sort of occupation I've always dreamed about, but didn't dare think aloud. A whole library full of knowledge for me to care for and devour. I laid it on real thick because I didn't want him changing his mind. Because the simple fact was that if I could have a life that I wanted and was comfortable with here, there was a chance I would stay. Especially if it meant living near Courtney and Ava. That didn't mean it was a for sure thing, but at least I would be open to it. And that was more than I thought I would get to before today. Elliot nodded and walked away, back to the group behind the wall, probably to discuss about the outcome of our conversation. I stepped closer to my father. "Thank you for supporting me there," I whispered. I didn't tell him I was worried he wouldn't. I didn't want to insult him. He grinned. "I know you don't want to stay here, so my help was also coming from a selfish place," he admitted. "I want you to be happy here. I want to spend time with you and get to know you, not just as Ava's younger sister, but as my child." Heat flushed my face as embarrassment set in. I hadn't expected my father to be so emotional. "Well, that's as good a reason as any," I muttered. And that was when I noticed that Micah was still in the room, staring at us. I turned to her with a nervous smile. "Thank you for taking it easy on me. I can imagine that session was quite boring for you." She shook her head as she stepped closer. "You really don't understand much of our ways, do you?" I shook my head. "I thought I'd made that pretty clear." She chuckled, the sound musical. "Yes, but..." She shook her head and my interest peaked. "But what?" I asked. Micah glanced over at my father, then back at me. Then she stepped closer and lowered her voice, as though to tell me a great secret. I leaned in. "What is it?" "That spell you blocked of mine? Something the council has labeled a level 10? I nodded. "Yeah?" I wasn't quite sure where she was going with this. "What about it?" "No one in this room could have handled that spell. A level 6 would knock most witches in this room on their ass." Her crude words made me giggle, though I wasn't sure if it was rude of me to laugh or not. Part of me didn't care. That can't be right. It was an easy level. I shrugged off her compliment. I glanced toward my father, who was nodding solemnly. "She's right, Bella," he said seriously. "But..." I was at a loss for words. "That can't be true. I mean, Mother always said I was the weakest of us, that I had so much to learn and it was likely I wouldn't get it." Micah laughed louder this time. "Well, if that is true, then we are in for one hell of a surprise when your third sister arrives." I looked toward Matlock. Surely Ava was stronger than me. He shrugged. "Ava was exposed as being my child, mostly through these tests. At the time she was pretending that her father was human, but no one who was half human could create and sustain the magic she showed that day." "And me?" I asked, my breath catching in my throat. What did I show them today? Such a huge part of me was terrified of the answer I was about to receive, but at the same time I needed to hear it. He smiled with pride this time. "You, my girl, are just as strong, wise and powerful as your sister. And only time will tell how much more powerful you can get." Chapter 15. When we finished at the school, my father suggested it was time to visit Courtney. My heart skipped at the thought as we walked out of the school and back the way we came. "Another portal?" I asked when I realized we would be leaving the magic realm. "You didn't say that Courtney had been taken out of this realm." He touched the sign that would open the portal for us. All the excitement I felt upon seeing my sister again was put on hold. Before I could indulge my emotions, I needed to know what was going on and why. "I said she was with my cousin," he reminded me. My father was not one to lecture, it would seem, but there was a way he said it that made me think I should have recalled such a thing. I decided to drop the reproach. For him, traveling between realms and worlds was probably a normal, ordinary thing, so mentioning a cousin in another realm would be the same as mentioning a farm on the outskirts of the city or a friend who lived downtown. The wall in front of us whirled with silver light, and I swallowed hard against the nausea rising in my gut. I still didn't like these things. I wasn't fond of the journey to other portals, even if I was curious about what lay beyond them. Okay, I said, trying to keep the unease from my voice. Lead the way. My father walked straight through the portal. I took a breath. This was my least favorite bit. May as well get it over and done with as quickly as possible. I stepped through, pushing past that empty, cold feeling of nothingness, until I stepped into the warm sunshine of another world. My mouth fell open as I looked around. Where are we? My family's realm, Matlock explained. My eyebrows flew up as I glanced over at him. An official realm? Just for your family? He nodded. Yes, he said. It's meant to be for the High Warlock when he retires, but my grandfather wanted all of his siblings to live nearby as well, and it developed from there. Most of my cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone lives here. Just my family. My mouth dropped open again. I blinked. I wasn't sure whether I was excited or horrified. I'm about to meet, all of your family? I asked, needing to make sure I was understanding this correctly. There was no point in overreacting when I did not need to. Matlock laughed, his gaze traveling over my face. You mean all of your family, he chided gently. Of course. If they were his family, that made them mine as well. It didn't take away from the fact that the prospect of meeting everyone was still unnerving. Matlock continued when I didn't respond. Yes. But only if you want to. I swallowed hard, the feeling of drowning overwhelming me. My chest was tight, and I was finding it hard to breathe. I wanted to meet my family, especially my father's family. I wanted to know if I was truly the black sheep, or if there was a place I belonged, a place I could see that I inherited bits of me from. But to say I was nervous was an understatement. My stomach twisted into knots and my hands trembled. What would they think of me? I let my voice trail off. How about we just go see Courtney first, then you can decide who else you want to meet, he suggested, his voice careful, like he did not want to push me too hard. I appreciated the consideration. The tightness around my chest eased. That sounds like a good plan. We started walking and I focused on breathing. The portal had landed us in a lush, beautiful forest, similar to one I'd seen in the Fire Realm Ava had got married in. But after only a minute or two of strolling forward, we stepped into a more traditional town setup, though it was much more spread out and open than the one we just left. Are there shops and things here? I asked, glancing around at the houses. Tiny cottages clustered together, nestled in the shadows of sprawling mansions. I could only imagine all the different personality types that would come from the Crementee bloodlines. I actually began to get excited at the prospect. Yes, he agreed, though his lips turned into a frown. Although not a lot, I must admit. Most of my family uses magic to make what they want, or they grow it. It's just easier for them to accomplish things, so to speak. They grow it? I raised my eyebrows. Like food, you mean? I like the sound of that. I missed my garden back home, and the serenity gardening brought me. Yes. As well as herbs and spices. Chickens for eggs. We try to sustain our magic the best way we can. He gestured with his arm to emphasize his point, and I grinned at the prospect of participating in such a community collaboration. The reminder of how easily magic could be drained had me thinking of my mother. Sadness crept over me like an unwelcome disease, and my grin faltered. I pushed the negative feelings away as hard as I could, but it lingered like a shadow. Do you think that our mother died because she used up all her magic? I asked Matlock. It was a working theory my sisters and I shared, and as a result, we were careful with what we created using our magic versus what we could make or buy or grow on our own. We did not want to fall into the same trap she had. He glanced over to me. What do you mean, exactly? Well, she got sick. And after she died, everything disappeared. The farm, the house, our clothes. Everything. Ava believed that perhaps sustaining our home for so long, including our servants and the people who worked around our farm, was too much a drain on her. I bit my lip and awaited his response. He stopped walking and turned to me. I would assume that was the cause, though we'll never know precisely why. I dropped my gaze, sadness swimming over me once more. He lifted my chin with his fingers, making sure I looked him in the eyes. But I like to think of her sacrifice as the most noble thing a mother could do, he said. She sustained your life, your world, so that your magic could be saved for your future. There's nothing more amazing than that. I nodded as the tears slipped free of my eyes and worked down my cheeks. He meant every word too. I did not know how I knew, but I did. I never understood what happened between the two of them, and I didn't think it was my place to ask. Regardless, I could tell my father truly cared for my mother, and for that, I was glad. I couldn't bring myself to say anything else. My tongue was thick inside my mouth, and I had to work hard to force down more of the emotions. I blinked once, twice, and took a breath, trying to rid myself of the unnecessary display of feelings. My cousin is about 2 houses down, he said, changing the topic. We walked the distance to the small house where my father said they had brought Courtney. The flowers seemed brighter here, their scents tickling my nose. It wasn't overwhelming, and my head didn't pinch the way it did back home. I stopped on the sidewalk and stared at the gorgeous little cottage in front of us. It was quaint, but at the same time imposing, with gorgeous flowers planted out the front and a wind chime gently swaying in the breeze. I took a deep breath, enjoying the sound of the tinkling and the scent of jasmine on the breeze. This is my cousin's place. Matlock gestured to the stone path leading up to the front door. After you. I tried to ignore the nervous tightening in my belly as I walked over the white stones and stepped up on the front stoop. Matlock was a moment behind me, and he rapped on the door with his fist. My heart started to pound against my chest, like it was knocking as well. I bounced from foot to foot, trying to talk myself into being calm. This was my family after all. I should not be nervous when it came to meeting them. This was what I wanted. And yet, despite the knowledge, I could not help it. I released a breath and waited, then heard footsteps approaching the other side of the door. The speed of my heartbeat kicked up, and I tensed my legs so I wouldn't keep moving around. A female voice called out on the other side of the door, then the door swung open and revealed a woman who could have been my older sister. If my older sister actually looked like me. She had long dark hair, glasses perched on her nose, and a gorgeous purple flowing dress that made me want to ask where she got it from. Wow. She grinned at me with a knowing smile. You have to be Bella. I nodded. Yes. She waved at us. Come on in. Courtney's not quite fully awake, but she's a lot better than she was yesterday. I followed my father's cousin inside and down a hall and into a large, brightly lit kitchen and dining area. Bella, this is Clarissa, by the way, Matlock said finally. Clarissa whirled around and laughed. Yes? Sorry. It's nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you too, I said, and for once I really meant it. I looked like my family. And Clarissa was the first proof I had of another one of my family who enjoyed brewing potions. I'd never been very interested in being a healer, but that was also probably because we'd never been hurt. Or sick. Until Mother had grown ill a year or so ago, I'd never even thought about what to do if we became unwell. Mother had always taken care of all of that. So, I began slowly, trying to think of what to talk about. The only thing I knew about her was that she was keeping Courtney safe. How's Courtney? You said she wasn't quite fully awake, but what does that mean, exactly? Clarissa tilted her head to the side. It almost seemed as though she was trying to figure out how to respond. Come and see. I held my breath. I wasn't sure if the fact that she couldn't put her thoughts into words was a good thing or a bad thing. When she wasn't looking, I shook my head. I didn't want to make a judgment before knowing all of the facts. Worry would do me no good. She led us out of the room and into a small bedroom lit with candles and incense. Clarissa said a couple of words I didn't understand, and the light lifted so that I could see my sister, laying on the bed in the middle of the room. Courtney. I rushed over to her bedside and knelt beside her, inspecting her for signs of life. She wasn't awake, but her color was good, her skin wasn't pale or clammy, and her hair even seemed washed. I glanced over my shoulder as Clarissa walked over to us. She looks a lot better. Did you give her a shower, or something? Clarissa stood on the other side of the bed and smiled at me. Not exactly. But I did do a massive cleanse of her blood and spirit, and as part of that, I got rid of the potions you'd bound her with. You did a great job with that, by the way. She grinned at me, and I found myself avoiding her gaze and her praise. I was never taught any healing, so I wasn't confident of anything I was doing that day. Clarissa's eyebrows fluttered up. Never taught any healing spells at all? I shrugged and ran my hand down Courtney's arm, her skin warm to the touch. Our mother did all the healing if we ever hurt ourselves, and growing up without other people, we never got sick. Or anything. My father and Clarissa exchanged glances, and I ignored them. I knew that my background was unusual, but it was what it was. There was nothing I could do to change that. So what's the prognosis? I asked. I held my breath. I reminded myself not to overreact or think about the worst-case scenario. We didn't know what was wrong with Courtney, and any unnecessary worry was only going to distract us from helping her. Clarissa sighed, looking away from me. Well, to be honest, I'd assumed she'd be awake by now, she admitted. I swallowed. So not the best news, but that was all right. She clapped her hands together. But she's healing well. And from what I can tell, most of the poison has left her system. I let out a sigh of relief. So she'll be all right? I asked, my throat tight as my hope rose. A dangerous thing, hope, especially when the chances were not great. Clarissa nodded. Yes. We've just gotta wait. Oh. I followed Clarissa's gaze down to Courtney's face, where her eyelids were fluttering. I barked out a strange sound I thought might be a laugh, and pulled myself closer to my sister. I smiled and grabbed her hand. Court. Can you hear me? Wake up. Courtney's lips parted and she moaned softly. Stop yelling, Bella. My head's killing me. I sobbed loudly, unable to stop it occurring as the tears coursed down my cheeks. I pressed my face to her hand as I sobbed a little more. A large part of me had been terrified that Courtney wouldn't pull through. I'd been ignoring those feelings of dread, of course, refusing to even look at the idea that a world could exist without my vivacious sister in it. But now that I could feel her skin, hear her voice, all of my fears came crashing down on me like a tidal wave. I couldn't hold them back, even if I wanted to. Courtney squeezed my hand harder. You okay, Bella? She asked, her voice cracking as she opened her eyes. I nodded and focused on my breathing. I couldn't trust my voice at this moment. I didn't want to worry my sister, so I decided to keep my thoughts to myself. You gave us quite a scare, my father said. His smooth voice was like a balm on an open wound, soothing and reassuring. Exactly what we needed. Clarissa added, handing Courtney a glass. Drink this, Courtney. It'll help you feel better. Who are you? Courtney demanded. Suspicion flashed in her eyes. I bit back a smile. Any hint of reprimand for her rudeness died on my tongue. I was just glad to see she still had her usual fearless attitude, despite her ordeal. Courtney glanced around the room. Where am I? I lifted my head and used my hands to wipe the tears from my cheeks. You were poisoned, Court. I had to bring you to the magic realm for help. Courtney was fully awake now and struggling to get up. I got to my feet and moved the pillows around her back to help prop her up. She would hate being in such a vulnerable position, laying on her back with strangers starting down at her. I took the drink from Clarissa and tasted it myself. Blah, tastes like crap. Perfect for flushing the system. I handed the glass of orange-colored potion to my sister, who looked at it dubiously, then took it. She trusted me, even if she didn't trust anyone else in the room. Our father included. She put the glass to her mouth and sipped, grimacing at the flavor, then had another longer gulp. She knew what my potions tasted like, and they were rarely pleasant if they were good for you. Between sips and glancing around at the room, she asked me, "What happened?" "I don't remember anything." "Nothing? What about going out dancing the other night?" I said. She frowned and ran a hand through her long red curls, pushing them back from her face. "Dancing, yeah? I had a few drinks with a guy they first hadn't seen before. Dark longish hair. Seemed nice enough. But when he pushed to take me home, I left. Came back to our house and I don't remember anything after that." I sat on the bed next to her. "Well, long story short, you were poisoned and almost died. I wrapped you in some spells and got you to Aunt Allison, who helped me reach the magic realm." I glanced up at Matlock. "Our father took us to be examined, and now we're here, with Clarissa, who's a healer, getting you better." Courtney's mouth had fallen open and she stared at me, then flicked her confused gaze from Clarissa to our father and back to me. Hi," she said, waving awkwardly at Matlock and Clarissa. Then she twisted around to glare at me. "Who the hell would want to poison me?" she demanded. Then her gaze narrowed. "And what are we going to do to pay them back?" Chapter 16. I could not help but chuckle at my sister's outraged expression. "Only you would wake up from a near-death experience and be ready to kill whoever had attempted it," I said. Courtney HMPHED at me, and drank the entirety of the glass Clarissa had made for her. My heart swelled. She was back to being Courtney. At least, as far as she could be. I was sure there were still parts of her that needed to be healed. She was definitely not going out to any clubs, anytime soon. But she was still Courtney, and for that I was grateful. She handed the glass back to Clarissa with a grimace. "Thank you." Clarissa nodded, taking the cup in her hand. "You're welcome," she said. "I'm just glad you're back with us." I stood up, shaking off the last of my melancholy. This was something to celebrate, not something to be sad about. Courtney was here. She was alive. I could introduce her to her family now. Clarissa is Matlock's cousin." Courtney inhaled sharply and glanced around the room as though she didn't quite trust it. I frowned. That wasn't the reaction I was expecting from her. "Where are we exactly?" she asked. "In a magical realm built for the retired High Warlock," I said slowly. "So all of Matlock's family is here. Aunt's cousins." I let my voice trail off, using my hand to gesture. "Our grandparents?" Courtney burst in with, sitting up and away from her pillows. I looked toward my father and he nodded. "Yes. But I haven't alerted them to either of your presences yet," he said. "Why?" Courtney asked. "Ashamed of us already?" "Courtney," I admonished, but she just rolled her eyes and flipped back the covers. "I think I need to get up," she said, throwing her legs over the side of the bed with no regard for anything else. "And I think you need an attitude adjustment, miss," Clarissa said, folding her arms over her chest. She narrowed her eyes at Courtney, pursing her lips. "Excuse me?" Courtney said, with as much defiance as possible, considering she was struggling to even stand up. My mouth fell open. How about thank you for saving my life?" I shook my head, disappointed in Courtney's response. My younger sister had always been feisty, but she wasn't usually this rude. I shouldn't be surprised, but it amazed me that not even an attempt on her life could calm her down or change her attitude. She continued to struggle, and Clarissa's glare didn't even make her hesitate. When she was finally standing next to me, she turned to face our father and his cousin. Clarissa furrowed her brows. "It's obvious you get your fighting spirit from your mother, may she rest in peace, but I suggest you aim that fire somewhere else," she snapped. I couldn't be sure, but it seemed as though this was Clarissa's way of not doing any magic. Arms were just as powerful as wands, and powerful witches could do spells simply by thinking of them. Your father has done nothing but risk his life for Ava, and now you too, since he discovered your existence. It's certainly not his fault that he never knew about you three. Don't you think as a father he would want to know he had children with the woman he loved? Or do you truly think he's that cold-hearted? Courtney glared back, and as she opened her mouth and drew in a breath to fire back, I grabbed her arm. I think it's obvious the fire doesn't all come from the Melfi side, I said with a smile. But she's right, Court. These two helped me save your life, so I suggest you just calm down a little, eat something, and we can devise a plan. I stared at Courtney, watching the fire flicker in her eyes, then glanced over at the other two people in the room. There was a similar look in Clarissa's gaze, whereas my father simply seemed pensive. So there were multiple facets of the cream and tea line as well. Interesting. I am a little hungry, Courtney admitted. Her voice was not as boisterous as it normally was. She did not like being lectured, especially when the lecture was warranted. She needed to realize she could not get whatever she wanted, simply because she wanted it. She could not talk to people in that manner, because they did not deserve to be treated as such. She needed to realize she had to be more polite, more appreciative, and to stop being so selfish. Our father broke the tension with a chuckle. Of course you are, he said. It's been days since you ate, and if I remember correctly, your mother wasn't up for any in-depth conversations unless she had a cake in one hand. I had to laugh too. I was grateful my father knew what to say, because I certainly did not. Courtney's the same. I nudged my sister with my shoulder, in what I hoped was a playful way. A real sugar addict. Well, I have plenty in the kitchen, Clarissa said, her tone still bordering on annoyed but less so than before. I suppose it was the best that could be expected, especially after Courtney's outburst. Lead the way, I said, and Clarissa left the room with our father in tow. Courtney grabbed me, pulling me back. Are we seriously in the magic realm? She asked in a low voice. I nodded. One of the magical realms. And yes, Matlock and I have already gone up against the council. That was fun. I rolled my eyes. Courtney pressed her brows up, demanding more explanation. They had me tested for my abilities, have already assigned me a job, and they want you as well. Courtney's eyes bulged even further. Are you serious? I shrugged. There was no reason for me to be upset. What happened happened, there was no changing it. I did not want my emotions to upset me. I had to bring you here, Court, I said. You would have died if I'd stayed in Mother's realm. Courtney swallowed hard, her eyes shining with unshed tears. So you left the safety of home and exposed us all, to save me? She asked, her voice smaller than I had ever heard it. I nodded, emotion swelling in my chest. My sister and I had always had a strained relationship. We were so different. It felt like we would never truly understand each other. Part of that was my fault, and part of that was hers. Regardless, I cared about her and Ava more than I cared about anyone else, and despite our differences, that would never change. I swallowed, trying to blink away my tears cropping up. The last thing I wanted to do was to start blubbering in front of Courtney. I had to be strong for both of us. I love you, Court. I'd do anything to protect you, even if it means coming here. Courtney threw her arms around me and hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. But I returned her affection with gusto, closing my eyes and relishing the feel of my sister. It felt nice having her in my arms. She was warm, happy, alive and well. She was everything I wanted her to be. A rough cough and clearing of a man's throat broke into the silence around us. We jumped away from one another, and Courtney wiped at the tears on her cheek. It was our father, with a soft smile on his face. Cake's ready. Courtney nodded, lifted her chin in the air, and marched onwards. I smiled as I watched her go. She was the most stubborn person, and even though I hadn't known a vast amount of different people, I was pretty sure Courtney would hold her own amongst the rest of them. I walked into the living area and found the table laden with delicacies of every kind. We chatted about nothing for a while, and I found myself getting more and more comfortable. As I munched on a few snacks, my lips curved into a smile. It was so easy to forget I wasn't home. It was so easy to let my guard down. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, especially considering I hadn't made up my mind about what I wanted to do now that Courtney seemed to be okay. Would this be the realm I would live in if I moved here? Would I be able to make my own house, live the life I wanted, surrounded by family? Did I have to move to the magic realm where the council resided? Could I choose to stay here instead? More importantly, was that the life I wanted? There was a sudden knock at the door, and we all turned to look. I furrowed my brow, shifting in my seat, waiting. "Who's that?" Courtney asked. Clarissa shrugged. "Don't know," she said. She didn't seem too perturbed by it. "I'll go check." She went to the door, there was a little chit-chat, then an older couple walked in. I stared, barely blinking. The man looked like Matlock. And the woman, she looked like an older version of Bella. Courtney hissed in my ear. "She looks just like you." I nodded. She did. Even more than Clarissa. She had long dark hair, glasses, and my nose. "You're our grandparents," I said, unable to be intelligent. The woman, our grandmother, smiled, and her eyes began to well with tears. "You're even more beautiful than I imagined." I glanced over at Courtney, but she was staring at me. Matlock stepped up closer. "Mother, father, this is Bella and Courtney," he said, gesturing at each of us as he introduced us. "Girls, my parents, Beatrice and Stephen." I smiled at them, but what could I say? I wanted to say everything, but I couldn't find the right words. Instead, I gathered up the courage to say something bland and expected. "Ah, it's nice to meet you." My voice cracked. I cleared my throat, feeling my cheeks pinch. This was not the first impression I wanted to make with my grandparents. Courtney stepped from side to side, then rushed forward, hugging first our grandmother, then our stiff and unmoving grandfather. I covered my mouth with my hand, unsure whether to be horrified or amused by her boldness. I grinned at the shock on their faces, Courtney's long curly hair falling down her back, swishing in the wake of her movement. When she pulled back, I grabbed her hand and tugged her back to my side. The poor people looked totally overwhelmed. Especially our grandfather. "Come in and have some cake," Clarissa said, waving us all over to the table. She created a few more chairs with a flick of her wrist, and we all settled down around the sugar feast. It was strangely awkward, but Clarissa was soon making drinks and buzzing around, breaking the tension. Then Matlock turned to his parents. "When did you hear we were here?" Stephen smiled. "You know I monitor everyone who comes in and out of the realm for safety's sake." Matlock nodded. "Yes. I was wondering how Bella and Courtney would show up on your security spells." Beatrice's gaze flicked over to Courtney. "We didn't actually detect your youngest daughter. How did you sneak her in so well?" Matlock chuckled before he told them the whole story about what happened to Courtney, and what we had to do to keep her safe. I tried not to pay attention too much. It was difficult for me to hear, only because I did not want to relive it. Courtney turned to me with a dropped jaw. "You shrunk me to a jewelry box size?" she asked me. I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face. "Yes," I said. "It was rather fun." "You could have killed me," Courtney pointed out. I looked away, my stomach wrenching with guilt. She wasn't wrong. There had been a risk, but all I thought about was making sure my sister was safe. "I did the only thing I knew how to do, Court," I said. And like I said before, Clarissa interrupted, her tone harsh once again. "You owe your life to your sister. By casting that spell, she saved your life." Yes, it was a risk, but like she said, there weren't many other options she could have done. I don't know many witches or warlocks who would have acted so smartly, so rationally. "Bella, you are to be commended." Courtney swayed on her seat and I reached out for her as she paled. Then she stood up abruptly, her hand holding her stomach. I'm sorry, Bella. I'm still not feeling myself. I jumped to my feet and grabbed her, glancing anxiously at Clarissa. Could there be a secondary infection, or something? Courtney's pretty sassy but not quite like this. Clarissa started backing away. Bring her back to the room. I supported my sister's trembling body until she was once again tucked into bed. I'm going to put you back to sleep while I assess what's going on, okay, Courtney? Clarissa said. Courtney's eyes closed and she nodded. Thank you, I'm sorry I'm being a bitch. She let her voice trail off, turning her head away. I could tell she was trying to hide her shame from me, and I wished she wouldn't. Before I could respond, Clarissa waved her hand over Courtney's face, and my sister slid back into sleep. I wasn't sure I would have put her to sleep so suddenly, but I hoped it would help. Clarissa sighed. It could just be the effects of hunger and exhaustion, but there could be something more, she murmured, a wrinkle over her nose as she contemplated her next course of action. I'll need a few days to work it out. I'll stay, I said, magicking up a chair next to my sister's bed and plonking my butt down into it. Clarissa smiled at me kindly. Bella, go meet your grandparents. I'll stay here and work on your sister. She's in good hands. I promise. I glanced down at Courtney, not wanting to leave, but what good was I to her? Well, I'm just in the kitchen if you need anything. Clarissa chuckled. I know. Go. I walked back into the room to find Matlock and his parents in a heated discussion. They stopped the moment I stepped back into the room. Beatrice got to her feet, and I noticed this time that we were almost the exact same height as well. Is your sister okay? She asked, putting a hand to her chest. I smiled as bravely as possible as I sat back down at one of the dining chairs. Matlock turned to me. Mother and father have expressed a wish to offer you a home here. I told them I'd need to speak to you about it, because you have been very forthright in your expression of wanting to go home to your mother's realm. But we really would love you to stay here, Beatrice jumped in. We'd given up on the hope of any grandchildren, Stephen said, his deep voice making a pleasant shiver course along my skin. I was still getting accustomed to men's voices after a lifetime of only females. They all stared at me expectantly, and for the first time, I didn't feel sick or worried about the idea of turning them down. Because I didn't really want to. I may have changed my mind about that actually. There. It was out. I held my breath, though I felt a small bout of relief at my honesty. Saying it out loud made me feel like I was committed to it. And oddly enough, that wasn't as scary as I initially believed. Matlock's eyebrows flickered up and Beatrice clapped a little. Really? My father asked. I'm surprised. I sat up straighter. I can't guarantee anything. I don't have all the information yet. But I want to be near my sisters, and I want to get to know this side of my family. When they all grinned, I held my hands up to ward off the enthusiasm. I'm still a bookworm and an introvert, and I know I'll need a lot of time by myself as well, but I definitely wouldn't be averse to spending more time here if I was allowed to build a small house and garden, I admitted. You could build whatever you liked. My grandmother clapped her hands together, as though she couldn't contain her excitement. Stephen nodded. Yes. And you would be safe here, Bella. Away from everyone. His words tweaked a memory that I wanted to ask Matlock about. Speaking of dangers and things, Matlock, can I ask you something? Anything, Bella. What sort of mix is Oliver? Matlock glanced away for a moment. What do you mean? I mean, he's not just a warlock, is he? Matlock looked over at his parents, and his father frowned. What is she talking about, Matlock? What have you done? I swallowed hard as my father slid back in his seat and sighed. My heart sank as I took in my father's paling face. What had I brought to the light now? Chapter 17. I'm sorry, I said, tumbling over my words. My tongue felt thick and heavy. I didn't mean to. Matlock held up his hand, stopping me from saying anything else. No, it's all right, Bella, he said. Though his voice was soft, it was also resolute. My parents, although fair and good rulers for their time, do not like mixed-species children. I frowned upon hearing such a claim, and glanced over at them. Beatrice had magicked up a set of knitting needles, and was quietly knitting away. I could not tell what her reaction was to all of this, though she did seem rather distracted by what should have been a simple task. Stephen, on the other hand, was turning red in the cheeks, his hands gripping his thighs. I stared at them, shocked. So, you would totally disapprove of Tavlor marrying Ava, then? I asked. It wasn't a question I ever thought I would have to ask someone in my family. Tavlor treated Ava so well, and to assume otherwise, simply because he wasn't completely Warlock, was ignorant and offensive. At least this explained why I hadn't seen them at the wedding in Fairy. I always thought Matlock didn't want to risk having us known by anyone, even his parents, as a way to keep us safe. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps it was because they hadn't wanted to come at all. Neither of my grandparents answered, and I decided to ignore them. I'd read somewhere once that the older generations could be ignorant and lacking in empathy, but I didn't like to think that people I were related to felt that way. I turned to my father. You like Tavlor, don't you? He nodded. Yes. He is a great man. I judge people on their individual traits, not on what they are. My grandfather stood up. Bella, it was so lovely to meet you, but I think we should get going. I stood up too. Okay. I wasn't sure what else to say to that. He hadn't reassured me that he wasn't completely prejudiced against my brother-in-law. In fact, it felt as though he was running away from the situation, like he didn't want to answer at all. Instead of attempting to stop them, I watched as they left. I wanted to ask more questions of my father, and having them be present for it wasn't a good idea. Once they were gone, my father shut the front door behind them. When he finished, he turned back to me, a grim frown on his face. I couldn't be sure, but he seemed disappointed, and even a little ashamed to have to admit such a thing at all. In all fairness, I probably would feel the same way. Well, that was disappointing, I told him. I didn't bother to soften my words. I was sure he agreed as well. My father rejoined me at the table, magicking up a plate of sandwiches for us. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I saw them, and my mouth watered at the sight. Oh, thank you, I said, grabbing for the savory item. He took one also. I noticed that you don't have much of a sweet tooth. I shook my head. No. Courtney's the only one who really loves sugar. He grinned as he finished his sandwich. That comes from my mother's side. He picked up a different sandwich this time, filled with some sort of purple and green mix. So, what do you really want to know, Bella? I chewed on my chicken sandwich. What was at the crux of my questions? I suppose I want to know if I'm right. Right about what? That Oliver is half warlock, half wolf shifter. Or something like that. My father jerked strangely, then he created 2 glasses of what looked like homemade lemonade. The sweet sour smell made my nose tickle. I brought the drink to my lips and took a long sip. The cool drink refreshed my throat and tension eased out of my body. How did he know that that was exactly what I needed? So you're really asking me about your instincts, he asked, watching me with sharp eyes. And whether you can trust them or not. I nodded. Yes, I suppose so. That seemed like a good way to categorize it. He sighed and looked away. His fingers tapped the glass, the small ding ringing in my ears. I've been sworn to secrecy in regards to this matter, so it's very hard for me. Literally, to tell you the truth, he said, regret in his tone. Oh. I set my lemonade down on the table and replaced my hands in my lap. I've read something about this. Did you commit to some sort of spell to hide his identity? My father nodded, but he didn't seem to be able to answer further. I frowned. This was where good deduction skills in regard to people reading would have come in handy. Instead, I was left trying to decipher some hidden code on my father's face. More and more interesting. Well, can you tell me if the man who walked in to visit Oliver just before I got arrested by the council police was part wolf shifter? I asked. When I thought about that man, my heart skipped a beat. He was more handsome than anyone I had seen before, and even though I didn't have many people to compare to, the feeling I got was enough to make me curious about him and how he might be involved in these tangled webs. That I can answer, my father said, breathing a sigh of relief. I'd read somewhere that people who were probed about secrecy spells were often in pain when asked. Was that what was happening here? Tell me, I said, trying to pretend that I didn't have a personal interest in his answer. Because there had been something about that man, something attractive to me. And after Aunt Allison's weird premonition talk, I was subconsciously aware of my feelings. Now, more than ever. He's a full wolf shifter, actually. I've met him at the shop before, my father said. My mouth dropped open and my eyebrows wrinkled my forehead. Really? My father tilted his head at me. Though he didn't quite narrow his eyes, there was curiosity in them. Why are you surprised? I don't know, I guess, just because I've never met one before. I picked up my glass, needing something to do with my hands. I assumed they'd be different. Be more obvious, maybe. The council police didn't seem to notice him, and don't all warlocks hate shifters? I guess I just assumed the magic community would have reacted more to him. My father shook his head. Not all warlocks hate shifters, he said slowly, trying to choose his words carefully. Not me. But yes, you are right. He isn't easily identifiable, and that has a lot to do with my friend. He makes potions for a lot of shifters to help them control their tempers, make them blend into our society. So they live in the magic realm undetected? He nodded. Pretty much. They have a small town they've built outside the city that I sanctioned. Most of the witches and warlocks know that there's something strange going on out there, but they don't ask or go looking for answers. I smiled at him. It was difficult for me to wrap my mind around what he said, though I shouldn't have been surprised. Because of a spell you cast over the town? He glanced away and said, Of course not. I'd never do such a thing. But his words were robotic, and his cheeks flushed with pink. Another secret spell. Another thing he could not tell me. However, I was beginning to pick up clues. I was beginning to understand what he meant with his secrets. It wasn't as though I could read him, but it was a start, and that was more than I could have hoped for. That's true, I said with a grin, and Matlock's head came back up. He narrowed his eyes as I drank the lemonade and started thinking about the future, about my place here and what this all meant. I sighed, though not out of concern. So, when do you think they'll want me to start the library job? I asked, looking at my father once again. As soon as possible, I believe. Tomorrow if you can. Seriously? That fast? He shrugged. Unless you have something else you'd like to do first? I didn't, really. I would have liked to say that I wanted to spend more time here with Matlock's family, but the call of the library of all the knowledge was a heady one. Will I stay with you in Ava's room if I start work tomorrow? He nodded solemnly, emotions flickering across his face. Okay. I think that's what I should do, I said, nodding. And we can come back and check on Courtney? He nodded. Of course. Clarissa has a phone we can call also. At that moment, Clarissa walked back into the room looking as pale as Courtney had been that morning. I got to my feet, worry twisting my belly. What's wrong? Is it Courtney? She shook her head, putting up her hands to placate my concern. No, she's fine, she said, but there was hesitation in her voice. But I did find another, deeper problem, and it took a lot out of me to fix it. She collapsed into a chair and wiped her forehead. Her body melted into her seat, and it looked like she would be there for a long amount of time simply because she didn't quite have the energy to move just yet. I think I'm going to need a rest after that. I gaped at her. Questions swirled in my head. What did you find? Clarissa bit her lip. I'm not sure exactly. Something dark. Powerful. It was. I can't. Clarissa massaged her temples with her fingers, obviously exhausted. I turned toward my father, unsure what I should do, but not wanting to leave. Maybe I should stay. Clarissa shook her head. No. I work better with less people around, and I think Courtney's going to sleep for another day or two now. You may as well get on with things. I'll be fine, I promise. As will Courtney. My father stood up and gestured to me. I think we need to leave Clarissa alone for a little while, Bella, he said. Like you, she gains energy from quiet and time alone. I nodded. The last thing I wanted to do was disturb her, especially if she wanted peace, but I didn't like the thought of simply leaving her either. I walked over to him, biting my lip. I turned to her. Thank you so much, Clarissa. I can't explain how much this means to me, that you're looking after my sister. Clarissa smiled. I understand, Bella. More than you know. Now please go. Your father can contact me anytime you want an update. Thank you, I repeated, and my father steered me out of the cottage and onto the footpath that adjoined the houses. Suddenly I could breathe again, and I took deep inhalations of air. You're worried about Courtney, my father said, stating a fact rather than asking a question. Aren't you? I asked. He nodded. Yes. But that was all he said. And part of me wasn't surprised. Men weren't known for their expression of emotions, or so Mother had told us. I was inclined to believe her. I had never met a man before Tavlor, and he was devoid of emotion the majority of time I spent with him, even as we pored over books together. Matlock seemed more emotive, but tended to be wary of displaying it, especially in front of me. I could not be sure, but it felt as though he wanted to shield me from things, like he thought he was protecting me. More than that, he didn't know Courtney that well, and what he did know, well, our father probably thought she was a bit of a bitch. Which she could be, most certainly. But there was a beautiful, kind, fearless part of Courtney that I loved. And that was the person I would fight for. We went back through the portal doors, arriving back at my father's offices in the middle of the afternoon. I was thinking I may go speak to Elliot and the college, and make sure everything is set up for you to meet everyone tomorrow, my father said, as we stepped back into his office. Would you like to come with me? Or would you prefer to stay here and read? I fell onto the couch with an exaggerated sigh. The very last thing I wanted to do was go out again. I would love to stay here and read. That would be amazing. Can I look through your bookshelves? He grinned as he changed out of one coat and put on another, grander jacket. Of course. Nothing's off limits here. Help yourself and I won't be long, he said. He flashed a smile at me before exiting. As soon as the lock clicked into place, I rushed to the bookshelf to scour the shelves. Oh. I found a book on the history of the Creman family. I flipped through the pages, then settled myself into Ava's bed to immerse in researching the past. Hours later, the door in the main room opened and then closed, followed by footsteps. My father must be home. I started to close the book when someone knocked twice on the bedroom door. Come in, I called. Matlock slowly opened the door, then stepped onto the carpeted floor of my room. Everything's sorted out. I'm going to take you down to the college first thing tomorrow. I smiled at him, a tremor of trepidation pulsing through me, but other than that, I was feeling relaxed and calm. Which was unusual and kind of nice for me. I really like this room, I said, my gaze going over the furniture and especially the books. I feel unusually safe here. Matlock nodded. I can imagine, he said, a small smile on his face. Tavlor put an inordinate amount of protection over Ava's room when she was here. I can't see it, but I can feel it. He cares very much for her. Me too, I said, placing the book down on the blankets. My hand lingered on the comforter, the softness caressing my skin. What have you got there? Matlock asked, without coming any closer. He nodded at the book, curiosity in his gaze. A family Bible? I laughed, brushing my hair back behind my ear. Something like that. It's your family tree, and a history on the high warlocks from the last 200 years or so. Not the most exciting thing I'd ever read, of course. But I loved any kind of knowledge. I was never sure when I would be able to use it, but if the last few months had taught me anything, my memory was an asset. Would you like some dinner? He asked. I shook my head. I'm fine, thank you. I was just going to stay in bed with a book or two, until morning. I wasn't sure what he thought about me, being so incredibly different to Ava, but when he smiled brightly, I like to think I didn't disappoint him. I'm the same, he admitted. Always have been. I sat up taller against the pillows. Really? Mother never said. He chuckled. She probably didn't know, not really, he said. I kept that part of myself pretty well hidden from people. And unfortunately, Genevieve and I didn't get a lot of time together. Not as much as I would have liked. Not as much as I would have given her, had we the opportunity. I wanted to ask something, and normally I would never have the courage to do so. But in this place, with all new things and only my father and I to talk, anything seemed possible and my courage was easier to access. So, I swallowed nervously. You're not disappointed that I'm not like Ava? I tugged at my fingers, my eyes on them rather than Matlock. Though I was brave, I could not seem to look him in the eyes. I mean, she was Mother's favorite by far and she's super impressive, so don't get me wrong. I know I should be a disappointment compared to her. My father began to laugh and held up his hand. Bella, stop. Please. Ava is wonderful. I'm sure you know that. I nodded. Yes, the oldest child. The perfect one. But she intimidates me in lots of ways, he continued. Just like your mother did. I laughed and swallowed against all the uncomfortable tightness in my chest. Yes, me too. I know we haven't spent a lot of time together yet, Bella, but I think you're more like me than the other two, and I hope we can. He trailed off and I filled in the gap with, be good friends? He nodded. Something like that. And to answer your question, you couldn't disappoint me. Never. I love that you're a bookworm and quietly strong. It's great. I bit my lip to stop the tears that would have started to roll if I'd allowed them to. Thank you for saying that, I said, barely more than a whisper. Matlock grabbed the doorknob. Well, I'll say good night and see you in the morning. I gulped down the tears, forcing them away. My first day of work. He nodded. Yes. It's a whole new world. He left me to think about the changes that had already occurred and everything that might happen in the future. I had the terrifying feeling that Ava's crowning, Courtney's poisoning, and this new job for me was only the beginning. Chapter 18. Matlock and I stood in the foyer of the college, and while my heart beat in my chest like I was running a marathon, everyone around me seemed calm. Part of me wished I could reach out and secure their peace for myself. I didn't know why I was so nervous, but I wanted this opportunity to test myself, to learn. A woman strode outside. She was dressed in a blue cardigan and black business pants, her hair pulled from her face into a bun. She seemed nice enough. Then again, I still needed practice reading people. My father indicated to me. Bella, this is Audrey. The principal of our college. Audrey, this is my daughter Bella. I believe Elliot spoke to you about her yesterday? The woman nodded, her eyes fixed solely on my father. Yes. He did. I could not be certain, but her voice sounded like there was a current of judgment in it. It might have been the fact that she hadn't looked at me at all, or maybe it was that her hardened stare was directed at my father. Either way, she did not seem happy with him. It was quite a surprise to learn that after going 20+ years without an heir, Matlock, you now have two. I glanced at my father, wondering if he was going to correct her, or whether I should. Matlock cleared his throat. Actually, there's three. Bella is the middle of three sisters. Audrey's composure shifted as her mouth dropped open. 3 daughters. I couldn't stop myself from interjecting. Shocked? Surprised? Audrey stared at me, her sea-green eyes as piercing as they were intelligent. Despite her judgment in regards to my father, I realized I would be able to learn a lot from her, and that was something important to me. It might even push me to do better. She nodded. Definitely surprised. And if I'm honest, I'm a little disappointed we didn't meet sooner. I frowned. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't think she would want to meet me or my sisters at all. How so? She smiled brightly. I've been head mistress here for over 10 years, and as I was climbing the ranks of my profession, a part of me wished to be a part of the next High Warlock's life, she admitted. I always assumed I'd teach Matlock's children, and it seems I missed that boat. To find out he has 3 heirs when he seemed to be incapable of creating only one. It's shocking to say the least. I don't condone cheating of any sort, whether academic or personal, but I am happy his line will continue, even if it's not in the traditional way. The strange words pleased me more than they should have. Was she actually lamenting the chance to teach magic to my sisters and me? A thrill rippled through me, and I tried to contain my excitement. I did not want to scare her off. The only teacher I had had before was Mother. Now, I would be learning from someone else. I smiled back. Well, I look forward to you sharing any and all knowledge that you have, headmistress. I'm always willing to learn. Her eyebrows flickered up. Please call me Audrey, if I may call you Bella? We will be colleagues, after all. I couldn't stop myself from grinning. Yes? The library. I really can't wait to dive in. She nodded as though she understood, though I doubted she did. Few people comprehended my true love of the written word. Come this way, she said. I'll take you straight to the library. My heart fluttered as she turned and began to head down the hall. Matlock tilted his head. After you. He gestured with his arm. I turned and practically skipped to keep up with Audrey, following her down a corridor. I passed a variety of paintings, all in thick black frames. I recognized my father at the very end, which meant this hall must be portraits of high warlocks throughout the centuries. When I had more time to explore, I would come back here and look at them. They were family after all, family I had never known existed until recently. Once we spilled out of the corridor, Audrey made a left, coming across 2 large doors. She reached for them, and I was certain she was going to struggle to open them, but she pushed them open without hesitating. I wondered if that was her magic, or if she really was that strong. As soon as we stepped through, my mouth dropped open. It was a vision out of one of my dreams. Oh my. My father walked up behind me, chuckling. What do you think? I couldn't stop staring at the shelves, laden heavily with books. Thin books and massive tomes. All leather, embossed and beautiful. And best of all, there were aisles and aisles of them. I inhaled deeply, loving the smell of the old leather and paper. It's beautiful, I said, breathless. And it was. A haven for someone like me. Dark, quiet, and perfect. Audrey had left us for a moment while I admired the library, and now she walked back to us, another woman in tow. This lady reminded me of Courtney, with long red hair, but she had dark, intense eyes. And glasses similar to my own. Hillary, this is Bella Crementi. Bella Melfi, I automatically corrected, then slid my father an apologetic look. I'd never even thought about having any other last name than my mother's. I'm sorry, Audrey said, looking between my father and I as though she were confused. I could not blame her. I was my father's daughter, after all. It would only make sense that I took on his last name. I just did not feel comfortable. I swallowed, staring at the floor and shifting my weight. I didn't want to look at my father right now, afraid he would be disappointed. It would not change my mind exactly, but I still did not want to see it. I would feel guilty, even though I was not going to change my mind about my name just yet. Anyway, Audrey continued, Bella is here to work in the library. She'll be under your supervision. Hillary nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. It's lovely to meet you, Bella. She flashed a warm smile at me. I'm never going to say no to another pair of hands, although Elliot also said you may be doing some teaching classes at the college as well? She tilted her head to the side, raising her brows. I glanced around the huge room. The prospect of teaching caused my stomach to flip, though I wasn't completely against the idea. I'd happily stay in this place forever, I said, but refrained from commenting on what Elliot wanted. He wasn't the person who got to make such decisions, and I wasn't going to humor possibilities. Then you and I are going to get along fine, Hillary said. My father squeezed my elbow. Are you all right to get back to my offices after you finish here, or would you like me to come back and pick you up? I can get back by myself. It's fine, I said, smiling at him. There were streets and portals and all sorts of things to walk down and step through to get back to my bedroom. But I was pretty sure I could do it by myself now. And Matlock, being the High Warlock, surely had things to do with his day other than babysit me. Okay, he said. I'll see you tonight then. My father left with Audrey, and I turned to Hillary. I was glad to be alone, glad to dive in and see what I could do, what I could learn. Where should we start? I asked. She beamed at me and indicated I should follow her. How about a tour first, then you can put away some of the returned books if you like? She threw a smile over her shoulder. I know it seems like a tedious task, but doing it will help you familiarize yourself with our filing system. Tedious tasks didn't bother me. In fact, I wanted to soak up as much knowledge as I could. My magic buzzed inside me, happy to be surrounded by the books I loved so much. I clapped my hands together. Sounds perfect. For the rest of the morning and well into the afternoon, it was perfect. I got to meet some of the students and other staff members. I got to put away books and even read some of them. There were so many topics on so many things, I started to worry about not having the time to read as much as I wanted. It was confronting, the way students responded to me when they found out who I was. Or more, what I was. The illegitimate daughter of the High Warlock. Their jaws practically dropped to the floor, then they sidestepped out of there. It was easy to ignore their low murmurs and judgmental stares by burying myself in all of the books. But amidst the books I loved and the quiet of the library, I couldn't be stressed. It was all too wonderful. One of the head teachers told me I could have access to the extremely advanced library if I so chose. Only teachers and staff were allowed to access it. We were closing up for the night when someone strolled into the library. Hey, Bella. I spun around at the familiar voice, and there was my little sister, rosy-cheeked and curly red hair falling around her shoulders. Courtney. I rushed over to hug her and held her tight. Thank goodness you're all right. I pulled back and stared at her to make sure she wasn't an apparition or delusion of mine. You're really here. She chuffed out a laugh and stepped away. Yeah, Clarissa did a really good job of clearing out my system, but I needed to come find you, she said, lifting a shoulder and brushing her hair from her face. Feel some normality. I chuckled, gesturing with my arm. We're in the magic realm, away from the only home we knew, I pointed out. Well, the one we created after Mother left us. We don't have much normal left anymore, sis. She glanced around the library. Yeah. I figured, but still. She looked back at me and smiled. I still have you. That hasn't changed. And seeing you reassures me that despite this sudden change, we're going to be all right. Hillary came over to us. This must be your sister. I nodded. Yes. Hillary, this is Courtney. Court, this is the head librarian here. Courtney grinned at me. This is the most perfect job for you. How did you find me? I asked. Clarissa rang Matlock, who told her, and she helped me find my way here. Hillary touched my hand briefly to get my attention. I'm happy if you two want to hang around here for a little while, but I need to get home. I showed you the staff exit earlier? Yes, you did. And that would be great, thank you. We won't stay too long. Hillary left through the front door and I pulled Courtney over to a group of couches so we could chat. The library had multiple meeting and reading spots that made me want to sit with a book or five and just stay there all day. I can see myself coming here on my days off too, I told Courtney, as I curled up in one of the large armchairs and she took a couch. I leaned my head back, finally able to relax. The smell of books filled my senses, and I felt like I was melting into the cushions. There was such a grounding feeling here, like I belonged, like this could be my home. Which was silly, considering this was a library. Courtney smiled as she continued to look around. It's a pretty impressive library, she said. Your dream job, huh? I nodded, drumming my fingers on the arm of the chair. Not that I ever thought I'd leave Mother's realm, but now that I have, this is where I want to be. Once the words were out of my mouth, I realized they were true. It's amazing. Courtney stared at me, her face touching on somber. I'd never seen her look so serious before. I wasn't sure how to handle it, quite honestly. I'm sorry I put you at so much risk, Bella. Matlock told me how you came here only for me, then got yourself and me found out to the council. That couldn't have been easy for you. I shrugged. Yeah. I mean, I was terrified at points, but you're better now, and that's all that's important. Courtney nodded, but I could see by the way she bit her lip and wouldn't look at me properly that she still felt guilty. Listen, Courtney. Don't feel bad. This was going to happen at some point, and really the best things possible have happened. Courtney lifted her head to stare at me. What do you mean? What did I mean? I hadn't really thought about what I said before I said it. Well, you're better. I got to meet our grandparents, and we're not being put on trial or any of the shit that Ava went through. I'd say, I've had a pretty good run of it. And when I thought about my stressors for the last few days versus what poor Ava had gone through, I really had no complaints. I wasn't going to think on all the bad things that could have happened as a result. Anything else was wasted emotions since we could not change our actions. So you don't hate me for being stupid enough to get poisoned? She asked quietly, looking down at her hands in her lap. I stared at my sister, surprised she'd even ask such a thing. I wanted to reach out to touch her, but I did not want her to think I was feeling sorry for her. She would hate that. Hate you? I asked. I could never hate you, Court. Courtney blinked a couple of times, then nodded slowly. Good to know. I did not know how to interpret her response, so I thought it was best if we just talked about something else. Something safer. Do you know when they want to begin your testing? I asked. I'm sure once the council realizes you're fully conscious, they'll jump on that. Courtney shrugged. No idea. I came straight here from Clarissa's, so I'm not sure the council knows I'm here, or that I'm well. Although, to be honest, I'm not sure I am well enough to take any tests at the moment. I'm up and going, but as far as being strong goes, I feel like I could sleep for eternity. I stared at my poor younger sister. The bad one, the wild child. And she was feeling weak and probably vulnerable. Something I never thought she would be, and my heart broke for her. You were poisoned, Courtney. Badly, with fatal intent. That's gonna take some getting over. Physically and emotionally. Yeah, I suppose. Courtney ran both hands through her hair and sighed. We weren't getting very far just sitting here. Time to change location. Are you going back to Clarissa's, or are you coming home with me? She tilted her head at me. Where's home for you at the moment? I'm sleeping at Matlock's offices. He built a bedroom for Ava there, that's fully protected by every bit of Phi and Warlock magic you could think of. We could share the bed? Or I could just build you another one. There's heaps of room. Courtney stood up as I did. Where does Matlock sleep? Doesn't he have a wife somewhere? I nodded and tried not to smile. It seems like they fell out of favor when she pretty much tried to kill Ava. So he sleeps at the office too, in a separate bedroom of course. Courtney was nodding, taking it all in. She seemed to be responding well to everything I told her. Sounds like a plan. I'll come back with you tonight, and I suppose we can sort everything else out in the morning. I went to take a step toward the back entrance, then stopped, turning back to my sister. Just try to remember that Matlock's not our enemy, Court. You need to give him a bit of a break. Courtney made a non-committal grunting noise, and I rolled my eyes. Shall we go then? I asked. Before I could direct my sister to the back exit, the front door opened. I looked toward the door. The college was closed. All the staff should have gone home by now, and this man didn't look like a teacher anyway. He had long dark hair and a rather handsome face for someone who wasn't smiling. Can I help you? I asked, wondering how this man had gotten inside the building. Courtney grabbed my arm and squeezed tightly. I looked back at her, watching the color drain from her cheeks. I furrowed my brows. I had never seen her look that way before. What's wrong? I asked her. She pulled me back and whispered, That's the guy from the club. From the other night. He's the one who poisoned me. Chapter 19. I grabbed my baby sister and pulled her behind me. I was the one with the best shield, and she was still recovering from her illness. I refused to let anything happen to her. And even if I wasn't the best witch out there, I'd realized lately just how much I would do to keep my sister safe. She was my responsibility now. I would die to protect her. And I was okay with that. What do you want? I demanded, dragging up the first layer of my shield and rounding it out in front of us. My fingers burned with magic and my heart beat rapidly against my chest. He wasn't getting Courtney again. I wasn't about to let that happen, no matter what I needed to do in order to protect her. The man threw back his cloak so that his arms were exposed and free to create the deadly magic I knew was coming, then grinned at us. He was oddly handsome. I could see why Courtney would have had a drink with him. But the aura around him was black, and every cell in my body was on alert. Where's Matlock when you need him? In fact, where was anyone when we needed them? It was oddly quiet, despite the disturbance. The man blocked the main entrance to the library, but luckily for us, it was not the only exit. What do I want? He muttered. I want you both to die. But first, I have some questions about your sister. I spoke the few Phi words I'd learnt while reading today, pulling forth the magic I'd gathered from Micah and interlacing it with my own shield. This man was a killer. He was well trained and obviously had motive. We were going to have to fight for our lives here. I swallowed hard against the tightness in my throat. He hadn't cast any magic yet to stop us from leaving. To detain us. I would have felt it. Why did he want to kill us? What had we done to him that he was so upset about? It didn't make any sense. Why do you want to kill us? Courtney demanded, trying to muscle around me. No, I whispered. Stay behind me. She glared at me, obviously wanting to fight the man who'd already done so much damage to her. She looked at me the same way she looked at Mother, when Mother was trying to keep us from doing something we thought we were capable of doing. I didn't want her to look at me that way. I never wanted her to think I thought her unable to handle this. Regardless, I needed to protect her. She reluctantly stepped back to just behind my left shoulder. The Warlock smiled at us. I suppose you'll be dead soon, so? He shrugged and his nonchalance made my teeth clench. Don't count on it. I'm part of an organization who wants the High Warlock to step down, he said, with more pomp and importance than I had ever heard in a person's voice before. To be honest, I was surprised that he would even admit such a thing, but his arrogance seemed to know no bounds. Yeah, and what's that got to do with us? Courtney demanded, from behind me. The Warlock flicked a lock of his long dark hair out of his face with a flourish of his hand. You're the heirs to the High Warlock, he said. Once you are gone and we take care of Ava, there will be no one left to stop us. I frowned at him. How did you even find us? Perhaps it wasn't a question most pressing by any means, but the girl, curious for the reasoning behind his madness, pressed on. No one knew that Ava had sisters except Matlock and Tavlor. It wasn't that half-breed bastard, if that's what you're thinking. The Warlock spat in my direction. I wasn't sure if he could read my mind, or he was just that good at accurately knowing what I was thinking. It unnerved me more than I cared to admit. Relief flooded through me when his words sunk in. The idea that Ava's husband could betray her so thoroughly went against everything I believed about him. He didn't seem like that sort of person. Then how? I asked, my voice cracking. He smiled at me with condescension. We have our ways. I practically rolled my eyes. It was like he wanted me to beg him for information, which I wasn't going to do. I decided not to ask again, because the most likely answer was they'd followed Ava. Or looked inside her mind during one of their many trials and torture sessions, and found something they could use against her. So I asked the next question. And what could you possibly want to know about Ava? Surely, they knew everything about her. She wasn't exactly a closed book. But if the only reason he was letting us live for the moment was Ava, there had to be a reason. He nodded, his brows lowering. My superiors want to know where she is. We're having trouble tracking her. I laughed. I couldn't help it. You think we know? I had to assume that his superiors were some pretty powerful witches and warlocks. If you can't find her, why would we be able to? I asked. I placed a hand on my hip and shot him a look. I was getting exhausted with his half-answers. It almost seemed as though he liked playing these games. He frowned, obviously not expecting me to find him so hilarious. Clearly, the situation wasn't one for humor, but it could not be helped. Not when he was making assumptions and acting ridiculous about everything. You're her only family, he said. She must contact you. I shook my head. No, we're not. She has her husband. She's with him. There's no need for her to tell us anything, especially when we know nothing about this world. So you have no idea where she is? Where Tavlor is? I narrowed my eyes at him. Why don't you? It's obvious you're part of the council, or some sort of radical extension of it. Why don't they know where the heir to the High Warlock is? Ava had called me a few days ago, but that conversation had mostly been about Courtney and her recklessness, not Ava's location. And she deliberately told me nothing, except she was off fighting a shifter war. I certainly wasn't telling this murderer that. The Warlock glared at me and began to move his hands in the air. Well, if you don't have any answers to my questions, then you are of no use. He fired his magic at us. I threw my hands out, putting every bit of strength I had into my shield. Courtney shrieked and jumped at the noise as our magics hit. There was a massive crash. I clenched my teeth, my shield holding against the blackness of his intent. Sweat rolled down my back as I fought off the spell. I didn't want to absorb it. My arms shook. I needed to deflect the magic, push it so it was somewhere else. I wasn't sure how I was going to do that, so I used every part of my magic and moved my arms so they faced a nearby wall. I grunted as I cast it to the side, the magic dropping to the carpet and burning a hole in the ground. I could feel the heat from where I stood, how the flames of his deadly magic tried to dance over and consume me. He fired again. I didn't have any chance to recover. I threw my arms up, rushing to put the shield back in front of us. I wasn't fast enough. A piece of red spear got through, clipping Courtney in the shoulder. She staggered back, blood gushing between her fingers. It had all happened so quickly, she hadn't even had the chance to scream. "Courtney, run!" I yelled. "Just turn and go." Courtney held onto her injured shoulder, but didn't listen to me. Her eyes were on me, tears dripping down her face. My arms burned as I held up the shield. I loved her, but I didn't have time to explain. "But what about you?" She sobbed, but I couldn't turn around. I had to stop this warlock from getting to my sister. I had no offensive skills, but my defense was up to the task. "I can handle him," I yelled without turning around, concentrating all my magic into the shield I held in front of myself. The warlock threw ball after ball of fire at me. My arms ached and my heart pounded with fear. If he got much closer, I wouldn't be able to fight him. "Go get help," I growled at Courtney. "Go." With a hesitant glance at me, Courtney made a run for the back door. I sent up a silent prayer of thanks. If I died here today, my sisters were safe. Both of them. My belly began to burn. I remembered the tattoo I had etched into my skin, and it gave me hope. I could take a blow or two without him killing me. The protection spell worked against physical attacks. I would survive. But as Ava had proved, it only had so much power. And I had no way of attacking him back. I needed to figure something out, or he was going to win, no matter how well the protection spell worked. I sucked in a deep breath. I wasn't good at thinking on my feet. I needed a way to kill time, to allow my mind to come up with a solution. The warlock stopped firing magic at me, his eyebrows fluttering up. "I'm stupid," he said, shaking his head. "I forgot what they told me about you. Incredible defensive skills, but no offensive." He laughed, but it didn't reach his eyes. There was something dark, something sinister about it. Chills wove down my spine. He strode toward me like an angry bear. Oh fuck. I had nowhere else to go. If I didn't think of something quickly, I was stuck. Then my memory flared to life. One of my mother's teachings, stepping into the light. A lesson in the library. Yes. I whirled my hands around in a quick motion, speaking the ancient words she taught me. I worried I was going to say them wrong, or I was going to forget a word. Instead, it felt like muscle memory. The words came out without issue. Suddenly, I was grateful that my mother forced me to recite these things constantly, even though I hadn't understood the merit in doing so. I hurled the offensive spell at him, hoping to knock him on his ass. He flicked it away with his hand, as though it were a child's spell. I started backing up, my limbs shivering with fear as he swung a punch at me. I couldn't get a shield up in time. The fist connected with the side of my head, pushing me off my feet and slamming me into a bookcase. My head exploded with pain, and my belly burned with the protection of my spell. I shook myself and planted my feet again, trying to think of what to do. If it wasn't for my tattoo, I would be out cold and he could do whatever he wanted to me. Thank God, Ava had etched it onto my body. He growled, and his anger seemed to inspire his movements. I wasn't sure if I could take advantage of his obvious displays of emotion or not, but I had to think of something or we were toast. I had to run. I couldn't see another option except that. I stumbled against the bookshelf, then started running down the aisle, toward the back entrance. If I could get outside, I had a chance of getting away. I couldn't fight him. Not yet. There was no way for me to do so. Instead, I had to buy myself time, get away and figure this out because I highly doubted he was just going to stop. A powerful spell blasted me in the back, knocking the wind from my lungs. I fell flat on my face. Every part of my body ached. I tried to push myself up, but couldn't find the strength to do so. I groaned as I tried to get into a kneeling position at the very least. My belly burned even hotter, making me wince. There was too much pain from different parts of my body, cocooning me into an ordeal I never thought I would be in. That spell should have done a lot more than knock me down. I was grabbed and flipped over, the Warlock straddling my waist and pushing my arms into the ground with his big meaty hands. "Get off me!" I screamed in his face, every instinct I had rising up and fighting against this man who was determined to end my life. The Warlock laughed, lifting his hands off me but speaking a spell that kept me pinned to the floor. "What should I do with you, Bella?" he asked quietly, the threat thinly veiled in his dark gaze. His eyes raked over my body, and I couldn't help but shiver. The last thing I wanted to do was give him any sort of sick triumph, but I couldn't control my reaction to him, to his threat. "Let me go," I said through gritted teeth. "I've done nothing to you. There's no reason you have to do anything to me." He smiled, his teeth flashing. "Your very existence is wrong," he said. In that moment, I realized he believed every word he was saying too. "You shouldn't even be alive." "But I am." I screamed, tugging at the bonds that held me, and wishing to heaven that I knew more magic than this. I should know what to do to get out of this. What else had I been doing with those books if not reading them, devouring the information I found in there? Ava would have been able to get out of these bonds. Courtney too, on a normal day. Why was I so helpless? Why couldn't I figure out a way to escape? His gaze turned lascivious as he glanced down my body, hovering over my breasts. My stomach lurched, and for a moment I thought I was going to vomit on him. He wouldn't touch me in that sort of way. Surely? "Look," I said, getting my big girl tone on. "Whatever your name is." "We." He snapped his fingers and my mouth was glued shut. I could no longer speak. Tears burned in my eyes as he continued to look at me. Prostrate. Helpless. Alone? "Someone help me. Please." There was a loud noise and a blast. I looked up and over my head, and the man on top of me did too. He flew off me and his magic was gone, releasing me. I sat up and scrambled to my feet. Blast after blast of magic came down the aisle I was standing in, directed at the Warlock. I pressed my back against the bookshelf to get out of the way as my father, Matlock, the High Warlock of the Realms, charged past me. "Oh my God. You're still alive?" Courtney yelled as she ran up to me, grabbing me by the arm as we both turned to watch the show. Our father had come to save me, and my eyes were glued to the fight that was unfolding in front of us. Chapter 20. Our father threw blast after blast. Sparks of white and yellow and red burst against the other Warlock's shield. For a moment, I couldn't do anything except stare at the magic my father was able to produce. I knew my father was the High Warlock, but I just took for granted how powerful he really was. The Warlock who had attacked me was injured from that first hit my father had landed to get him off me. He cradled one arm against his chest and held up an ever-weakening shield. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. He couldn't fight back, or at least, that was how it looked. I wondered if it was possible to even pretend to fake such an injury. I wasn't sure what good it would do. It wasn't like we were arrogant enough to believe him, at least, not in this moment. My father threw another shot. I couldn't be sure, but this one seemed to have less magic behind it. It was as though my father recognized he was winning, and while he did want to stop it, he also didn't want to kill the Warlock. I like to think it was because my father wasn't the type to kill, but the practical side of me said it probably had to do with the fact that we needed answers and he could give us them. With one final massive blow, the Warlock fell to his knees and dropped his arms, unable to continue. My gaze flew to Matlock. Was he going to finish him off? Was everything I just assumed wrong? Our father held a ball of glimmering silver magic in his hand, but he'd paused. A part of me wanted Matlock to kill the other Warlock. But another part of me was so proud to see my father's control and empathy. Obviously, his integrity didn't allow him to kill an essentially unarmed man. "Who sent you, Travis?" my father demanded. My eyebrows flew up. "Matlock knew this Warlock?" "Of course he does. He probably knows everyone. But if that were the case, why hadn't he warned me? Although, maybe he didn't think something like this could even happen in the first place." Travis laughed, though the sound was bitter. "You know who?" My father walked closer, his gaze narrowing. "Spell it out, Travis," he said. "I don't have time for games." "Now?" Travis shook his head at my father, still laughing. A truly evil sound. His eyes narrowed as though my father was some pathetic, insignificant insect. "Never." He began to build a ball of light in his good hand. My mouth dropped open. Did he really think he was going to be able to attack my father, even though it was obvious who had the upper hand? My father said, "You're no match for me in this state." He probably wasn't a good match for my father in any state. Travis nodded. "I know. But I can still take them out." Before I could pull up my shield, if it was even possible with the shaking of my body, Travis lifted his arm and turned toward us with a malicious look on his face. I inhaled sharply, fear freezing me in place. We were going to die. Before I could react, my father hit him in the chest with something black. Something deadly. Travis keeled over like he'd been struck by lightning. A gasp stuck in my throat. Our father rushed over to us. "Are you all right? Did he hurt you?" He grabbed me by the arms, then lifted my chin to look into my eyes. It was as though he didn't quite believe that I was unharmed. "Bella," he said, shifting his gaze from one of my eyes to the other. "Are you okay? Please talk to me." I threw myself at him, and he enfolded me in his arms. I wasn't sure why I did such a thing. I wasn't the sort of person to be so comfortable with such physical affection, especially from a man I barely knew. And yet, I couldn't help myself. I needed to feel safe, and I knew my father could give me that. I closed my eyes and sobbed as Courtney held my back and I clung to my father from the front. I needed to gather my bearings for a moment. Then I could step back. I just needed a moment. "Hold on tight," my father said. He kept his arms around me. "Both of you. We're taking the shortcut home." I nodded against him and squeezed my eyes shut as cold air whirled past my face and all around us. Then it stopped. All was dark and quiet once again. There was stillness that brought peace rather than discomfort. The tension in my body eased, and I practically melted to the floor. "It's okay," he said, kissing the top of my head. "We're back at my office again. We're safe now." I didn't want to let go of him, but as Courtney stepped away, I felt the need to do the same thing. I didn't want him to think I was some clingy girl who didn't have the capability of being strong. I straightened up and opened my eyes, wiping at the tears that had fallen on my cheeks. Our father conjured food and drinks on the table and invited Courtney to sit on the couch as I staggered to one of the chairs. "Drink this," he said, handing us each a mug. "It has some healing properties that will help with any internal injuries, then we can get you to Clarissa." "I'm okay," I said, but I still took the mug and sipped at the potion. It had a lovely tangy orange flavor and soothed my thick throat. Peace and contentment filled my body, and the muscles inside of me seemed to melt. I could still feel the tears that needed to be shed, and the knot in my shoulders. But with time, a good cry, and a long shower, I was sure I would feel better. We were safe once again. My fingers shook as I brought the cup to my lips. I drank more of my drink and sighed. Warmth filled me and I relaxed even further. I sighed into the cup before shifting my eyes over to my sister. "You okay, Court?" She was the one I was concerned about. If this asshole harmed her even more than he already had. I refused to think about what I would have done. Knowing Courtney's poisoner was within reach, and I needed to be saved by my father, made my anger flare. I should have done a better job at protecting Courtney. I should have been stronger and more aware of what was going on. She nodded, her hand going to her injured shoulder. Yes. Matlock patched me up quickly before we ran to help you. A simple healing spell, he explained. I'd like Clarissa to check you both out properly when you're ready to go out again. Ready to go out again, what a statement. I'm not sure I want to leave Ava's bedroom ever again. I joked, trying to smile, but found that the tears had begun to flow again. Matlock leaned forward and squeezed my hand. Bella, I am so sorry this happened to you. I sobbed into my hands, and Courtney came to my side, holding my shoulders as I let my emotions out. I'd been so scared. Not so much for myself, but for everyone else around me. Especially Courtney. She had already gone through so much, and I didn't want her to have to endure such torment again. I let the tears flow, even though usually I would fight like hell to stem them. Now was not the time. I understood emotions. I understood the healthy way to release emotions as well. I had not been doing a good job allowing myself to feel. I wanted to change that, even though it would be hard work. It was like training myself to undo a habit I wasn't quite ready to let go of. But God, this felt good to just release myself into them. Eventually my throat was clogged with tears, and my face was so red, I had to stop. I dropped my hands and took the tissues Matlock handed me. I had to get a hold of myself. I stood up and indicated Ava's bedroom door. Give me a minute. I rushed to the bathroom and sobbed for a moment longer, then finally I felt the clearing of the clouds. I washed my face with cold water at the bathroom sink and blew my nose. When I looked in the mirror, it was to see a woman I didn't recognize. I was red and blotchy and harried. So, despite my better judgment, I cast a small spell to rid myself of the physical proof of my crying session. I didn't get rid of the lethargy or pain that came with the experience, but I couldn't handle looking like I'd been dragged through a hedge backwards. Finally, I could breathe. I walked back into the office. Courtney was standing up and wandering aimlessly around the room. She still had issues to deal with in regards to Matlock, and that was fine. I didn't have the strength to deal with it now. Sorry about that, I just needed a minute, I said. Matlock shook his head and pushed a platter of sandwiches at me. I took one with hands that were still a little shaky and forced myself to eat. I wasn't actually hungry, but dealing with my physical needs was easier than dealing with anything else. It gave me something to do, something to focus my energy on. I had never used my magic in an attack before, and therefore didn't understand just how brutally draining it could be. I sucked in a breath and released it, chewing the food. I could barely taste it, but I didn't care. You never need to be sorry, Bella, ever, he said, his eyes on my profile. I had the sudden urge to curl my hair behind my ear, unsure how to handle the emotional intensity behind his gaze. It was obvious he cared about me. And I wasn't sure how that made me feel. This was new for me. And after this, I'll fully support your request to go back to your mother's realm. You shouldn't stay here when your life is literally in jeopardy. He shook his head, and I could hear the pain in his voice. He blamed himself. I glanced up at Courtney, who was frowning in confusion, and motioned for her to sit down. Matlock, this isn't your fault either, I said. He nodded at me. Yes. Yes, it is. If I'd had protection details put on you, this wouldn't have happened. If I wasn't who I am, not the High Warlock, your lives wouldn't be in danger. If I interrupted him. Courtney found you so easily. How was that possible? He shrugged. I didn't like the idea of you finding your own way home, so when I finished work, I started walking toward the library, hoping to meet you. I ran into Courtney a block away, and we hurried to help you. The emotions were building again, and I focused on eating and breathing rather than feeling. There was way too much for me to deal with. I thought I could handle my emotions, and maybe with some practice I could. But right now, in this moment, it was too much for me and I needed a break. Well, I said, your instincts were perfectly on point. Thank you for coming to get me. He nodded but didn't say any more. I was grateful for that. I started picking at a croissant. As much as I wanted to force myself to eat it, I didn't think I would have the stomach for it. I could only imagine the weight of guilt on a parent, especially one so new to the parenting game. I could tell he was genuinely trying to make things right. You want to go back to Mother's realm, permanently? Courtney asked me softly. I looked toward my sister. I knew she didn't want to do that. There was something intensely lonely in that realm that Courtney had never been fully happy with. She needed people around her. Action. Adventure. And although I didn't feel exactly the same, I wasn't sure that a life of complete solitary confinement was what I wanted now either. No. I don't think so, I said. Courtney's mouth dropped open and Matlock stared at me. You don't think what? He asked, as though he didn't understand what I was saying. And in a way, neither did I. I don't think I want to hide in Mother's realm anymore. There is so much for me to learn by being out here. The books. The knowledge. Not to mention meeting more family like Clarissa. Matlock smiled. My parents aren't all bad, I promise. They're just stuck in their ways. I nodded. I know. And to be honest, a part of me knew I'd never be able to stay in Mother's realm forever, not without my sisters. I want to be able to see Ava and Courtney when I want to, and if that means staying here, or building a cottage in the high Warlock realm, then I'm definitely open to suggestions. I still couldn't seem to say, I wanted to move here completely. It was too much to admit that out loud just yet. I wasn't lying when I said I was open to suggestions. Even with the incredible stress of today's attack, I still wanted options I could get behind because I wanted to spend more time here. I wanted to learn as much as I could. I wanted to grow. And being isolated back in Mother's realm wasn't going to help me do anything at all. But what about this group that wants us dead? Courtney said. We're not safe here. I sighed. We're not safe anywhere, Court, I pointed out. I didn't want to come across as sarcastic or uncaring, but she needed to know the truth. As you found out. I took off my glasses, cleaned them quickly on my dress, then put them back on. I don't want to be a victim. I don't want to hide in Mother's realm forever because I have to. I want to be able to fight back. I want to learn more offensive skills. I almost died today, all because I can't throw a good attack spell. That wasn't, my father started. I raised my hand to stop him. Yes. It was. I had no problem shielding us. And actually, while I remember, Travis said that he knew I sucked at offensive spells, and that's when he came forward and punched me. He punched you? Courtney shrieked. I waved off her hysteria. Yeah. That's not the point. He told us that he wanted to overthrow the High Warlock, and he had knowledge that could only come from inside the council, right? Matlock nodded. Sad to say it, but yes. More than likely, Travis was under orders from people within the council. Courtney growled, but I couldn't stop thinking about how much danger my whole family was in. Even after everything Ava had gone through, it was clear we still weren't safe from them. My sisters, my father, and me, we were all risking everything to be together. We need to work together to become as strong as possible, I said. Me in particular, since I'm definitely the weak link. You're not. Courtney exclaimed. You've saved my life twice now within a few days. And you gave us our tattoos as well. Speaking of which, I got to my feet and lifted my top, looking down on my belly. Yours is about half gone. Courtney gulped, glancing up at me with fear-filled eyes. I lowered my shirt and sat back down. It's okay. It saved my life today. Without its help, there's no way I would have been able to endure what Travis did. Now I just need to get stronger and better on my own. Matlock glanced between us both. Well, you know you're both welcome to stay here for as long as you'd like. Or I can set up a house for you in my family's realm. I'm willing to do anything to keep you safe. You'll take on the council? I joked. He nodded anyway. Absolutely. Anything. I glanced over at Courtney, and a wave of love passed between us. We were a long way off having the sort of relationship with our father that I'd once dreamed of, but we were on the right path, and for now, we were safe. The end. Read on for Book 2 in Bella's trilogy, Forbidden Magic. Here's a sneak peek for you. Forbidden Magic. Book 5 in the Daughters of the Warlock series. By Amelia Shaw. Chapter 1 of Forbidden Magic. Bella. Once the shock surrounding the attack on Courtney and I had passed, I wanted desperately to go back to work. But that just didn't seem possible. My father, the High Warlock of all the realms, wouldn't budge. I pressed on, pleading my case and appealing to the bookworm inside him. The library was exactly where I felt like I belonged. It had books upon books, stacked with knowledge even a voracious bookworm like me still needed to learn. And I wanted to. I just couldn't do that if I was trapped in my bedroom within the council's realm, for my own protection. After days and days of convincing, I finally succeeded in convincing Matlock that it was best if I went back to work. I always got through in my own quiet way when it was important to me. You ready to go? Matlock asked, walking into my bedroom with a smile on his face. He rubbed his hands together, as though he too was excited to return to some kind of normalcy. We were still staying in the bedrooms attached to his office. In fact, he'd magically built a third for Courtney, so that we could all stay together in this strange mini-realm attached to the council. I was just glad Courtney had agreed to stay. Even with danger lurking for us, I wasn't sure my sister would want to. Courtney was a free spirit, looking danger in the face and laughing. I am, I said, glancing down his body and realizing he was dressed to go out. He wore what I referred to as his royal robes. Purple cape, embroidered suit. I cocked my head to the side. Are you coming with me? He grinned. Of course. I rolled my eyes. Nothing's going to happen. I'll be fine. Oh, I know you will, he said with a little too much enthusiasm. I narrowed my eyes at him. What have you got planned? Who's got what planned? Courtney asked, walking into the main office that was now central to all our bedrooms. At the way he was adding rooms, we would soon need another floor or else we'd get too cramped. Courtney wanted more space, even though she'd managed to get a bedroom twice as big as mine, not to mention an awesome bathroom as well. I myself was content with my room, though it had occurred to me that if I did have more space for myself, I could fit many more books on my shelves. Matlock seems to think he's walking me to work today, I said drolly. Courtney rolled her eyes, but the expression was directed at me. Which was odd because, while I wasn't sure how Courtney was going to react to our father, siding with him on things wasn't exactly what I expected. I can't believe you want to go back into that job, she exclaimed, crossing her arms over her chest almost as though she was protecting herself. Especially after what happened last time. I sighed and picked up my jacket. It was difficult to explain to my sister why I loved the library so much. Not even an attack on our lives would dampen it. If I knew she was going to be in any mood to listen to my reasons, I would try to explain. But she wasn't. She never really was. That wasn't the library's fault, I said. Travis would have found me anywhere. You know that. Not if you'd stayed in the safety of the council buildings, Matlock said. Like I told you to do. I glared at him. Are you kidding me? I all but growled. It wasn't like me to get angry, but I couldn't help it. Did Matlock forget who Travis was and why he was after me in the first place? Travis was sent by an arm of the council that wants us all dead. I'm sure he would have found a way to get to me anywhere, even the council buildings. Matlock lifted his hand and flicked it about, testing the wards he had in place to protect our privacy. He frowned. I scoffed and gestured with my hand to make a point. See what I mean? I glanced at the clock on the wall and shook my head. I didn't have time for this. I've got to go, I said. You're both welcome to accompany me if you want, but I'm going even if you think I should stay here or whatever. I'm not going to let Travis dictate how I live my life. I'm not going to hide forever. Matlock turned to Courtney. What are your plans today? If you're going back to see Clarissa, I'll come with you. Courtney frowned. Her relationship with Matlock was still strained, and I didn't think she liked the idea of him accompanying her anywhere without me. I wanted the two of them to get along. I wanted Courtney to trust him. That didn't mean she needed to see him as her father just yet. That would be a long time coming. I hoped she would at least give him a chance to prove himself to her, though. I decided to take the heat away from her, if he would let me. I thought you wanted to come with me, I said. Matlock looked from me to Courtney, then back again. I struggled to hide my smile, watching him worry about making the right choice. Obviously not a problem he'd had in the past. Now he had 2 daughters to choose from, and that was only because Ava wasn't present at the moment. Well, I'm leaving now. You coming? I asked, walking to the door. I've still gotta have a shower and do my hair, Courtney said, backing toward her bedroom. I can't leave looking like this. Are you mad? Courtney had incredible red hair with long tight ringlets. A lot of it was natural, which she didn't appreciate as much as she should have. However, she always made sure to take care of her hair, and it was obvious because, whereas my hair would frizz at the hint of humidity, hers didn't even know what the word meant. Matlock took one look at Courtney's hair and headed over to me. Well, say hi to Clarissa and contact me if you need anything, he said. Clarissa was our father's cousin and a great healer. She had taken care of Courtney when she'd been poisoned, and still liked to check in on her every few days. See ya, I called out to my sister as I opened the door that led to a portal that would take me back to the realm where my job was. Matlock and I slid through the coldness of space until we arrived in the magic realm that I knew the best. It was where I'd first arrived seeking help for my sister, and where my work now resided. At the Witch Academy Library. We stepped through the door and into the street, the scent of cinnamon and freshly baked bread lingering in the air. I inhaled deeply and smiled. I think I'll need to get one of those bread rolls for lunch, I said. They smell amazing. I'd only just had breakfast, and yet my stomach tightened. How could I still be hungry? It made no sense. Matlock reached inside his cape and handed me a small coin purse made of purple fabric. Here you go, he said. I took the cute little bag and opened it, revealing several gold coins. I looked back up at him, arching a brow. What's this? I asked. Some money in case you'd like to buy something in town. These are official council coins and cannot be created by magic. He cleared his throat and glanced down at his robe, picking at what might have been lint by his collar. We haven't set up a banking account for you, so until that's organized and you can be paid for your work in the realm, that should tide you over. I glanced down at the coins again. I had no idea how much they were worth or how the currency exchange worked in this realm, but it was never a bad thing to have money. Just in case. Though I wasn't sure when I would need it, other than for lunches. Well, thank you, I said, then slipped the purse into the black bag I had slung over my shoulder, forgetting it almost immediately. I was just excited I got to go back to work in the first place. I yearned to get my hands on the books again, yearned to smell the knowledge that seeped from each one. Are you going to walk me all the way to the front door? He smiled and nodded. I sighed as we headed off. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks since the attack. Any leads so far on who sent Travis to kill me? I asked as we walked across the road. This was easier to talk about than I thought it would be. I was worried I would hesitate or feel something akin to regret or pain. Instead, all I really felt was relief that it was over and that my life had returned somewhat to normal. As normal as it could be. Matlock frowned. No. The council assured me that they are, of course, making it their #1 priority to find out. But with Travis now dead, there isn't a lot to go on. I sighed, adjusting my bag on my shoulder and holding it close to my body. This bag had everything in the world that I cherished, including several books that belonged to my mother's family. True. It's a pity that Tavlor's not here to help, I said. He'd find a way to track them, I'm sure. Tavlor was one of my favorite people in the world, and my brother-in-law. It still amazed me to think that Ava was now married. Speaking of Tavlor, Matlock began with a smile. I received a message from Ava that they are expected home in the next few days. That's great. I sighed with relief. I miss her so much. Matlock nodded. It must be hard to be apart from her, after spending your whole life together. I huffed out a laugh. For me it is. For Ava and even Courtney, it's not. They want adventure and fun. And if that means leaving me behind, I don't think they care. We arrived at the college, and Matlock pushed one of the large iron gates open. I doubt that's the case, Bella. I strolled past the open gate. It's how it's always been. I like staying home. They don't. They'd managed it for over 20 years, but Ava had been going insane by the end. If Mother hadn't been so sick, I was sure Ava would have made a break for it much earlier. Matlock opened the doors to the college, and we walked down the large, brightly lit hallway and into the library. Happiness filled me as the smell of old books and leather bindings caught in my nose. I looked around the dimly lit room, staring at rows upon rows of books, and my heart just melted. I was back. My father shook his head. I still can't believe someone came into the college, into a library, and threatened to kill you. I laughed as we walked into the library, the smell of the leather books and the heavy amounts of knowledge these books possessed making me slightly giddy. Well, it wasn't just me. He threatened Courtney too. I know, but I don't think I told you at the time how proud I was of you, Bella, he said. His voice was hesitant. For protecting your sister. For standing up to him. For fighting. I know it's not natural to you. You're much more of a pacifist, which I understand. But the fact that you're willing to do anything for your family says a lot. I glanced up into his dark eyes, then looked down again. His words touched a part of my heart that had always longed for admiring words. The love of my father. His respect. His admiration. I didn't realize I had wanted it before now, but spending more and more time with him, I discovered I did want that. I wanted him to be proud of me. Thank you. I know that I don't fit into our family very well, but I would die for my sisters. He inclined his head. It is obvious that you love your sisters very much. But what do you mean, that you don't fit into our family? Because I'm a pacifist, I said, tilting my head in question at him. That certainly made me a black sheep in my mother's little family. Wouldn't it make me one in yours too? He smiled, a strange affection flickering across his dark eyes. Bella, you may be surprised how alike you and I are. When I was at school in this very college, I failed more than one practical class because I was more concerned with my theory, my books, than I was about the physical. My mouth dropped open. Was it possible that I was like my father, in a very real sense? Really? He chuckled. Very much so. My memory tossed up visions of my father fighting Travis, and everything Ava had told me about him. He couldn't possibly feel guilty about what happened, could he? About killing the man who'd tried to murder us? But you saved me. And you saved Ava. She told me that you're the strongest warlock in all the realms. That your magic is as strong as a stronger even. My father smiled, and there was no longer regret but kindness in his face. I worked hard to become this powerful, and not because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. If I show any weakness, then my enemies will attack, and now that I have you and your sisters to protect, well, let's say that my magic lifts up in times of stress. When it needs to. I nodded because I couldn't speak. I could hear the message behind his words. In a way, I felt the same. Not because I was powerful, not in the least, but I understood that sometimes silence was the best show of strength rather than aggression or witty remarks. Like me, he would do anything to protect those he loved, but on a normal day, he would rather read a good book. It was strange having so much in common with a near stranger, but at the same time it reiterated just how alike we were. Well, I said, and then coughed loudly to clear my throat. The silence was overwhelming, and if I didn't say something soon, I was going to make an awkward noise or talk about something I probably shouldn't. School's going to begin soon, so I'd better get to it. I waved to Hillary, the librarian who was standing behind the check-in desk, frowning at one of the books in front of her. I wasn't sure if she actually saw me, but at least I was doing something with my hand. Yes. I'll see you for dinner, he said, and began to walk toward the exit. I remembered my father's confidence that I would be okay, back at his office. The place I currently called home. Hey, I called out. Have you set something up here that I need to know about? He turned and grinned at me. You'll see. With a chuckle, he left. I stared after him, gobsmacked. Seriously? I walked over to the librarian. Hey, Hillary. Bella. Welcome back, she said with a smile as she held 2 books to her chest and started to move away to the wands and potions side of the library. I rushed to ask her. Do you know what my father has done? Has he organized something I should know about? There was no way Matlock would just leave me here without putting in a safeguard. He'd been so worried about my safety here. He wasn't the sort of man to change overnight. Hillary smiled, a strange glimmer passing through her eyes. Not that I know of. She proceeded to walk away and make herself busy sliding books back into their proper places. He had organized something. Was it new surveillance? Cameras? Magical wards? Damn it. Now I had to wait to find out what it was. The end of Book 4. The story continues in Book 5, Forbidden Love.